Welcome, misfits, one and all, to this episode of Skeptic and Ranting. Does science give good evidence for God? They always look up, and they never look down. God?
That's your God, Amy.
That's true. We always ask which God, and they go, oh. Can't you just assume the definition of the... in my country?
It's like from Analyze That when Robert De Niro is like, you want to talk to the manager? You want to talk to the manager? Right here. There's the manager.
That's right. And I'm sending so much love. I see everybody in chat. Woohoo! What is up, Jenna? What is up, Adam?
Hey.
Discipline Day. Numa, Beamsy, Jason, Dave Gar, none of your business. All of you out there, we are sending love because tonight we are having a modern day debate inspired after party on the topic, does science give evidence for God? From the debate, Amy and Leo vs Maddox and Tayler. So won't you join James W. and myself, Amy Newman, for a scientifically good time? Oh my.
Producer here thinks all the plugs are cat toys.
Well, James, not only that, but cats are a good reason that the flat earth does not exist, because Gizmo probably would have hit something off it by now.
Definitely.
At this point. But yes, I do want to thank you all for joining us on the interwebs. Please don't forget to like, follow, or subscribe, because then you gain access to that bell icon, which when hit to all will send you reminders to see our premieres or join our live streams. What's up, chat?
Hey guys.
Mm-hmm. We are a skeptic channel, including the two schmucks that you see before you. It is true. However, after our opening statements, and we'll say the opening statements from the opposition viewpoint, we will be opening up the floodgates, or rather the open mic, so you can say whatever you want on the topic. And yeah, we atheist, theist, liberal, conservative, come as you are. Just, I used to say not on the sheets. It's just so much laundry. Anyway, this housekeeping, by the way, is sponsored by our Patreons. It's
like the "Don't walk on the grass" sign. You post it up. What's the first thing people do? They go walking right through the grass. They want to
go, James. Yeah. Exactly.
You say not the flags, then that becomes a target.
More sending loves out to our Patreons at patreon.com/Amy Newman, which helps us make even more fun content. And the props.
See what you guys have done? You've turned her into a monster.
I'm so
You guys did this.
A snack is on the way, but I really am happy to have an Applegate now. And oh my goodness.
Oh, thank you, Jenna. That's
we are nice sending so much love to Jenna, because she is saying, because I love y'all, that's it. Woohoo!
Thank you, Jenna.
We are sending that love right back. And basically, if you are not watching what Jenna is hosting or producing or interviewing, what the hell aren't you doing?
But Randolph on yesterday, that was a good show.
Hells yeah. And they have hosted, I have to just send out many love, because we've been having basically a monthly LGBTQ plus secular ally call-in talk show panel it has been really, we've had amazing discussions, and it has been because of Jenna Oz, Tang Gang. So sending love right back.
Always great stuff over there.
And speaking of which, sending love to us from the Atheist Roundtable, the Tang Gang, the Atheist Network Group, because
Thanks, Oz.
we don't have to have holy wars. That's the great thing about being in the non-religious community. Whether you're an agnostic, a non-believer, or an atheist.
Jenna's pumped up for June, Pride Month coming up.
Woohoo! That's right. Just a few days away, baby.
Just to make our Christian friends a little less comfortable.
Exactly. It means I have to wear rainbow bathing suits just so they can, or I can celebrate America.
In a Speedo.
Listen, that's only on my OnlyFans. But sending love also to Oz at youtube.com/The Atheist Network Group. But Ian Davenport, because
thanks, Ian.
Oh my goddess, we were just talking about creationists. That really is kind of the theme of tonight. I went hardcore on it on the debate. Both of our interlocutors are creationists who do not believe in evolution. They argue against the Big Bang, or I'm not sure what her exact position on the Big Bang was. I believe she was skeptical, which isn't really of all of those, and she pushed the irreducible complexity argument, which I heard a lot of fanfare from the olden days. But
I only hear Ken Hovind and Otangelo make that argument lately. Irreducible, or as Otangelo might say it, irreduced complex. But it's a thoroughly debunked argument,
and it makes no sense because it goes again. I mean, evolution is the entire point. Is you work up from simple things to more complexity. If you had complexity, and then it got cart, horse. But yes,
modern cells are very complicated, Davey. They're so complicated.
Exactly. Well, and that is from time. That is, unfortunately, and they often will say we worship time, which no. I mean, the craziest thing, and it's not crazy actually. The most politically and maybe the best PR thing is they just basically say that nothing could ever have come about without a creator, because we got a watchmaker argument very early on, and I got a face for bringing up watchmaker for calling it out.
Shortly.
What is up, Brett? Sending love, and James Wolfe, and God equals the square root of -1. But, arguments like irreducible complexity, which I don't think has any scientific backing, and then a watchmaker argument, which, once again, you contrast the artificial with the natural. And so it would be very surprising. Laws of physics don't get created by agents. We used to think that Thor and other gods made lightning. And if this pattern with other gods were to continue, it would not be surprising to anthropomorphize creation of the universe, creation of life, and the organs that look evolved.
People don't like not knowing things. They don't like not having an answer. So at the time, just making an answer up sounded better than just saying we have no clue,
and see,
which is the reality.
And see, there we go. And now I love you, Brett. And so, but you're giving the point that they're giving anyway. You're just giving me a chance to talk about it. But says just give it all time. Time is magical. let me tell you something. When creationists have to say, look, evolution is not real. Now let's talk about that. Microevolution is real. Macroevolution. It's like, hey, if I was a diabetic and you had to tell me which this has sugar, well, don't tell me you're selling one is sugar and one no. I'm sorry, but if you believe in microevolution and you see it in dogs, which is the us hyping up that time span, that's it. That's it.
And I mean, it's look. The universe is 14 billion years old. That is just a fact. The Earth is 4.5 billion years old. It's not about worshiping it or it being magical. That's just the reality that we find ourselves in. And the reality is that, yeah, macroevolution, large-scale changes, they do take time. But it occurs through the same mechanism that happens, reproduction with variation. Over time, these small changes begin to add up and you actually see large changes, but you'll never see it in the time span of humans.
But that's the thing. What they say is microevolution is real, and I will accept no evidence outside of our time frame that we're alive. And so it's like, well, what do you want to talk about then? Shit happened before us. I don't know what else to say.
What they're saying is, nope, hide your eyes, bury your head in the sand. We can't connect the dots. We can't extrapolate the situation out. We just have to pretend it doesn't happen because we have a book that says otherwise.
Which, by the way, that view of life, I mean, that eliminates all religion because no one saw Jesus rise from the dead. No one.
They would say Muhammad. We're just admitting that ours is faith-based. You're the one who's saying yours is not. So that's why atheism is a religion.
It's gravity is not a faith-based decision. Just like evolution is what happens when COVID first happened. And I don't care what your views on vaccines are. I know what they should be, but I don't care. If you believe COVID is real, as in a species mutated for the ability to have new hosts, evolution, baby.
When you say that, Brett, can you admit that evolution has problems? Are there open questions? Are there things about it that we don't understand? Sure, there are things about it that we don't understand or fully have all the data for.
But I'd put a big asterisk on that. I would say that with all sciences. But once again, we're going to put evolution, we're going to put the germ theory of disease, we're going to put gravity. All three of these could have aspects that are wrong. For instance,
we don't understand.
We have no idea why gravity exists other than we know how, which really questions isn't what science is in the business of. It's in the how. But yeah, also.
But you're not going to wake up tomorrow and say evolution was disproved or a major change to it. You might have small tweaks to how it works, but nothing groundbreaking.
It is the backbone.
Yeah, there's not going to be a paradigm shift and they say, oh, actually, maybe creationism is right. That boat left a long time ago.
Speaking of which,
that's not going to happen.
They brought a good point. They brought up a good point that I or Leo didn't disagree with, which was, they have to offer their own argument to debunk evolution, which you don't have to talk about. You shouldn't be talking about evolution. Tayler, I guess she is a doctoral student, so
I would need to see documentation of that.
But I mean, it just we didn't talk about genetics. The other thing that I found surprising, speaking of which, and I sending love everyone out there to Grumpy and everyone out there when we hear a lot of these, and especially young Earth creationists, because old Earth creationism is a different bag, because then they at least accept Who knows? They could accept that, evolution,
Deep time.
vaccine, the round earth. Sending love to, I'm sorry, Wilson.
Well, you mentioned vaccines. We've got to, at some point,
we should do a
take on that stream that Brett did last week with Mary Toko that was unfortunately full of fallacies and misinformation on that one. Which,
was it? I was wearing a shirt the other day that says
she's an anti-vaxxer. Yeah,
cause adults.
She has a pillow for Grumpy Cuss. That's a it's a,
and it actually says the word, but it's amazing. The YouTube gods actually just censor it right out. It's crazy how that works. But yeah, sending love to Grumpy and sending love to Diana Smith, 3 princesses in 1, included Foley, reminding us that, you know, these Abrahamic religions don't always treat women well. And sometimes they go out of their way to do so. Very odd. You can definitely tell it was a book written by men.
Oh, well, I wish I would have downloaded it, Brett, before they deleted it. I understand why they deleted it. I'm not necessarily in agreement with the censorship, but they've decided things like that are beyond the pale. But I'm for just letting people put out their opinion within reason.
I go back and forth. There's like there's a side of me that is knows that everyone should follow the science because that is the best possible result that you can. Yeah. But then there's the Bill Burr just in the back of my head that says, speaking of evolution, maybe you should just let natural selection take its course. Because let me tell you, the vaccine rates, if you get COVID, you stand a chance of continuing to play video games. And if you don't, well, as my dad used to say by graveyards, day in, day out, people are dying to get in.
Well, Adam, that's because Linnaean taxonomy is phylum is an arbitrary distinction that's why they're moving away from the Linnaean to a more cladistic base model. So, yeah. They just took the diversification that happened at that point and said phylum, phylum, phylum.
I would say it took a while for us to actually have bones, hard skeletons, and shells so you can actually fossilize. But we have various forms of life from all ages, thanks to all sorts of amber and experiments. I don't know. I would say that what they normally attack is abiogenesis, and there's a reason for that because it is the we understand the Big Bang, but understanding if there is a behind that and trying to understand what that would be and mirroring it with something like quantum mechanics into a theory of everything, which is just really that, mirroring the big and the small, not how you supersize anything at McDonald's. But they attack that because it's the frontier. They evolution once again. The reason that's taught in school is because that is how we've known it for 200 years. But yes, sending love and also sending love to Pat Lowinger, the archaeologist who has been on many Talk Skeptic to Me's, including Sacred to Us, where it turns out that, you know, the pagans who eventually became Christians just gotta have one temple become a church. It's amazing. You can even smear the same goat's blood. But sending love to Pat Lowinger, who you can find on the lovely and fabulous and amazing Biddy Buddha at youtube.com, Biddy Buddha _ where you can learn some shit. Speaking of which, you can learn that a kitty wants to go. Hi, baby girl.
Oh, hello, Penelope.
Yes, hello. Have to remove anything sharp or dangerous, so. But yeah, sending love to Pat and sending love. We're eventually going to open up to them. But there's so much to just get off our chest. This is our, our way of talking about the debate. Once again, we'll give the opposition view just for their opening statements, and then we'll open it up because there was a lot of feedback from that debate. I do want to say I had a lot of fun. And I thought Leo was a great debate partner. And, I think that we asked a lot of good questions. I do not know if we got a lot of good answers. But, hey.
Got a lot of intelligent design talking points. Quite a few of those.
It wasn't mentioned.
Got a lot of recycled, very slightly modified Ken Hovind talking points too, ironically.
You have to do it. She's also scratching. She's getting her.
Have a good night, Brett.
Night, Brett. Sending love. Sending love also to all of our atheist brothers and sisters out there. It was, like I said, I wish we could get a theory. I hate to say the same thing with flat earthers, but
basically close enough.
But sending love, Pat, and sending love to Dale, who reminds us, I know, that we're looking for empirical evidence. Just a little bit. Not a lot. But what we get normally is attacks on science. And so I feel bad. That was my general vibe. I almost felt like, I came in spicy. I was probably the spiciest one of the debate, which is very odd. I had done, I had looked up. I almost felt like I started out underprepared, then overprepared. Now I feel like maybe I should. It's a Goldilocks thing. Because I didn't know about her. I looked, she, like I said, she's gotten a lot of flack. But, the thing is that she probably is good at her data taking, and her specific field is in microtubules and neurodegeneracy. She's kind of studying topics in old timers and dementia, and so she probably is doing good data there. And so I'm gonna lay my nose on the line because of all the things that I could. I mean, but I just think, when you're not in the debate community, and welcome Taylor, these talking points probably sound good in an isolated chamber, right, and sometimes probably even sound good from these fancier apologists. But it's different when it's almost muscle memory. You try. I pride myself. And, we all fail when we get a little hyped on people. but of trying to listen to people and not just give stock answers like you're giving, like a Darth Dawkins.
Like from a drop-down menu.
And let me
like
tell
you're reading
you,
a script. Yeah.
and I'll tell you why that guy annoys everyone. I've been thinking about presuppositionalists a lot. I can't help it. Why they annoy the absolute crap out of it, including, and I've seen, at least from a few polls, why they annoy like even good segments of theists, of Christians. Why, like, when put together, I think on Pine Creek, he was like between a regular creationist and a presup, and they just have this attitude. And I'll tell you what that is, folks. It's being a lawyer. And I'll tell you what I have been talked to and learned from experience from a coach is that they say that a lawyer, when you're actually talking with them, it's not going to feel, if you're doing it correctly, like a normal conversation. Like two people are dialoguing and they're both getting good information and actually having a better exchange that you come out. Because what they want to do is they want to hammer home specific questions.
Their
and
points.
Then what they want to do is they want to take whatever your answer is and they want to
try to use it against you or
twist
it and see what they can make out of it. I would say they're almost like a sovereign, like a wannabe sovereign citizen lawyer who just knows a lot of terminology but doesn't really have an in-depth understanding of how the law works.
And the other thing, and I would 100% agree. And then the other thing is that when you are talking with a lawyer, especially in a deposition, you're not the one answering questions. You really can't answer questions. You're there to answer. And so I would just love, please, and this would be Tom Rabbit, if you are just out there somewhere, or anyone who does Darth Dawkins, I should probably do it. Just do it myself because I had good new graphic design. I need a counter. Just how many questions he gets, how many questions the other person gets, and if you get 10-1. I would be impressed. If you get 5-1, maybe you're in a formal debate. If you get 1-1, you're probably his mom. That's why no one likes you guys. I'm sending love out to you. You can change. That's right.
Come on, put the internet away, Gary. You can scream at the atheists later.
Exactly.
Darth Dawkins, a man in his looks like 60s, living in his mom's basement.
Life happens, but I love the high horses that, once again.
But hey, he gets to go on the internet and scream at atheists.
Well, and he pries on people who don't know his shtick. Like, people like Tom Rabbit. Oh my. People like Shannon Q. Oh my goddess. He's terrified of. Because even Randolph, because of how nice he is.
T-Jump has blown him up a couple times.
Because if you know his shtick and it doesn't, and I would say T-Jump is good at picking apart philosophical word salad, not tearing apart philosophy, just apologist. But yes, sending love to all of our non-believers and the kitty. Her nails. Oh, she viewed. Is that so? Are you sure? Okay. If you say so, I mean, I can't argue with that.
You would lose.
I would. Look, some debates, I think I can go toe-to-toe. With that kind of rhetoric, I'm not sure I can. But Exactly. What's wrong? But sending love to Dale, and also sending love to Dave Gar, which now means the world to us. And
Penelope can
reminds
be your
us,
prop for him.
That's right. Oh my, she's about to be a prop for everyone. Oh my god. But, woo! It's so funny. She and they tell me they're not conscious, or I get this from creationists sometimes.
Not
but
sentient.
it's at the point. I think it's because she's a younger cat. It must be the Gen Z cats. But she tries to paw at the screen, at the mouse, and so I don't know. Need to make a cat game. And also,
thank you, Dave Gar.
sending love
We got Dave Gar in the house too.
Dave Gar and Scott Duke. Speaking of cats,
thank you, Scott.
Oh, why can't I can't tell if it's probably I lost sound. Give me. Give me 1 second. You guys can probably hear me, but now I've either lost James, and I assume it happened. Hi, baby girl.
You guys hear us? Type something if you can't hear us.
You guys hear me, but I can't hear James. I think I lost my sound. Yeah, I'm clicking a video. I feel bad for you guys. Just give me 1 second to figure out why nothing's coming through.
Yeah, they can hear both of us. It must have been the cat.
I know you guys can hear me, but I can't hear James, and I wouldn't be able to hear you guys once you guys join. All right. What I'm going to do is I am going to just send love out to the bunch of next Patreons, and then we are going to hand it off to James for his opening statement. So, we are also sending love to Regos. And you guys tell me if you guys can hear me. Sending so much love to Disciple Day, who says, get some new sound equipment. I think that is a very good idea. We are sending so much love, Disciple Day. And give me 1 second. Ah, I got it.
You got it?
We're back.
Did the cat hit something?
They must have, but we
That's what they're saying in chat.
Yeah, but they're.
But thank you, Disciple Day.
They're the sweetest baby girl in the world, and so I'm okay with that. But we are all good. Thank you, all of you. And I really do. I just want to send love to Disciple Day one more time for some new sound equipment.
Appreciate it.
Sending so much love. Dun, 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 dun. He's like, excuse me, if you fixed it, I'm gonna need that cash back. What's that take so much love, disciple day?
Oh, have you seen the refund department? Where's the refund department, Amy?
And once again, this is
the baseball bat of
refund
kindness.
Department. We can't help it, okay? If
God's
you have any
baseball bat of
complaints,
kindness.
this is just how Yahweh handles things. Yeah, that's what Randolph says. The baseball bat of kindness.
He loves you so much, he's going to kill you.
Exactly. The Georgie quote, which is now listen, if you don't believe in him, he will burn you and torment you and torture you, and it will last forever, and you will be screaming and howling in a lake of fire of the damned, and you will forever know his name as you hear your parents and every horror and abomination around you. But he loves you. Yeah. No. But sending love to Scott Duke. Who,
Scott.
if you don't believe that they are conscious creatures, that truly is on you. I don't understand it. Is it looking down on them? Is it because it always is followed with some kind of disgust? How could you compare us to a monkey? Oh, were your ancestors monkeys? Oh, that's why by atheists.
Are you related to a mosquito?
Bzz, bzz, bzz. That's a bee, but poke. There we go.
Yeah.
Have to be specific. But also sending love to readers, reminding us we have a Skeptic Bible study. And yeah, I mean, we've done 60 plus Bible studies, and it's probably going to be in our foreseeable future. And so we're doing it chapter, word by word. You know, for the most part, we may put the wrong philosophy in the other syllable, but we have fun. Sending love, Rechos, and also sending love. I saw her out there. The fabulous, wonderful, sexy Rachel Hunt.
Thanks, Rachel.
Reminding us, oh my
God,
a God would never have you take slaves from the nations around you. That would seem, I don't know, that objective morality just seems to go out the window.
No, it's objectively moral.
It's objectively moral. Once again.
Divine command theory. Where's Nick Suter?
Well, he was unfortunately on. That feels bad. Nick does great content, but it's
he's stepping on our toes, not the other way around.
Well, no, it's just when I've seen him do content on Ukraine recently, and I've seen him do content on the school shooting. So I love what he's doing. He does great coverage, but the news, let me tell you, it's not always a bag of rainbows. Yeah. But it's important. That's why I stay current. You should stay active and you should vote. Ladies and gentlemen, please. It's the only thing I implore you. Also, I saw None of Your Business also congratulating me. Thank you so very much. I think I'm going to post photos in a day or so. I just graduated. I got my Master's of Information Systems. That's right. It was pretty fun. Well, about 2 hours long. They broke it up into 2 departments, which I thought was wise. You know, you had the so how many people were there? Because I guess it would have been 4 hours if you did. They had the College of Technology, and I'm trying to think, health, I believe, yes, because it was nurses, which was cool. The coolest thing of the night was watching people become doctors and hearing them, like, the announcer is the first person calling them a doctor as a doctor, which was really cool. So that was really fun. And then the other one, I think, was education and business on the other side. So that was cool. And yeah. And spoiler, because I can't help myself, I'll be on that side next semester. Coming soon. But I'll send pictures. And sending love. That's right. To Rachel Holland and Senator Cato reminding us. Just natural camouflage. Bum, 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 reminding us that the church and state is kind of one of the most important things to us, and should be you too, whether you're atheist or theist, because chances are it won't be your religion. Who funds you, Amy? That is a great question. Welcome, Bubblegum Gun. Who funds us are our Patreons and Super Chats right here, and soon to be channel membership, because the emojis are done. The icons or badges are done. And that is going to be up along with our 1K party. It's on Amy time, of course. But
yeah.
wait,
are we also NASA shills?
That's true. We are also, well, not only that, but I get a check specifically from Soros and the lizard people.
For George Soros, yeah.
So all 3 of those groups, my supporters, NASA and lizards.
Soros.
Look, it's pushing liberal policies that are
who funds us like we're a high-tech operation here. I mean, we're not like we're a media empire. We're a very small budget at this point, but we do have
Dave
goals.
Dave Ike is on to us. Damn it. I knew it. What? I still, and I think James assures me that, you know, had someone, I believe a frequent flyer of theists here, asked if or told us that Ashkenazi came back 25% lizard, which, I mean, I can't tell if that's evolution. It's either way, it's interesting. Either you're telling me another species of sentient life, or even an introspective, to take my own model, has evolved to the point of us that we've made it, or aliens exist and somehow have also made it. I mean, so either way,
they interbred with humans, and you're one of the hybrid thing.
Yes, this is why I should be a superhero. I believe that's how it works, right?
Yeah.
College tuition isn't. Oh no! Let me tell you, no, it is not. But hey,
you ever heard of them?
And the fun thing is, I like basically not only all of the degrees, but all of them I've been using kind of to put back into the channel. Interestingly enough, it is a unique some of the stuff. So who knew that pre-production and post-production would be so valuable? But
Thought you were
sending
going to
love.
say pre-tribulation, post-tribulation rapture. Yeah, I think thought you were going to go there.
No, a Trinity makes no sense to me. I try to wrap my head around it. It's why specifically Muslims sit there and just bash on Christianity and just love to talk about the Trinity and how stupid it is. Congratulations.
But talking ants is totally makes sense. It's not
Yeah,
stupid.
exactly. I've
The
never
Brooka,
found,
no, that makes total sense. It's not
and can I
anything
tell
that.
you,
Yeah.
every time that I bring up talking ants, none of them defend it. And not only that, but they always start to just deny science in general. They're always like, well, then how do we know we even went to the moon? It's like, can you just answer talking ants? Please stop saying that I get hearsay, because there are reflectors on the moon. There are footprints on the moon.
Yeah.
There was radiation that we detected from the astronauts that came from outer space. Also, that's what he or she said. But also sending love to Jamie Russell. Woo! Boom,
Thanks,
boom, boom,
Jamie.
boom.
God
Who
did it.
has a very simple answer. God did it. Woohoo! Uh, I would say probably not. But we want to get to that. That's what we're trying to find out tonight. Is is there scientific evidence for a God? And spoiler alert, we haven't found any.
I'm sure they brought some to the debate, though.
Speaking of which,
Lil Peepee would not show up empty-handed to a debate.
He was, and once again, I thought he was going to be much spicier. I didn't know how Taylor was going to be, and so I was ready for flames, and it was more of a mild discussion. I really, though, she'll get used to it. Sending love to you, Taylor, out there. I know the comment section isn't treating you so wonderfully, but some of those
Thanks,
arguments
Aaron.
have been used. Oh, woohoo! Sending so much love, Aaron.
One of your kinfolk.
It's true. As a lizard person, sending love and support to Amy and James. Fine. It's just good to know that we have support from our fellow lizard people. It is hard
The reptile
controlling
community is
the world.
very, very generous.
Exactly. And we are currently at war with squirrels. This has been a back and forth for 1,000 years now, but we do what we can, people. We do what we can.
Pick your battles.
Exactly. You pick your battles, but not with squirrels. But yes, sending love.
Or honey badgers.
Just no, don't fuck with honey badger. But also sending love. We saw her out there. She is the queen of production, and I mean, Tangang is connecting atheism. Atheists. They're normalizing atheism. Why aren't you checking out Jenna and all of the fantastic atheists out there? Yeah. We tend to be the late night janitors, though we're trying to shake it up
The cleanup
and do night shows. But we love our naughty words. Oh my! But sending love, Jenna. Though I've been told, I've taken a lot of comedy. I guess workshops, classes, and one of them specifically said he loved my stuff, and he's just like the curse words, and so I kind of manage with the curse words because I think a curse word it alleviates pressure, and so that's the same thing that a joke does, and so you manage. With both of those. You can be very risque because I go back and forth. I can have a very big potty mouth, and sometimes I don't say anything that I would say would get monitored, and yet, oh my, the creationists do not have a good time. But I love you. I love you, creationists. And we love Jenna, and we love James Wolfe, who, even though we are skeptic and ranting, it is going to become a midnight ranting. It is definitely sending love to James Wolfe. We saw him out there. And you know, as it gets closer to midnight, I do kind of become more like Carrot Top.
More you evolve.
That's right. I evolve.
No
And you know the funny thing?
Really have a
I
schedule,
swear,
unfortunately.
creationists want it to be like Pokemon. They're like, an animal doesn't evolve into just another animal between my eyes. Yeah, it's not an anime. You're right. Correct. That's not how life works. I don't know what else to say.
If you want to just bury your head in the sand and pretend that we don't know what we know, you're welcome to do that. But don't say you have good reasons for it.
Don't say it's science either.
Yeah.
But sending love, James Wolfe. And sending love, I have it back here. I might pick a color. It's glowing right now. But sending love to Matt Deeg, I can't help but get a new prop. I'm going to showcase it at least for the first time. It's just like the Men in Black. I have a galaxy, and let me just pick a color so we can. So sending love, Matt Deeg, and sending love to all sentient life in the galaxy.
No. Florida. I'm the Florida man.
Florida man. Oh man, I forget who has this joke, but you know, there's no good article that starts with Florida man.
No, close, Jamie, close.
But the funny thing is, and you know, a lot of Jews, you know, they have a love-hate relationship with Florida. It's the warm weather. And let me tell you, as someone cold and an ex-Jew, oh man, I can't help it. I kind of appreciate it. I just feel at home in Florida,
Boca's only a half hour
California.
down south. You'd be right at home.
Warm weather. I in fact, my
Lenox,
going
Alabama.
joke,
What about Lenox, Alabama?
Well, let me tell you, in the capital, I could exist in any state, but the more rural, though I've lived in rural, and the funny thing is, I feel very safe almost anywhere I go, maybe naively so, and that's not an open invitation. It's just because well, first of all, I'll just send out the obvious, which I'm a big fan of jiu-jitsu. And continue to support it in that I think it is a great thing for men and women because it uses leverage of your opponent against them. So doesn't matter how strong or thin you are. That, you know, I'm a big proponent of also taking, what's it called? Because I think about debates in the future I want to go to, and this will sound crazy right now, but I want to go to the Middle East. So I am also a big fan of self-defense.
Well, look who showed up. Hey, Nick.
Though I take, though I'm not gonna. Oh man, they're not to get into politics. I just mean that in a moderate sense towards defending myself and in future countries for that. And then I'm a goober in I just love everybody. It's just which sometimes I swear, if you are this big tough guy, I'm just like, hey, how are you? On the bus, and they're like, whoa, okay, I will be over here now. Like, why? We can talk. We can have a good time. So I am sending love to all atheists and theists out there. I am. I really am. Like, they could sell me in a dollar store under the candy section. I really am. It would be ex-jujitsu. Listen.
She could make it up.
Jiu-jitsu-ish. Amy, if you go to the Middle East, no one will see you because you will be in a burqa. So, I would probably go with many of the rules. It depends on the country too. Number one, I have hijabs are you can see most of your face. Like if you're not wearing a mask, a hijab is just a scarf. I think any mandatory clothing by a god is downright silly. I'm just putting that on the table. Jewish, Muslim, Christian, because the Pope, all that shit. It's all silly.
The Mormon underwear is silly.
But nonetheless, I have no problem at all wearing that, a burqa, whatever it takes. Because let me tell you, folks, and I often get criticized because they will say, you guys and gals are nothing but evangelical atheists. You're right. Because, listen, it is a battleground of ideas. And it is their ideas in each of their different religions and their different denominations, and it is skepticism. Disciple days and none of that. Oh my goodness, have to run. Have fun tonight. Hope to come back
We'll be here
so I can be part of the full discussions. Woo! Sending so much love. Exactly. 15 feet. Oh, full 15 feet. Oh, we've both debated this way. Which is another. I find that his view is only popular on certain things on the YouTubes. But look, if Answers in Genesis is telling you to stop using a lot of your apologetics, maybe you should stop using a lot of your apologetics. But yes. That was Matt. Sending love to Matt. Sending love to all of our Patreons. Sending love to all of the people in chat, our mods, and of course viewers like you. And all right. Thank you. What we are going to do is have our opening statements, and then we are going to play the opposition viewpoint for their opening statements, and then we're going to open it up, ladies and gentlemen. So with that,
let's do it.
Oh my. Does science give evidence for God? Currently, no. That could change if anyone provides us with some sort of methodology for which we could test a deity. However, we currently have no good scientific evidence to believe that someone created us, the universe, or any known law of physics. By science, I don't mean the body of knowledge either. It's true that science is what has changed our world. The technology we have today, like our computers, cell phones, and vaccines, all come from scientific means. However, science is actually more of a process. The process of writing down a hypothesis, figuring out a way to test said hypothesis, recording the results, and then submitting those results for peer review. Specifically, with the same tools that we use to get those results. This rigorous process, like a double-blind study for medication, helps rule out bias as conscious, subjective agents, which, once again, is not something we can currently do with anything supernatural, including one or many or any gods. Thus, does science give good evidence for God? Well, no. Currently, there is no good scientific evidence that would point in that direction of this being existing. We're always open to having our mind changed. However, it wouldn't come from a syllogism. It would have to be empirical evidence that everyone could test out for themselves, including experts in the field. Because that's what makes religion different. That's what makes religion different from science. Chances are, if we were to re-roll the dice of human history, religions, each with their own respective god or goddesses, would pop up with completely different attributes, laws, and commands. Though with science, you could burn every book, but sooner or later, scientists would rediscover every one of the same facts. Thank you. Woohoo! And all right, before we have James evolve into a good time, we are sending love out there to Wildheart. Woohoo! Saying Amy Newman and who's that? James W. Rock. Woohoo!
Thank you, Wildheart.
Thank you so very much, Wildheart. We are sending that love right back to you. And you should go check out Wild Heart's channel. He does many fantastic open mics, and many of which I continue and will continue to sing on. I like karaoke, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes, look, I like counter apologetics. I will even do counter apologetics on his channel. I just also like karaoke. Thanks so much, Love Wild Heart.
Thanks, Wild.
And all right, we're going to hand it over to James, give the opposition view and the open mic. What is up, James W? We are Skeptic and Ranting, and we're evolving into a good time. What'd you think of the debate, the subject, the whole shenanigans tonight?
Well, I think we'll get into that as we watch the preview and then get into the open discussion. So I'm going to temper most of my remarks until then. But I thought you did very well in the debate. I don't think you came across as too aggressive or anything like that. I think there is, and I've said this before, that a lot of times we're put in the position where the theists, they can come with these wonderful stories of their heartfelt beliefs and their convictions in their hearts, and we just have to be the ones to coldly and calculatedly say why none of that is real, why it's all a delusion, it's not real. No matter how much you think you know your God, you really know him. He doesn't exist. You just want him to exist. It's kind of like going and telling a young child who still believes in Santa Claus, like, by the way, Santa's not real, and just spoiling all their fun. But it is the position that we find ourselves in. It is what it is. Sometimes we're going to come across as a little harsh, a little cantankerous, but it is necessary. These theists, they come to debates, they come to our channel. We have to treat them like they're adults. They are adults, most of them. And if they can't handle the heat, get out of the kitchen. But yeah, let's open up the opposition. I think we're going to have a lot to say about this clip as it goes by. So.
And all right. With that, we are going to start the fun, or rather, the opposing view, where we are watching a video from Modern Day Debate called Amy and Leo vs Maddox and Tayler. Does science give evidence for God? And tonight we are just listening to their opening statements, and then we're opening up the open mic. So with that, we are going to hand it over and refresh everyone's memory.
No sound? I'm hearing sound. It's just very low. It's probably your speaker.
I don't know. I think it might be the video. I'm not sure. I could download it and play it manually. Is it no sound or low sound?
I was hearing a very faint sound before, but I don't know if that's just your speaker picking it up.
I don't think so. Well,
what's the sound on the Windows set? It looks like it's on low, but oh, it's on high. Yeah, I pulled up the debate on my end, and the sound sounds fine. Are you just not sharing it with audio?
No. It's sharing with. I have the button clicked.
Oh.
But let's see. I am downloading it, and I could try. I'll try. Give me 1 second. I will try. I'm using Firefox right now. I'm going to instead. All
right, we'll see you a while. We'll be here for a while.
That did not. Okay, here we go. We are just gonna tell me if. I
heard some sound on that one.
There we go. All right, you know what? Different browser work better. So, looks like YouTube is much louder on Chrome right now than my Firefox for some reason. Check my mixer. No, my mixer is fine. Oh well. All right, we're gonna.
It's a little low, but
I'm gonna do a reintro tonight. We are. It's still very quiet.
It was a little low.
Hold on 1 second. I'm going to. This is the loudest it's going to be. I'm downloading it, but I think this is better. Let's try it for a sec.
Evidence for God, and we were starting.
Okay, that's good.
Now.
Yeah.
All right. Then here we go. A reset as we evolve. Thus, we are going to move into the opposition viewpoint, or rather a video from modern day debate of Amy and Leo versus Maddox and Tayler, specifically their opening statements, so that everybody can be on page, have a refresher, but then we're jumping into the open mic.
Tonight we were debating whether or not science gives evidence for God, and we were starting now with the theist team's opening statement. Thanks so much for being with us. Maddox and Tayler, the floor is all yours.
Well, thanks so much, James. James, appreciate you setting this up tonight. And tonight we're going to be discussing the topic of, is there scientific evidence to support the existence of God? And by that, I mean an agent, the necessity of which is supported by the evidence. We're not here to argue for a specific religion. Obviously, if it is not rational to conclude the former, then by default, the latter is not
then they
reasonable
need
on its
to prove
and the
miracles.
entire discussion would be an utter waste of time. Now, here in a few moments, my partner is going to be presenting a variety of pieces of evidence, and the fact she's currently working on her PhD in one of my favorite topics, cellular biology, is one of the primary reasons I decided to accept this debate. And in our preparation for tonight's discussion, she was rather surprised by some of the things I mentioned being so often dismissed, rejected, or claimed to be false by previous opponents. So as you listen to her arguments and later on the supposed rebuttals potentially from our opponents, remember, these are things she works on and with on a daily basis.
I find that hard to believe.
You truly have an open mind and are not watching solely to hear your side's talking points and not actually engage in rational analysis of them, then consider the following. If, in all other known and observed cases of the types of evidence presented, the necessity of a preceding intelligent agent for their existence is the rational, indeed the logical, plausible, and probable conclusion, especially when viewed as a conglomerate of evidence, then why would the same not apply in relation to the requirements for our existence? Either we have the intellectual capacity to reach sound conclusions, or we do not. Either we have the ability to determine what is sound, or we do not. However, if you want to always cling to the position that there is always some other possible explanation, therefore we can reject the conclusion staring us in the face, well, you always have the privilege to do so, but it doesn't make you right, and more importantly, it doesn't make your opponents and people who disagree with you wrong. Now, I'm going to turn everything over to my partner, and I hope everyone listening will pay very close attention to what she has to say, the arguments that are put forth, and ultimately the rational conclusions that can be derived from them.
Let me just say, I don't know if who set this debate up, if if this is Taylor, if she contacted James and she wanted to do the debate, and James suggested a partner because it's an experienced debater, that's fine. But if this is a debate Maddox set up, I have to say, if that's the case, he's reached a new low by putting this woman out almost as cannon fodder for this debate, because she's going to make so many arguments that he himself would probably be too embarrassed to make, but he's just going to let her parrot all these ridiculous intelligent design talking points out. And they're some of the worst. They're some of the worst that we have dealt with.
Also sending love to Leo Vs out there in chat. He was a fantastic debate partner.
He did very well, yeah.
And I thought it was a fun debate. Once again, I don't think that, spoiler alert, that we are going to hear any great evidence for God. But as you have just heard, John is about to hand it over to Taylor. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get some. We're about to convert.
Hats on. The shit is about to fly.
Taylor, the floor is yours.
All right, so I'm gonna.
And can I just say, I felt, and looking back, hindsight is 2020, but her PowerPoint, it wasn't showing up. I felt bad, but I have this. You have a pressure not to talk during someone's time, and then you have a pressure to tell them that it's not working. I probably should have gave in to the other pressure. I probably should have been like, yo, gal, it's not working. Like, but I mean, she still got her points across. And let me tell you, I don't think it
would have helped much.
But yeah, sending love, Taylor. I feel bad anyway.
Green.
Maybe it didn't show up on your end. The PowerPoint.
Okay, so today we're going to be debating does science give evidence for God?
I don't know.
And I'm going to be
I
arguing
think what
it
happened,
does.
she may have been clicking like her going through her slides, but she wasn't in presentation mode.
You're right.
It may have been another window, so she may have to, if you all, she may have tabbed to it, or you gotta find the other window. But it could have been that. I feel like that would have been an easy mistake. I would have done the same thing, but I don't know.
Right off the bat, a fine-tuning argument.
I know. We're going back to
deep dive into the creationist BS.
And I will say, she got this off the latest GeoCities website. So please.
Angel Fire?
Exactly. Angel Fire, the top ones.
Alta Vista.
Pursuit of which, and that is supposed to be unbiased, and there's supposed to be evidences and mathematical equations supporting.
Oh, we have so much math.
Your explanation is for certain things in nature. So we have always wondered, where did we come from and how did we get here?
Our parents.
And so there's many different areas of science to answer this question.
I say that easily now, but I get why thousands of years ago, even though a lot of our ancestors actually did know where we came from. But I understand why some of our ancestors, or good portions of different periods in time, did not. But now we know most of those questions. And I know that they keep on wanting to go further back, because you can always ask, well, why? Well, why? Well, why? Well, why? Yeah. If you have ever met a toddler or anyone in Philosophy 101 course, we get it. That you can and should ask why questions, but that's not science.
You're going to reach a point where you don't get answers.
Well, exactly.
You just have to live with it.
Well, who made you? Well, our parents. Well, who made them? Their parents. Oh, well, who made them? Well, a line of animals that had parents. Oh yeah, well, who made them? Well, at original point, they were single-celled organisms. Okay, well, who made them? Well, that was abiogenesis, and that was the. Okay, well, who made them? Well, we
How
had
did
to
the
have,
chemicals get together?
chemicals bond from stars. Well, who made the stars? Well, we had to go back to the Big Bang. Well, who made that? Well, furthest back we can go is Planck time. Well, what's before that?
We don't know.
Don't know.
And,
But
I mean, and they have the exact same questions on their side. They just pull out the God flag and say, "There you go. That's our answer. God."
Sunflower, you say that. It's okay. Does that mean they're good or bad? Because I like yaoi. I think yaoi's hot. I like it when guys make out, or girls, or guy and girl. Oh man, is it good being bisexual? What are we talking about again? It's just Sunflower. I love you. Come on. I'm sending it back. I can't. I can't even send anything but
Letting
love.
me give you a hug.
But okay, we're getting back into it, and then we're opening the open mic. The floodgates will be opened.
My specialty is cell biology, but there's also physics, chemistry, theology, and philosophy. So interestingly, philosophy and theology are not discounted from being scientific arguments.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. They're not scientific.
So the biggest questions have yet to be answered by science. The general public tends
I love that claim because I don't know how to say this, but that's why they're the biggest questions. And when we solve them, the new biggest questions, it'll still be science, but that's the point. Also,
well, the thing is
the God of the gaps.
This is all God of the gaps. It's just pulling an answer out of thin air, and that answer is God. But that's what humans have always done for things that we didn't have answers for, including the beginning of the universe. Yes, Sunflower. That's just where you guys are pushed, the wall you guys are pushed up against right now.
But see, here's the thing. When we ask for a what, I mean, I did this all debate. I feel bad, but I have to drill it like a lawyer. How did God do it? I don't care. Like, saying God did it, once again, is like saying the universe did it. How did life come about? Universe made it. Oh, okay. How did stars come about? Universe did it.
Well,
oh, cool. How did black holes form? Universe did it. Okay, that's cool. After you say God, just replace God. How?
I think that argumentation is useful only for showing that the standard by which they judge a God claim versus a claim that science makes, like they're just for the God claim, they don't have to know how God did it. They don't care. He just did it somehow. But if we say, well, we don't know exactly how life arose, we don't exactly know exactly how it happened, but we know that it happened because we're here, they say, well, we want to know exactly how did it happen exactly.
Well, they want a different standard. They want to know, they want us to explain how it happened, but they will not explain any of the hows.
Morality is not that bizarre or perplexing. It really is not anything that would give evolution any bit of trouble. Yeah.
But we're going back into it.
To believe that scientists have it all figured out, which is a large misconception. Many of the biggest questions of the universe and how we got here, including how life arose, have yet to be answered.
In fact, that's kind of the point. When you learn things, that often just opens up 2 more questions. But that is science.
Look at this ridiculous equation, or like probability on the bottom. How do you know the probability of a low state of entropy in the universe? How many universes have you compared this to? Maybe this is the only way it could happen. We don't have a large sample size. We're only working with one.
Well, as someone asked, it might have been Mark, it might have been someone else. Like, how many other universes have you studied? The answer is none.
We don't know that other universes exist. It's just a hypothesis at this point. So that equation, all that stuff on the bottom is totally meaningless.
And in many cases, there is not even a working theory. And there are scientific explanations for these things that defy other science, making it non-scientific.
No, they don't.
And
No, they don't.
Some of these things arising naturally, like life or the universe, the chances are just so astronomically low.
No, they're not.
You can almost.
It's 100% chance.
I was gonna say
100% chance. Yeah.
As even being a working theory. So, for example, as we learn more about science, the questions and the answers are actually
learn more about science
harder. So, how did we get here? For example, abiogenesis. That was a theory of how life arose.
And I knew. I feel bad. Like I didn't. I don't have to create prophecy to know that they're going to attack abiogenesis, that they're going to attack the Big Bang, that they are going to attack basically modern science. It's
funny, like in any debate, like right after you do the first thing John Maddox says is that, I predicted that they would say that. He always goes back and makes that reductive, I predicted they would say that. Of course you did, John.
At this point, we thought that cells were just balls of jelly, but now that we know that cells
have another
very
weird point that people brought up. She just goes on about jelly.
And it's an intelligent design talking point that, when Darwin, when in his age, we just thought the cell was just a blob, that we didn't know how complicated it is. So now we know it could never evolve or come into being through purely natural process. It's too irreduced complex.
Yeah, to watch on a sea of watches and a world of watches on a watch.
Machinery. The questions of how life arose naturally without any divine intervention are becoming harder and harder to answer.
No,
I love that because once again, if you explain how, I hate to keep on drilling down on that like a nail. Divine intervention? Oh, you mean magic? And they don't defend the actual. There will be no divine intervention claims here, but they kind of just gloss over that.
And then, so the universe, how did it get created?
Not created.
About the universe, such as dark matter and dark energy.
Poisoning the well.
Not created. Yeah.
Energy. We learn. We look at the universe and see that it's actually speeding up, suggesting that this dark energy must be present, and that most of our universe actually consists of this dark matter and dark energy that we can't even observe. The mathematics are basically.
Well, I don't know that we can't observe it. I mean, we see the effect that it has.
The further away from the answers that we're getting by only using scientific explanations.
No.
So abiogenesis is the theory of how life arose.
But see, it's not 100%. But there were good. Well, the fact that yes, it was 1 out of 1. But not only that, but the environment was good for life to be here. Like it wasn't like we evolved in around a black hole. We are within the Goldilocks zone of our sun. We have liquid water and carbon, which is able to not freeze or burn to death. This is also the most chemically volatile. Well,
we are here. We do exist, and so our existence is 1-to-1. You can run in and say it was God, but that's called a baseless assertion. You're not basing that on anything except the fact that you really want it to be that way. You really want it to be divine.
Yeah.
Abiogenesis is basically a theory where the chemical components of life
a hypothesis, but this is why I question her scientific bona fides, because she just uses a lot that people who have degrees in science would not use terms in this way.
Together to form a living cell, And as I mentioned, this theory was created whenever we thought that cells were very simplistic balls of jelly, but now we know that they have extremely advanced machinery, some of the machinery being more advanced than, say, rocket ships. And some of the
pause it. If you guys hear, that is a recycled Kent Hovind talking point, except she just inserted rocket ships instead of space shuttle. She modernized it a little bit because maybe the space shuttle is not a good example because one, we don't use them anymore, and two, I think half of them blew up. So maybe that's not the best example, but okay, rocket ships. They're as complicated as rocket ships, but nobody's saying that the first cells, the first origins of life, would have been anywhere near as complex as modern cells that have been evolving for over 1 billion years.
That us humans are trying to mimic it for our everyday technology. And it's just better machinery that we can even create using technology.
Really?
So the general theory of abiogenesis, though there is not a unified theory because all of
Another thing that they go on about is that the genetics is a code, which I believe I can accept it as because a code is just a set of instructions. And so the DNA is just following a set of chemical instructions. Creationists hate the word chemical, so instructions, but there's no conscious mind. And so they never finish their conclusion, which is, where did God come in? Did he create it? And once again, how?
Well, I mean, I don't care how complicated the cell is. That's irrelevant. What inside the cell is violating physics or chemistry? What? Nothing. Everything in the cell.
It was so difficult for it to evolve.
Everything happening in a cell is the same thing that's happening outside the cell. It's the same thing happening everywhere else in the universe. In fact, it's the only thing we've ever seen happen anywhere. Matter and energy obeying the laws of physics. That's it. What's happening in a cell is the only thing that can happen in a cell, because nothing else could happen, because otherwise you would need different laws of physics.
It's not like the DNA can change it either. It's not like it's trying to be like, should I change Johnny's hair? No. They have no choice.
Reaction. It's all chemistry.
Have significant problems. No matter what theory that I mentioned, whether it be panspermia from another planet or life arising here from chemical components, they all have significant gaps in them. But on the screen right here is how lightning was used to create these basic Earth components.
Kill Doggy is like, leave him alone, Taylor. Leave scientists alone.
I mean, I have to say, Taylor, she seems like a perfectly pleasant woman, and I'm sure that she is smart in her field, but she's in way over her head in terms of
once again,
this type of debate.
I feel bad because, like, pre-show debate, I feel like I was very nice to her. And, I can't not challenge all of these arguments. I don't know. There's no nice way sometimes.
She's making
I try to be
absurd arguments, and we have to be that guy telling the child Santa's not real.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
And, comedians often get charged with, we are the face of death, as much as we make people laugh. It is the same with atheists. Sometimes you have to just let them accept there is no afterlife. Don't know what to tell you. I don't even know. I mean, to be honest with you, you weren't promised a first life. So, I mean, enjoy this one.
No one's promised another day.
Exactly. Every day above ground. A good day. Beamsy says, sent you the same link I sent James W. Look at the credentials before LSU. Uh-oh. Beamsy's taking pot shots.
Oh, I think she went to some type of Catholic institution.
Didn't someone say, though, that the Catholics, it was she's taking some Protestant evangelical views, even though she is at a Catholic, because the Catholics accept for how much they basically pass around their priest like it's SeaWorld. Thank you, Bill Burr. They generally accept evolution and the age of the earth, and
probably 75% of them, but there are some who, are contrarian and hold to like the young earth position on it. There's a few.
Got to be avant-garde. That's why I have a lip ring.
And that basically made some type of primordial soup, which components came together to form life. So these
what's primordial soup, Amy?
That we're saying were formed on the early Earth. We're about.
The funny thing is they have like PR campaigns. They sit there and they're like, look, the scientists make the universe sound amazing. How can we make it sound not that? And so they're like, you're telling me that we came from rocks instead of explaining how amazing that carbon is and that it can make more chemical reactions than all other chemicals combined. As John says, it is the slut, John Stewart, of the periodic table. Or this primordial soup, the fact that we come from vents, or most likely we come from vents deep within the ocean. They somehow make that, as well as the bubbling type of atmosphere that came up in lakes and stuff. They try and say that is soup, which
I'm sorry, Beamsy, that's primordial soup, not primordial.
But once again, these are all amazing things. So they try and make it sound shitty. But we are the most amazing chemical reaction on Earth. One of the most, actually. Let me put an asterisk, because there's actually a lot of cool things going out in the universe. But we should just enjoy that we are one. And,
Say 5 atoms big, maybe an amino acid. But now we know that the cell has billions and billions of atoms working together as machinery, and not just small little 4-atom complex molecules. So the questions are becoming bigger and bigger as to how these things naturally arose. So
in what way?
To start off with abiogenesis, the materials for life
back to
do
abiogenesis
not naturally form. For example,
if
we have proteins, that's put together using amino acids. Proteins are also used to make DNA. And so then a chicken and the egg question arises, whether proteins...
No. Egg came first. I'll save you the trouble. Egg is actually a mechanism that many animals do, including birds. But...
yeah, this is not how the first cell... this is how cells work today. Nobody's saying that that's how it started. Yeah. It didn't... The original cells were not nearly as complex as they are today, and how would you have a cell? You need a cell to make protein, but you need proteins to make cells. Not originally.
Came first, or DNA, because DNA gives the instruction for proteins, and proteins build up DNA, none of which can naturally form because both need enzymes to put them together.
And Brian says, is Amy doing her PhD? If so, where? I was very confused looking at her. I do have to probably change. Tell me what's up about Twitter, because I probably do need to update my bio.
I don't think she's doing... oh, your PhD?
I do Twitter.
Or is he talking about Taylor?
Not. Oh.
I don't know if he's talking about her or you or Taylor.
Now I just realized. Well, I'm going to answer, and then you're probably right. He probably is talking about Taylor. But I would say I would like to do my PhD one day. I just got my Master's of Science in Information Systems, and next semester, because they told me I couldn't take 2 degrees, and then I did, because it turns out that you could be HR, but the tech department, speaking of coding, did not disallow me. So next semester, I get to claim my Master's of Education in Applied Technology. I am super psyched. And then eventually, because I want to go to a different school. I love Wilmington University, which is the place that I went to, which is a fantastic private nonprofit.
Oh, hey.
Because I always
Dr. Dan here.
Oh, what's up? Thank you so very much, Dr. Dan. We are listening to the opposition viewpoint. I think she's about to. She's moving into it. I know once I hear the flagellum, you will know that it hit the fan and we're coming to the
flagellar irreduced complex.
I
can't believe she mentioned
but to also answer,
flagellar.
She is a PhD doctoral student herself. Taylor is. So it might have been that.
Is she? Yeah.
Send in love, Brian.
Patriot University.
Is it Patriot University?
No, I don't believe so. It probably
I can't help myself because a lot of them do go to Liberty University, Patriot. But she could be to go into a regular accredited. Like I said, Catholics are generally okay on science. They're not good on other things, but they're generally good on that. But who knows? Like I said, America has religious problems with this. Just, I am one of the biggest. I always joke that free speech, because that comes under my politically correct terms, so I have to rearrange it. I am a proponent of speech. I think that you should have the freedom to have speech. I think that is very important. But some of these views, oh my goodness. And they fight to get them in the school. That's the other thing. They always wonder, why aren't our views taught alongside? Well, one is religion and one is science.
They're not science, yeah.
So we cannot find the natural building blocks here on Earth, and we cannot come up with a theory as to how a cell could have even arisen. The primordial soup would have been toxic. As you see on the screen, the carbonyl groups would have been destructive.
And you're not going to see her slide.
That's a Ken Hovind talking point too.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was she? I just was going to say.
Oh, about the early atmosphere, I think, would have been toxic for life. It would have destroyed the Vesuvius.
That is absolutely dumb.
That's a Ken Hovind talking
I shouldn't
point.
say that. I'm sorry. See, this is what I mean by me being mean. Because once again, and I think Leo said this in another stream, just because we're saying their points are dumb doesn't mean that we're saying they are dumb. Like, she is a smart woman. And this is just the problem of religion. This is religion on the brain. I'm sure she is going to be she is and is going to be a fantastic scientist. I wish her a lot of luck actually working on Alzheimer's and dementia, because that is something that we could really use a lot of breakthroughs in.
H2s, which are both necessary for life to form. So they would have kind of broken each other up. And then on another note, for the first cell to come about, you would have needed oxygen. Yet if oxygen was present, things would have been oxidized. And you would have needed water, but if water was
How do you know you would have needed oxygen? How does she know what the first cells would have needed?
Even an idea.
She doesn't. They just make assumptions. Yeah. They just go, oh, how hard was it? It was super hard.
How complex is it? Like, totally, like, so complex, dude.
It was like a watch. Completely a watch.
Tornado through a junkyard.
How life arose here on Earth by completely natural means. So because of this, we came up with these different theories, basically pushing back
out of the gaps.
I've seen many scientists do, pushing the question back to, it must have came from another planet. Well, that doesn't answer the question of how.
Yeah, nobody really takes that explanation seriously as panspermia.
Well, and it's funny. What happens is what they will do is they will ask certain questions. A lot of them hypotheticals. They'll get an atheist to go, "Okay, I mean, off the cuff, I'm just thinking," and then they'll record it, replay it, and they're like, "This is an atheist." Like, I have been until possibly with a few misgivings, if true, if not. I was a Lawrence Krauss fan. I am Lawrence Krauss, his work, and he has been, debunking apologists for a long time. And he wrote a book called Everything from Nothing because he was debating a lot of apologists who talked about the word nothing. And now all we have to hear about is, well, atheists come from nothing. Atheists they believe from nothing. Now, they said this before. That's why he wrote the book. But now they use his clip as evidence that we do believe that we came from nothing.
Brett Keane rolls that out every chance he gets.
And then you listen to Richard Dawkins go, oh, wow. But once again, that's just him trying to go as far down to the bottom as you can.
Like cells arose from merely chemicals.
It's true.
We get it. We don't know exactly how.
An idea of how hard a cell is to construct. We can't even construct a cell from the basic components in a lab. So and that's different from merely inserting.
How would you construct a cell?
I'm talking about constructing an entire functioning cell from the simple components. We have not been able to do that.
We can't make life.
How complex it is.
And if we could, you would just tell us that it takes a creator.
Yeah.
So this is like a heads I win, tails you lose. No.
Hear people often say, "Oh, well, if you just give it enough time, then the cell will."
Yeah.
Then the cell will naturally arise. That I would say that theory is equal to saying that if you throw a turkey leg into a pot of water, given enough time, a living turkey is going to come out, and that's
wow. So, I didn't even remember that one.
Darwin mentioned about
if you throw a turkey leg in a water, a live turkey will come out. Really? And she's a PhD student, Amy. And she thinks that's an effective, reasonable argument to make against abiogenesis.
And like I think some people have pointed out, if she's new to the debate circuit, it may be that she has never had pushback. I mean, if you don't go on the internet, you stay in your local community, maybe just you talk to your teachers and your students. I think
she would have watched a few debates, maybe.
Like I said, I feel like they brought only incredulity. We don't know the things that science are working on because I don't know definitionally it's what science is working on.
Well, they do their traditional 1-2 punch is their God of the gaps arguments, and then their arguments from incredulity, like, look, there's a gap in our knowledge. We don't understand exactly how something happened, and I think we will never understand it because I don't see how it could ever be explained by science.
Never.
That's where you're wrong.
Never would. And Pat says the oxygen question is really something that has me perplexed. There are numerous species of archaea bacteria which don't use oxygen for energy production and live in oxygen-free environments. And this was what pissed me off when she said.
How does she know you need oxygen? She doesn't know that.
Oxygen is toxic to most organisms. And what happened, or at least it was, until a massive extinction event. After plants conquered the planet as one of the first multicellular organisms, there might be eukaryotes, archaea, the fourth branch as well. But after they conquered, there was a massive extinction event. And the plants or the animals and fungi that now exist are what can live in an oxygen-rich environment. In fact, we need it. But that wasn't always the case. And it's not the case in water. Soldier, what's up, Soldier of Science? That's right. Why even try and cure the disease when you can just pray? Ricky Gervais, who I quoted often and in my opening, basically, he has a new special out right now. First of all, shout out to Ricky. Go check out his new special. But he also brings up the point. He's like, listen, when people say, my nan is going through cancer, and they say, I'll pray for you, I just go, oh, okay, thank you. Because I know that they just mean well. But if they go, and you can have that because currently chemotherapy is going on in the background. But if you were to say, all right, well, we have prayers now, we're going to turn off the chemotherapy.
Which one do you think is going to be more effective?
Yeah, well, we're just going to stick with the first one. So, but thank you. Because one of them actually is going to attack the cancer.
One might actually help.
Yes. And unfortunately attacks all of our cells. But you try and target it, and while we... use scientific means to maintain homeostasis.
Darwin, who created this theory, when we thought cells were balls of jelly, said that if we find irreducible complexity in cells, then
no, he did not say that. No, Darwin did not say that.
I'm not really going to be arguing evolution today, but I am.
No, in fact, Darwin, in fact, pointed out how something like the eye that they are going to say is irreducibly complex, he specifically pointed out how it could have evolved step by step.
Also, can we just point out that she just spent like all this time attacking evolution, and then she's like, but I'm not going to talk about it. At a certain point, I'm pretty sure she's like, well, who brought up God? And we're like, the topic. That is the
It's just no, Darwin did not say, oh, if we find irreducible complexity was not rolled out until like the late 90s as a new way to try to make it sound scientific. It got completely shredded in court. It's a thoroughly debunked intelligent design argument that most of them don't even use anymore, except maybe in their own circles, but like outside of Otangelo and Ken Hovind, I don't know of anybody else who makes that argument on a regular basis in debate.
That's right. Saffron, we have SpongeBob magic right here. He evolved very carefully. I love sponges.
Oh, where's your hammer? There you go. Hammer time.
Oh, now if only I could get whacked off. With a hammer. The hammer, ladies and gentlemen. You karyotic. Oh my. That's right, baby. What's up, Dave Gar? Sending love.
Arguing abiogenesis. So
we have
ladies
and gentlemen, keep drinking.
Complexity in many instances, meaning that if any of the necessary components needed for something to function are missing, then it won't function properly. And so then with that notion, how did things evolve? If
how did things evolve?
A certain amount of working.
Whoa! Wait.
On irreducible complexity in many instances, meaning that if any of the necessary components needed for something to function are missing, then it won't function properly. And so then with that notion, how did things evolve?
Okay, I wanted to bring up, it didn't quite work, but I wanted to basically, she just said a few seconds ago, I don't want to talk about evolution. And she's like, evolution?
And it's like the first dinosaurs that had feathers on it did not fly. They were not, because feathers evolved at first not as a mechanism for flight. They were used for maybe displays, for insulation, or for various other uses other than flying. It's only when they evolved to the point where they could actually be used for flight that they became useful for flight. But before that, they still had other uses. It's not like the dinosaurs like, oh, I wish I was able to, live like 1,000,000 years from now. I could fly with these things. Well, that's not how it works.
And there are still birds that don't fly. Penguins don't seem to care.
Ostriches, yeah, they don't fly.
Exactly. What's up, Sinister? I hope you did well. Woo-hoo, sending love. Especially on any type of software engineering questions.
But, things evolve step by step, and each step is about making it a little bit better or giving some type of advantage. And maybe things happen by accident, like flight. At some point, they realized that they could actually be useful for that.
Well, and they most likely glided originally. And then
they were gliders, yeah.
You build up to something. Your bones get lighter.
The feathers get longer. The bones get lighter. You can glide a little further, and then, yeah.
And a certain amount of working components, it didn't function. Then why would evolution evolve in that way? Why would that keep evolving?
Because each step of the way confers a little bit more advantage to the organism. Each step along the way makes it a little bit better able to survive. And therefore, these tiny increases in benefit add up.
So right here is a flagellum tail. Here is sperm.
Flagellum.
And here is the modem to a flagellum.
And so I think we are building towards her crescendo, but often debunked creationist talking point that, the little motor on the flagellum could not be created anyway without a designer, but that's not true. You can slowly but surely, with just a little bit, piece by piece, have an instrument. I was going to say remake, but I keep on forgetting that nature did it first. So you can call it a code.
Right.
Nature did it first. You can call it a machine. Nature did it first, naturally. And then, billions of years later, we created artificial meat.
I mean, the flagellum it's a machine, like the same way that your knee is a machine. It moves, it does things, it's got different parts, but she's trying to make it sound like it's like a engine or a motor or something like that.
Was he a bad boy? Dr. Behes.
He's been destroyed over that, yeah.
There are also ancient and modern species that don't have feathers and are capable of flight. That's the advantage of evolution. Yeah.
Well, you have like the flightless cormorants who exist, and how they came to populate their habitat, the Galapagos, was, well, the ones who couldn't fly couldn't leave. They had to stay there. The ones who could fly flew away. So eventually the ones who couldn't fly took over the gene pool there. And then they eventually lost that ability to fly.
Brian Stevens says, "Hey kid, I'm a computer. Stop all that downloading." I used to be such I wouldn't say a black hat, but I'm way more white hat. I used to be way more gray hat than I used to be. A lot of bit torrenting and all this. But once you start working in the field, you feel bad and all this other crap. Where is the preacher? I would assume studying. This is James, one of his favorite talking points, right?
What's 18-hour.
What's he doing right now? Yeah.
18 hours a day.
But we're about to open to the open mic, so maybe he'll join us. You can join us. Welcome, Bald Head. Reminds me of Matt Dillahunty, another atheist that I love.
As you can see, all of the different components, it's very complex. Like
so
biological
complex.
systems are extremely complex. And whenever they talk about the idea of a critter cell, you can't simplify a cell. There's no matter how the cell is, there's still going to be a level of complexity that's impossible to achieve naturally. So you still need to reproduce, have some form of energy production, and that in itself is a huge, complex task. So right here is flagellum tail, and here's all the different components of it, and maybe with a few of these missing, but without the significant portion of these different mechanisms of this sperm tail, then it would not work. Flagellum would not spin. So yeah,
have to be specific design by God.
Complexity, none of which have been seriously debunked, such as this.
Yeah.
Oh, they've been thoroughly debunked.
Explain how.
Has she been living under a rock? I mean, they're always saying in a court of law. Well, guess what? Irreducible complexity went to a court of law. You know what they said? It's bullshit.
So then another question is the start of the universe and the Big Bang. We've seen through cosmic background radiation that the universe does have a beginning, but we don't know how this happened. The universe could not have just come from nothing. There must have been some type of
buzzword.
Either previous universe.
We don't know how this happened, Amy.
They have been trying to get around this theory because what created the universe? So they're coming up with these radical hypotheses, such as a Big Bang loop, or a multiverse, or a simulation.
Where did the universe even come from, Amy? What?
And there's also big stipulations with the Big Bang, such as that matter and antimatter should have theoretically collapsed when they created each other.
Yeah.
And we still don't.
And they didn't. And we don't know completely why. And they're working on that right now to figure out why it appears that there was just a slightly bit more matter made than antimatter.
Leophilius says creationism / intelligent design were in court 3 times. They lost miserably all 3 times.
Yeah, the Supreme Court said you can't teach creationism.
Once was by a ruling by the Supreme Court.
Yeah, they said teaching creationism would be state endorsement of religion.
So simulation theory, we cannot be in a simulation because you cannot upload consciousness. We fully don't understand.
How do you know?
We would not, that can disprove the simulation theory.
We're not, solipsism isn't real because that isn't real. Okay.
Because how do you upload I don't know. That's the thing. If it was true, we would never know it.
Bang loop. Modern science tends to suggest that we are going to experience a big rip, and therefore the big crunch will not happen.
Oh, you mean we don't know exactly how the universe went? We don't know?
Fine-tuned of the universe. Here is the astronomically low chance that alone this universe could have created this low entropy state would have been needed. And so right now there's not a scientific explanation for everything. There's not explanation. And since my opponents will argue that God does not exist, I would like a working theory to how we got here. Thank you.
Wow.
Oh my. And all right, with that, we have just heard the opposing viewpoint.
That bullshit was being shoveled, slung in every which direction. You need a face mask to keep that shit out of your eyes.
Look, once again, send in love to our atheist and theist brothers and sisters. It was her first time debating, and it can be a tough circuit. These arguments are not convincing to me. How about you, James?
And I mean, the thing is, if little Pee-Pee, if he made this debate, John, he should be ashamed for marching this poor woman up here to die on the hill and make all these ridiculous claims that he probably would even be embarrassed to make. Throw a turkey leg in water and you expect a live turkey to just pop out.
That was interesting.
A tornado in a junkyard. These really bad talking point type arguments.
But see, Ralph, what does that mean?
Well,
please,
like, here's the thing. Because they always say, they say, who's that smokester used to always say naturalism of the gaps. But here's the thing. When we appeal to the natural world for answers to things, we do so with 100% track record of that being right. So whenever we found an answer to a problem, 100% of the time is all been through purely naturalistic means. We've never needed to invoke a deity or magic of any kind. And we know that the natural world has profound explanatory powers to explain things that were previously not intuitive, that were very hard to understand, yet we found an answer through naturalism. So what you're saying is, or what they're saying is, well, that's going to stop. And at the origin of the universe, or origin of life, that's where we need the magic. We need to bring in the God. We need the G-Man, because you will never be able to solve those problems. Yet we've solved every other one without God. And these are just like the hardest ones we have left. So they're hanging their hat on those. But we have a great track record of filling in those gaps in our knowledge.
See, but how would they be supernatural?
They're not supernatural just because we don't have a complete understanding of the physics of the natural world. That's the thing. We don't have a complete model. So when we do develop a complete model, it'll probably explain those things a lot better than we currently understand them.
Just because we don't know what it is doesn't mean it's supernatural.
We've only been really looking at this shit for 150 years, roughly, before you could even ask questions about the natural world that contravened religion without worried about getting executed for heresy or apostasy, which, by the way, you can in still some parts of the world. They don't defy the laws of physics. The laws of physics are not complete. There's
dark matter seems to take a great deal of interactions with making galaxies, and dark energy seems to be ripping things apart. And I none of these things are supernatural. So I am going to open it up to the open mic, and then we are going to we'll let everyone have intros, but then once we go into open discussion, we'll just have people join. Now I have to show it, I feel. Sinister Porpoise, I've seen a tornado go through a junkyard and create new walls for buildings out of car parts, usually while destroying the rest of the house. That is true.
That's right, Marshall.
Interior
Black
decorating.
holes are where God divides by zero.
I mean, black holes seems to be what a lot of the universe is trending towards eventually. And what's up? Sending love, Marshall. And all right, we already have Beamsy and Pat backstage, but we are sending, and I am pinning the link so that anyone can join us. I see.
No NADA.
Okay, if you can explain, we're here.
Small laws.
But I don't think anyone can.
You can rage against physics, Ralph. See how far you get with that. Rage against the physics.
And all right, rule of 3, Jason is on board, which means we are rolling into the open mic, ladies and gentlemen. We are skeptic and ranting on, does science give evidence for God?
That's a good question, Sinister. I think that scientifically and biblically speaking, yes.
And like I said, and not to rag on them continuously, but I will take both of these two people over a pre-supper. I will talk to pre-suppers because I find them fascinating in their own way. But I just don't know what. I guess, like I said, I keep on asking. I don't know what it is. It's because they act like lawyers and don't have normal conversations. Like, what's the word? Human being.
Ralph,
They don't have conversations like human.
You're the one who believes a book that is pure fiction. Fiction is not like the word you need to be throwing around there, Ralph.
Oh, they use that because they just get insulted so much. Yeah, with fiction. They call it a fairy tale and all the other stuff because, I mean, because we're not using that metaphorically. Like, they have to use it tongue-in-cheek. Like, come on, what you believe is fairy tales. Why is it taught in public school? Yeah. And then we're like, well, because yours has talking snakes that, started Applegate and a whole bunch of other things, like a talking bush and true science. It's not a man who lived in a whale. If it was a man who lived in a whale, that would be easily you couldn't show evidence for that. But a man who lived in a giant fish, well, I mean, come on, it's a giant fish.
Or the passage, the Goat Herder's Guide in Genesis, where they say, well, if you put up these vertical sticks where the goats copulate, then their offspring will be striped. And that's in the Bible.
True science. Just like a seed. No tinier. I think it's mustard.
So if you're fine with that book and you think that book makes sense, but you're very skeptical about this, about the laws of physics, I don't know what to tell you, Ralph.
And all right, we got Leo. So now we are overflowing with fun, fantastic, and amazing non-believers, but theist, creationist. Come on. Don't you want to defend what I think myself and Leo kind of, I don't know. I think we but hey, no, I'm sure that was, I'm sure we're going to have amazing arguments any second. In fact, in this episode.
Amazing.
Oh my goddess. I keep on saying. But not only, Saffron sends a $5 super sticker.
Thank you, Saffron.
And now I have to see the super sticker is heart eyes. Oh my god, I am sending so much love right back to you. Thank you, Saffron. Woohoo! And I like, once again, that galaxy icon. Creationists can't explain how galaxies form. Yeah, we're. All right, but yes, we got Beamsy, Pat, Jason, and Leo Vs.
So it's like $6. Yeah.
Woohoo! And we're going into the open mic. How much does a $5 milkshake cost? More than gasoline. All right, we're bringing in Beamsy. We are bringing in an open mic. We are skeptic and ranting. Does science give evidence for God? What is up, Beamsy? We are having fun. We're skeptic and ranting on Does Science Give Evidence for God? I hope you are having a fantastic night or day. And what do you think? The debate, the topic?
Well, in relevance to the topic, and if you've been reading into the side chat with Adam Law, he has been asking about phyla that existed outside of the Cambrian era. This is a paper that I've given him as an example, and it basically states that there is similar phyla, but it's not the exact same phyla. The earliest examples that they can find of it is from the Carboniferous era, and that's why they put the minimum age as the Pennsylvanian era. And he has completely denied that any of that has said what it says and has gone completely against all that evidence. That's the sort of issue I have with people who just completely deny all reasoning.
And just to reiterate, what are you? You actually have decent credentials in similar fields, don't you, or in field?
I have a master's and a bachelor and a PhD in geology, and the same in astrophysics. But my interest is in geology.
So basically everything that young Earth creationists don't believe in. Okay.
Except for biology. I don't really have
Your
much
PhD is in what, geology?
Geology and astrophysics.
But
I spend more time on the... I've had 15 years to dick around with stuff like that, so yeah.
And all right. Thank you so much.
Doctor.
Please don't call me that. Just, no, please don't call me that. I hate it.
But any final thoughts before we keep on going on and then eventually get into open conversation?
As you probably saw in the link of where Tyler got her education from, it's not surprising how bad her understanding of abiogenesis is.
All right.
Recycled Ken Hovind objections from like the late 90s.
Well, considering her college was Our Lady of the Lake College.
Yeah.
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 Look, she was a very nice lady. It was a fantastic
I can't say
lady.
that she wasn't nice towards it. It's just that her education is lacking.
She doesn't speak like somebody who has degrees in biology. But.
Well, and I'm not saying she does this, but I have also seen specific creationists go out 4 degrees and in relevant fields just try and actually claim that a biologist believes that evolution isn't real, or a physicist believes that the Big Bang didn't happen. But what we often get is people mismatching degrees. So Mark Reed did NT Jump, did a fantastic debate last night, but people couldn't help, bring up, he's like, as a doctor in the relevant theological field, he's a dentist. Now, I do not want to shit on dentists. Teeth care is not only important, it's one of actually the easiest ways to continue living longer for you and your pets, because what happens is the tartar, especially in other animals, leaks down to the stomach. And so please take care of your teeth. Nonetheless, a dentist should not be lecturing as if they are an expert in the relevant fields of cosmology. So it's both sides. I completely respect what they did, and probably from relevant school and training. But yeah, sometimes, like I said, a mismatch.
Even when you look at these PhDs, you see their work in the field is like minimal, like their actual contributions, like papers that they write. They're very inactive.
Giving a lesson on good dental care, oral hygiene, or even biological standpoints from the mouth, your gut. I don't know. However you want to frame it, it'd be fine. But it just annoys me that they use it to attack, and they just mismatch. What they do is they'll take a biologist to fight physics and a physicist to fight biology.
I'm sorry, I'm going to butt in again because Adam Law is trying to basically say that I'm misrepresenting his position.
Okay.
This says particularly the phyla of the penis worms are from the Carboniferous era, because a particular species of penis worm, Pharophilus cornarium, was discovered in the
Are those the worms that fight with them?
I don't know, but they're penis worms. But there is no Cambrian example of the penis worms. The earliest that they can find is Carboniferous, but it is quite complex. That's why they think that it's at least Pennsylvanian era, not Cambrian, and that is an entire phyla, not a species. The species is Praeophilus cinereum, which is the Carboniferous.
Oh my.
The whole thing claims it's the phyla, not the species. Sorry.
No, that sounds good. Thank you so very much, BB. And stick around. We're just going to go down and then head into open conversation. And all right.
Hey, Pat.
Pat Owinger, what is up? We are Skeptic and Ranting on Does Science Give Evidence for God? I hope you're having a fantastic morning, noon, or night. And what are your thoughts about the debate, the topic, anything we can talk about?
Well, I have to admit I enjoyed watching tonight's segment. I was talking with Jason in another live stream about this before I had a coughing fit. But the issue regarding credentials is kind of important. Like, I understand you come out and you want to be a cell biologist, but these are important things where not all degrees are equal. You know, these are reasons that when people say, I have a degree from this institution, sometimes it's very easy to be dismissive of that degree, depending on how rigorous institutions are in their certification and accreditation. And I don't want to just automatically shit on someone because they went to a particular school or a particular institution, but I'm seeing a common thread. I personally would not, after hearing some of her argumentation tonight, I wouldn't want her at a research institution that I was associated with. Now, I'm not I left molecular biology a long time ago, but the fact that I, off the top of my head, knew that her argumentation was bad, and again, the last time I was in a lab was 1993, and the fact that I knew that all of her questions and her argumentation was bad at that point shows
that's
that
where half of Kat Hovind's PowerPoints come from, and
right.
that's recent.
It's laughably bad. It's like flagrantly ridiculous.
The fact that she just threw out flagellum as if that was going to actually help her argumentation when we have multiple models for evolutionary development in flagella in eukaryotes, in prokaryotes.
It hadn't been debunked.
Right. This is fully a debunked area. And if she was at my institution, let's just say, and I was on her committee, this debate that she gave would be reasons to terminate her from a PhD program. Like I would recommend if I was on the department committee, I'd watch this 2-hour debate and I would recommend her formal removal from the program. Because to get a PhD is not you just show up and do it. You have to perform and show an extremely high level competency in the subject matter. I don't remember her stating her institution, but the fact that she went on saying, I'm a cellular biologist, this is what I study, I'm working on a PhD, she brought discredit on her institution to the point that if I did the same thing currently, I would be removed. If I said or did something that brought severe discredit on my institution, them removing me is a reality. And I think Jason can comment on that a little bit more when he comes on. But this is a reality of why you need to be credible in your field. And that's it.
Well, and this is like the creationists. A lot of times they'll say, like, the Ben's like, oh, you guys will expel us from the field. You can't be like, we're censored. And it's like, I mean, what if a university found out they have a flat earther in their earth studies department? Would you want a flat earther out representing your university, making arguments that they make? It's like, no, these are absurd, ridiculous arguments, and universities, they don't want to be associated with people who would make them.
And they don't offer models. They attack science.
Well, okay, so if you were actually offering sound theoretical explanations for your flat earth theory, that would actually be something I think the institution should welcome. But the problem is it's conspiratorial, right? Like, no one can engage in a flat earth debate without high degrees of conspiratorial thinking. That in of itself would be a reason for rejection, right? But if you, for example, offered a different model, like, I don't think necessarily being a creationist should get you expelled from a biology program, but you need to understand the mechanism of biology. You may have some questions and concerns from a theological perspective regarding, the formation of the universe, because that's outside your field. You don't have to answer cosmological questions, right, as a biologist.
Right.
But if you're actually incompetent in your field, as from a theoretical perspective, then you should not continue in that field.
and that's the thing. There are lots of creationists who do very good work, but in science, they do that by leaving their religion at the laboratory door, and when they go into the lab, they do science stuff. They
Correct.
don't allow their religion to taint their scientific work. They keep that separate.
I agree, and that's it. Typically, is by you can tell people by their field type as well. Very often.
Once again, two academics just pointing out, calling out. Let's move to the rule of three, and then I would say our headliner tonight, and then we also we have a surprise at the end, someone who had a miracle change after a flood happened. But Jason, and thank you so much, Pat. Jason, what is up? We are Skeptic and Ranting on Does Science Give Evidence for God? I hope you are having a great day, night, having a great something. What are your thoughts about the debate, the topic, or anything we would talk about?
Yeah, I thought it was a very interesting debate. I would probably concur pretty much with what Beamsy and Pat were saying. I probably would focus less on like her credentials, although I obviously was not impressed with her presentation or what she talked about during the debate. I wasn't impressed with the way that she approached the questions. I didn't know if it was because maybe she was unfamiliar with this type of debate approach, or she was unaware of who she was going up against and what the topics, like the way that the debate would go. But nonetheless, I think she said a lot of things that would give me pause if I was her advisor or was at that university. I don't know if I would say, she should not move forward in her PhD. I don't know, but I felt like she wasn't answering questions of what I would expect from a purported PhD candidate. I would expect her to be a little bit more robust in how she was addressing those questions. But in general, the question of is there scientific evidence for God? I think that they walked into this debate. I would have never agreed to a debate topic like that. Frankly, if I was their side, I've never agreed to that, because God has no explanatory power. It's an unfalsifiable topic. I think Leo will speak to this, and he spoke to it during the debate, that there's no real way of differentiating between scientific evidence that supports God and supernatural evidence that supports God. There's no way to identify how that can be explanatory. If you're to say, we see X, Y, and Z in the natural world, that's proof of God. I don't know how that comports. It doesn't make any sense to me. It can't be put in a hypothesis statement. You can't validate it. There's no counterfactual, like Leo was saying. I think that's the core issue. You can bat around all these like God of the gaps issues, and like we can't explain X, so it must be God, and we don't have an evidence for abiogenesis, so it must be God. But regardless of all that, the just the pure concept of saying, oh, I think I have some evidence here, and I think that supports this disembodied mind, of which we have no way of proving or identifying, just doesn't make any sense. So in that respect, you guys won the debate before it even started, because the question in and of itself wasn't structured in a way, I think, that would even allow the opponents to give a coherent argument for it.
Yeah, they're putting it on our ground.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah. I mean, whoever proposed that question, if it was you guys, kudos to you, because, oftentimes in these debates, there's a lot of thought going into what the question is actually going to be, because if you propose the wrong question, you can put yourself into a corner in trying to answer it. So if the question is, prove that God doesn't exist, like I would never agree to that question, because it's an impossible task.
Good night, Megan.
I can't prove that God doesn't exist. I can't do that. I can't prove a negative, so I would never agree to that. So I feel like that if you guys suggested that question, good job, because that puts you in a very higher position.
But I was very happy with the question.
Yeah, right on. Yeah. And anyways, that's it. I don't want to hold up the conversation.
No, that was great. Thank you so very much, Jason. And all right, we're going to head into open discussion in a minute, but we are going to bring on our headliner. What is up, Leo Vs? We are skeptic and ranting on Does Science Prove God? And, you know, I don't know if you were convinced by the debate. I'm skeptical. But what are your thoughts about said debate, the topic, or, of course, anything we've been talking about tonight?
With respect to our debate, now I wasn't really convinced by what was said. It didn't seem to really... It seemed that every time they got close to getting to something that might indicate God, that they just weren't in the domain of science anymore. They were appealing to something else, which was the whole point of the issue that I kept pressing was you're never going to be able to appeal to the empirical facts to evidence God, because God as an explanation is always going to be underdetermined by the empirical facts. Those empirical facts do not in and of themselves pick out God as an explanation to any greater degree than they pick out a highly intelligent extraterrestrial species or some sort of interdimensional super intelligent being that created our universe as some sort of simulation or what have you. There's a variety of things that one could posit for the creation of the universe, life, consciousness, all of the things that were brought up in the debate, and all the things that are brought up by theists all the time. And so when you appeal, again, specifically to the empirical facts, which is what we're going to be dealing with in science, then your position is just straightforwardly going to be underdetermined. And so you're not going to be able to appeal to only the empirical facts to substantiate your position. You would have to appeal to a variety of other things: history, prior knowledge, prior experiences, revelation would be maybe another one that they would appeal to, stuff like that. So that was why I said, you know, does science give evidence for God? No. It's always going to underdetermine God, just like it would underdetermine any of the other plethora of explanations that one could provide. The thing that I want to say really quickly before I shut up is I think Beamsy said that Tayler was attending Our Lady of the Lake University in Texas for her PhD, something like that.
No, that's where she was before.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to say, because I don't like the idea of doxing people. I don't want to say where
Is there,
she's going
is
for
there
her
any
PhD.
way? Is there any way you could just type it in private chat? Because
I'll send you.
In actually looking it up. The reason that
I'll
I
send
asked
you
that,
her academic links.
okay.
Because
okay,
it's not
works.
really doxing, but I don't want to make it public. That's what I'm very.
I got you.
That's her official academic credentials, if you want to look at that. And that it's public, but I really don't want to just keep putting it out there for people, because that's getting somewhere on the borderline of doxing if I just release it everywhere.
Mm-hmm. I just wanted to make sure, but I feel it is. The Our Lady of the Lake University, if that was where she was going for her PhD, I now know that it's not. She wouldn't be able to be getting a PhD in cell biology because they don't offer one. They only offer 4 PhD programs, and none of them are in any of the sciences, except for maybe the psychology one that they have.
You got some fans out there, Leo. You got some fans. Ian Davenport says you were excellent. Kill Doggy said you're the lion who puts the theist in the corner.
Oh, well, thank you. But yeah, that was, I just wanted to end on that.
Well, historically, I'd like to point out Christians didn't do too well with lions when they were involved.
That's true.
Lion food.
And thank you so very much, Leo. And I just want to say,
Leo.
you were a fantastic debate partner. So thank you for
That was
having
the other
fun.
thing I wanted to say. I think that we kind of flowed together well. I hope you didn't think that I stepped on your toes or anything like that.
Not at
And
all.
if I did at all, I apologize for that.
Leo was on his best behavior in that debate.
I was impressed
he
with
kept his cool.
Maddox. I was actually quite impressed. There were a couple points that Maddox brought up that I thought were pretty good points. When I had mentioned about and I don't have to be full screen right now. This is kind of throwing this out there for the open discussion. Unless is there anybody else to get in?
There is one
Okay,
last
I'll shut up.
person,
Bird.
but I get the feeling
friend
that
Bird.
he's going to say, hi, my name is Bird, and I have been converted to Jesus so that I can now be a vegetarian. But yes, thank you so very much, Leo. Sending love. And all right, we're about to go into open discussion. But vegetarian eagle, the man, the myth, it rained on him, so he changed his vegetarian diet. Or cannibalistic, carnivoristic. Got there one way. But Bird, how are you? We are Skeptic and Ranting on Does Science Prove God? Have you been converted specifically because of the arguments you've been hearing from this debate?
No, and thank you for stealing my thunder, Amy. You always do. So I did watch the entire debate. It was the same rhetoric over and over. They showed no apparent evidence that produced any type of, this is the God we're talking about. It was all conjecture. It was bloviating.
Baseless speculation.
Yeah, I mean, it's so silly that anyone can listen to them talk and be like, oh, yep, there's a God for sure. Like, what are y'all talking about? It didn't even make any sense. Yeah, it's so underwhelming that it's the same bullshit over and over and over.
We're glad you like her, Ralph.
My favorite part about the whole debate is LPP being like, yeah, all right, go ahead and answer, Taylor. And then she'll talk for 2 seconds, and he's like, well, no, or like RNA and ERV and all this bullshit. It's like, dude, you were scared to let her talk because you know she doesn't know what she's talking about.
And this is clear. His talking points, but exactly. He's not an expert in the field. So, what a duo.
I don't get it. I know nothing of Taylor. She seemed like a nice person, but to me, she didn't seem like she had it all together, which is fine. Like, you know, I don't know if I would do any better, to be honest, because I'm when I talk like this, I get scatterbrained and 1,000 things pop in my head. You know, just it is what it is. But I didn't think what she was saying and what LPP was saying pointed whatsoever to any God. And even Leo and you, Amy, were both like, okay, that's fine. We'll grant all this. We'll grant everything you're saying is true. How does that get to God? And Amy said that at least 6 times that I could count. How does this prove that God is real? And they still had no answer. So with that, I yield.
Big goose egg.
Yeah.
All right, get back to your workout, Bird.
Sorry.
Thanks for taking time away from your grueling workout routine to
That's right.
spend time with us.
Thank you so very much, Bird. And all right.
I love Jason's hair. It's looking very wispy today.
Oh my. But this is the deck that we are working with tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We are Skeptic and Ranting on Does Science Give Good Evidence for God? Or at least it should be good evidence. It was just any evidence, but we're still looking.
Nope. And the last thing I would say is no one really brought up the Bible at all, but the God of the Christian Bible is based all around faith, correct? Can we agree on that?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a requirement.
If faith wasn't a requirement of the Bible, if you didn't have faith, then you would have evidence. So, I don't know.
Faith is what you use when you don't have evidence.
Exactly.
Then they try and shift the burden of proof with the shifting of the definition fallacies.
Define God into existence by,
I mean, they kind of
using the dictionary.
They kind of seem to jump around on a bunch of different positions. Like it seemed like she was touching on like some type of fine tuning argument that like the Earth was like, she had that Penrose equation at the very beginning. Like first of all, her slides didn't work. I messaged James and I was like, James, her slides aren't working. He was like, she could forward her slides. And I'm like, well, somebody should say something to her because her slides aren't working.
Yeah.
So she kind of went on and on about stuff that nobody was seeing her slides, but she had that low entropy number that is like a Penrose equation from like
the odds of the universe.
Yeah, which was actually not even correct. It wasn't even, I don't think it was like formulated correct, but whatever. But so it seemed like she was pointing to like a fine tuning argument. And then like the rest of the discussion seemed to be a lot of just God of the Gaps discussion where they're like,
we can't explain it, therefore God.
We're shooting
irreducible complexity.
Yeah. So is that evidence? Is that scientific evidence when we're saying, look, we don't see good evidence for abiogenesis, which I don't agree with. I think there is good evidence for abiogenesis. It's not necessarily conclusive evidence, but I think that there are decent hypotheses.
They're working in the right direction.
Absolutely. And so if you come out and say, I don't see any good hypotheses for abiogenesis, I think that it's an unknown. That's not scientific evidence for God. It's just not. It's like we just don't know at that moment. So that's not to say we can't explain something does not give evidence for a God. That's a classic God of the Gaps argument. So and
then they follow that up with the argument from incredulity that they say, I don't think science will ever be able to answer that question. Right. They'll never find an answer. Well, how do you know?
We're going backwards in science. Like, what are you talking about?
So they kind of pinballed around between John making these claims like something is less complex than a combustible engine. I don't know. I forget what that argument was.
I was actually just about to ask. I have that part queued up. Can I share just can we? And there is another point. I should probably stop talking so damn loud. There is another point in the debate that I would like to show after this at some point, but we can do that, after we've had some discussion and stuff like that, Okay, let me make sure I get the right time.
Science of the Gaps works. God of the Gaps doesn't.
Okay,
Science actually offers explanations. Like if we had a nickel for every explanation that God solved, we would not have a nickel.
No, you sound fine, Jason.
Why would Jason not sound fine?
I asked in the chat if my mic was too loud.
No, not at all.
No.
I want to make sure it's too loud. Okay.
I was just talking loud generally. Let me know when we're up and ready to go.
Should be good to go as long as sound or share sound is on.
Yep, should be.
Talking about things like.
Okay, so the first thing, the way he said,
that green screen he uses.
That was the first thing. Like, no disrespect to him, but dude, that sound is just funny.
ATP synthase. So we're talking about things like ATP synthase, which is way more intricate than an internal combustion engine.
So what?
And it is the necessary component.
More intricate than an internal. I don't know if I agree with that. I don't know. My reaction.
Are you serious, dude? An internal combustion engine is a joke. That's Legos compared to ATP synthase. It's like Legos.
In virtue of what?
Exactly.
Is an internal combustion engine powered by protons?
What does that have to do with what I'm asking you?
Does it? Okay, so
what makes ATP synthase more complex than an internal combustion engine?
Taylor, do you want to tackle that one?
See, hey Taylor, Taylor, take this one now.
Taylor, it's your
That's
turn.
like
I'm tagging out.
that's why I say she's the cannon fodder that the sacrificial lamb that John threw out there to make all these silly arguments.
He just
But
threw.
listen to her answer. She says nothing.
That was like a hardcore throw under the bus, man. He threw her under the
Is
bus.
what I asked John of unfair though?
No.
I thought that was a pretty good question.
If you're gonna make some stupid claim that in AT whatever the fuck you said is more, that's fine. But what of it? I mean, like Leo said,
the way I reacted, I
what?
jumped back when I heard that. Like, you think it's more complex than like what?
Well, they're under the faulty idea that complexity is the hallmark of design.
Exactly.
Well, what
if you've got something really complex, it had to be designed.
You'll notice this in what Taylor says, and I think that John might say something after her, but don't quote me on that one. Is that when they talk about complex, they're just meaning unexplained. It's unexplained, therefore it's complex. Well, we know how an engine works, so it's not complex. Yeah, no, it's still very complex. Knowledge of how something works doesn't really bear on whether something is complex or not.
Exactly.
So, but yeah, I suppose we can listen to Taylor's response here. I don't really remember it.
I mean, the question is ultimately not. I was just Taylor. If you want to redress this one, because I mean, I imagine you're probably laughing over there at this point.
Yeah, I mean, ATP synthase is extremely complex, where we're still trying to understand how it works. If only we could remodel it, we'd have very.
I mean, we do know how it works.
I mean,
we just don't know how it developed. We're not sure the evolutionary mechanisms that led to it.
There's new discoveries about ATP synthase happening.
See, completely stopped her.
On a regular basis. There's publications.
I would imagine.
Okay, so and they're discovering new pieces. It's just like with as for anybody in the audience, I suggest you go to iBiology and watch a 3-part lecture on DNA replication by Stephen P. Bell, and he's not a theist to my knowledge, but he goes into great detail about the different mechanisms necessary for DNA transcription to take place.
You should believe him. He's an atheist.
And there are all these different mechanical parts that are necessary before replication even starts. Before
See, I have a problem with him using the word mechanical instead of biological. See,
correct.
This is what Maddox does, is he uses words that support his argument and conflates.
Yeah.
The important thing here is these are biological systems, not mechanical systems.
Right.
These are biochemical. Yeah, these are biochemical systems. This just shows you the fundamental lack of understanding of biochemistry.
But once again, they're trying to lead to a certain position that is that something that is extremely complex and that we don't understand, that we may not necessarily understand, is somehow means that it proves God. That like just because something, first of all, even if it is very complex and more complex than a combustible engine, I don't really care. That and we have certain aspects of it we don't understand. That doesn't prove God. That's not scientific evidence for God. It's not. It's just not. So
because we have evolutionary models for how very complicated things can evolve step by step, each step being just a slight improvement over the last step.
I've got a good one for you guys here. This one is where I ask a question, and at first it does seem like it might not be relevant, but then I explain the question further. This is actually the one question that I wish I would have explained a little bit better and actually tied it directly back into the debate, because in not doing that as well as I did, I did lose a lot of force behind that point.
I just want to know from John and Taylor really quickly. Do you think it's possible for God to have created life without using any of the things we see in life today?
I agree, Leo.
And now, very, very simple question. Just dead simple question.
Is that possible?
Could he have made life without the use of carbon? Engineered life.
Repeat the question, yeah.
Is it possible for God to have created life without using any of the structures that we observe in life today, without DNA, without proteins, without even cells? Is it possible that God could have done that?
Right. Yeah. So there's things that be simultaneously created in the creation of the cell, in which, yes, he could have done that.
So he could have created life without even using cells.
Well, cell is the first form and the simplest form of life.
Yeah, well, yeah, but could God have created life without using cells? Is that a thing that God could have done?
God created a cell.
I know that. So yeah, God did create a cell, but could God have created life without cells?
Leo, what does that have to do with
no, it's just a question. Well, I would like to know from you guys whether it does lead to something that relates to the discussion. Which
Leo, hang on. Let's think about this. That would be like saying,
here's another analogy. Analogies.
Amy,
hold on.
Just think about this. That would be like saying, could
hold on.
Could
I don't think it makes you guys laugh like it does me, but there's the way he says it.
Yeah.
Leo.
Amy write a program in Java or Basic or C#.
Except that's not relevant to the discussion. The question I'm asking is,
well, you could create life. Actually, well, maybe you're missing my point. You
could
write a life form, i.e., a program, in using a different language, right? In order to create it.
So God had to use some sort of language to create life.
Well, I mean, it seems to me that everything is ultimately necessitates on information of some kind, ultimately. But
so God had to use information to create life.
We haven't established that there's a God yet, and now we're trying to understand.
Exactly.
No! Everybody, stop! This is okay. I want everybody to see what's written right up here. I don't know if you can see my mouse, but right up here with the title, the first like 6 words there. Just you don't have to say them out loud. I think everybody here can read. Just read those words.
Can you rewind it just to, like?
Yep. But I just want everybody. I want everybody to read those words, not out loud. Just take note of those words.
To create life.
We haven't established that there's a God yet, and now we're trying to understand.
But isn't the topic of the debate, does science give evidence for God?
Right.
We're talking about what we observe, not hypotheticals. Man. We're talking about the real.
Holy shit! Wow. That was the biggest blunder in that debate. Straightforward.
I think Leo's point makes sense too, because so they're saying, oh, because there's a cell, therefore that points to God. But well, what if God created life through some other mechanism? Well, then they would point to that mechanism, say, oh, that's evidence for God.
Also, to take your point even further, Leo, or to bounce off it, neither of them believe in their religion for scientific reasons.
Exactly.
So that is basically what she was processing.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say Maddox, he's not even a Christian. I don't think he is.
You think he knows he's full of shit?
He knows he's full of shit.
Seriously. Also,
that's why he never talks about God.
Leo, you don't have to stop sharing screen. We're just going to grab Shane, have his intro, and then you can keep on sharing. But hold on.
Right on. Because and just to specify, once we get him in, what's going to play next is me explaining the point of me asking that question, and then
you're not bringing in
that'll be all I have to do.
Okay, sounds good.
Really? That guy?
Welcome, Shane. We are Skeptic and Ranting. We are asking.
He's not actually going to show his face on camera, is he? I mean, he's going to like have no.
Dun. Yeah.
I mean,
you're lucky. I'm wearing a shirt.
Oh my! All right, now we're starting to talk my language. But yes,
I think we're all lucky.
We are Skeptic and Ranting on Does Science Give Evidence for God? What do you think, Shane? The debate, the topic, or anything we've been talking about?
So with the topic, my answer is no.
Pretty simple.
I guess that. I mean, I'll just talk in the open.
All right, we can end stream now, guys. We're wrapping up.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't really. Oh, one thing, the difference between people are talking about science of the gaps versus God of the gaps. There's a huge difference between an inductive inference and an assertion that has no evidence.
Correct.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
All right.
Am I good to go?
And all right, just had to shout out to Materialist Dan, who was taking pot shots.
Can I have you highlight?
And our absolutely Leo. The floor
Could you highlight Nano's comment?
Sure.
Yeah.
Would you date?
Oh my
No.
god.
So I just
I
want to
think
say, I just want to say, wait, put that back up. I just want to
No.
say, no. My first
Yeah,
and only
exactly.
love.
No.
My first and only love is the sea.
Yar ha har.
What?
I think she's married, but
Your first love is the sea.
Is he a pirate?
Yes. I
No,
see.
I'm-
Leo, this is
Oh,
a dodge.
like
the hypothetical,
This is
no,
not
it's
even a
not.
dodge.
Okay.
The
100% this is a
hypothetical
dodge.
is
Oh,
just
well,
a question.
let's not talk about what we
the
actually see.
hypothetical. Sorry.
Hold on,
The
there's too much
hypothetical
overlap,
is
just
just
to be
a
sure that people can
question.
actually hear you guys. Go
Sorry
ahead.
about that,
We'll
James.
give you maybe a minute or two, Leo, and then we'll come back
Yeah.
to you, Maddox.
So the hypothetical, I'm just asking a question about whether it's possible. So I'll just make the point of asking the question, because it seems they don't want to just give a direct answer as to whether God could or could not create life utilizing something that is completely unrecognizable from what we see. I don't know why. So the point of me asking that question is because if it is the case that God could create life,
I just want to say one thing. Just one really quick thing. Dude, I was so high during this debate. Shit.
utilizing
You're always
different
high, Leo.
mechanisms, then they're going to need to provide an explanation for why particularly the mechanisms we see are the ones that were used. And I don't think they're going to be able to do that because that would require appealing to things that aren't relevant to science. That would require appeals to our background knowledge about God's intentions, if we can even know what God's intentions are, such that we would know what it is that he would or wouldn't want to do, to be capable of knowing what ways he would or would not have wanted to create life. So if they're going to say that God can create life using different methods, then why is it that he used specifically what we see? And if it's the case that God couldn't have created life a different way, maybe this isn't relevant to our interlocutors. I'm not going to suppose what kind of theists they are in the
Interlocutors?
debate. But if they would posit that their particular God is omnipotent, if he were to be restricted in specifically what he could or could not do with respect to creating life, then that's just to give up his omnipotence.
Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait
I
for
mean,
it.
I just see this as a very
Anybody count how many seconds that was?
Yeah.
So I think the 404 error is starting to come up inside of it.
The point that I was really trying to hammer there is that, look, you're not going to be able to account for why God did things the way he did this way, appealing to the empirical facts. You're going to have to appeal to something else. It's going to have to be, I don't know, revelation, scripture, background knowledge, something that's not the empirical facts and thereby not science, in order to evidence God as the creator of these things. And thereby, does science give evidence for God? No. Other things might, but science doesn't. And I should have driven that point home with a little bit more force, and I just didn't do that.
It's because you were too high.
Yeah, it probably was. To be
That was
completely
also
honest.
the hottest sentence of the night. You should always drive that force home, and you can continue.
Yeah.
I mean, it gets into these philosophical questions that they were not really prepared for. Like when Leo asked, like, could God have created life without creating a cell? He's essentially getting to these topics of God's omnipotence, of his ability to do certain things. It's the same thing with the problem of evil. It's like, well, if God could have done something without creating evil, we're like, well, we need evil in order to have redemption. Well, like God could have created people in such a way as they have that result without having to go through that process. If God's omnipotent, he could have created life in any sort of way, but he happened to create it in this way. Like if you want to make the argument, look, the universe is God. Oh, okay. I mean that evolution and all the processes in it and abiogenesis are created by God in such a way as that we can understand them. Okay, fine. It still doesn't prove that there's some God that did it. That explanation is identical to the explanation of naturalistic systems. Like there's no difference between the two. I don't even know how to look at
And
this.
I said that actually in my intro that I was going to be approaching from more of a philosophy of science perspective, because I think that with this kind of discussion, does science give evidence for God? That's going to be more of a philosophy of science.
Agreed.
What do we mean by evidence? Well, it's going to be given with respect to what we mean by that in science, and then we're going to have to consider what it means to say that something explains in science, because that's going to be related to evidence. And I think you touched on it in your intro there, Jason. God is essentially unfalsifiable. You can't ground counterfactuals with respect to God, because there's no way the world could have been where God can't be made consistent with it. And so if God can be consistent with just anything, then God doesn't explain anything. You can't ground that counterfactual to account for why the way things are now are that way. So that was a point I didn't try to hammer as much, because that is counterfactual is a term that loses people, and that can sometimes get I try to like ease into it more than just like blast at the speed of light into it.
You can't form a hypothesis test with God. No. You can't. Like, there's no way to have God be integrated into a null hypothesis and say, I'm going to reject the null. I don't know how you would do that. It doesn't make any sense to me at all. Shut up.
Hey, Mark.
Philosophy blows, dude. Anybody that talks about philosophy, I just want you guys to know, anybody that talks about philosophy doesn't get pussy. They don't get the pussy. They don't get anything. They don't get laid. They are a fucking nerd. They're a dork.
I'm surprised
Don't talk
Danny's
to them.
not in this conversation, because this is exactly in his wheelhouse. But
yeah, like Danny never gets laid. Dude's married.
And I will say, we have like 20-ish plus minutes of more open discussion before we go to the after show on Discord. But we are getting Mark Reed in here.
Oh, hi, Mark. Oh, Mark Reed.
Mark Reed,
guy.
what is up? We are Skeptic and Ranting on Does Science Give Evidence for God? First of all, I just want to compliment you on your debate last night on Modern Day Debate with T-Jump.
My God.
That was a shit show.
I was going to say, how are your wisdom teeth doing there, Mark?
Yeah, they're still extracted like they were at the start of the debate, but never mind. I wanted to say that you and Leo did just amazing. It was fantastic. And you can always tell that you're doing great against Maddox when he keeps asking if you heard what he said. So, that's generally the benchmark for me.
Referring to his partner.
Yeah. Exactly.
Well, I almost
Maddox never does that, dude. He never does.
He seemed to throw her under the bus an awful lot, like, oh, this is your field kind of thing. I'd love to be charitable and say, hey, he's being generous and sort of allowing his partner a time, but that's not the history of what we've seen from Maddox in the past. I don't know, maybe he's turning over a new leaf. Who knows? But yeah.
He loves to hear himself talk, so if he can come up with anything to say, he will say it.
I did expect a bloodbath, and it was not a bloodbath.
No,
it was
not. It was
bad
not.
afterwards, because I'm like, did I just maul creationist because she just had her first debate?
Me and Amy are sitting backstage. I'm rolling up the barrel of massive broadswords. I've got here, Amy. Here's your chest plate. I got some plate legs for you too. They're over here. Let me just grab those. Like, we're armoring up, ready to just fucking heads off. And
I'm pretty sure that's what happened. And Leo, like I said, I'm fairly sure you took heads last night. So congratulations.
What do you mean?
Got the room smoked
As
up.
in, I think your broadsword took off some heads last night.
Oh,
yeah.
It probably did.
Yeah.
Hey, Mark, how was it debating Jordan Peterson last night?
Yes, I would be delighted to know.
Man, that guy was...
That was a really weird one. There was a lot of weird stuff coming out in that. Like, sort of... it's so strange to hear Catholics basically go, the Pope's wrong. It's a weird thing that God's representative on earth is so wrong about evolution. Sorry?
Was he a sedevacantist?
I don't know. They were just referencing Catholic, the Catholic Church itself.
Some Catholics are sedevacantists, where it's every pope from one pope onward has not truly been a pope. They're very trad Catholic.
I would assume that's the case. Like from the second ecumenical
Vatican II.
Yeah, Vatican II. Thank you, James. Yeah. Sort of. I have met them, but I would kind of assume that that's them. But I mean, they were quote mining a lot. They were doing a whole bunch of stuff a lot. So to sort of throw out my own quote from the papal head himself was kind of
I did it for more my amusement than any real point. But anyway, but no, you guys did a fantastic job. And like you said, I expected it to be an absolute dumpster fire. Actually, I think I said to Leo beforehand, make sure, like, try to stop Maddox from dragging it into a dumpster fire, because he does that a lot. And, you know, to his credit, he didn't drag it down as usual, I guess.
I've got some speculations about why he was a bit more reserved in this debate. I'm not going to share them live, just because I'm not going to. There's nothing like that bad. It's just I'm not going to do that.
No, fair enough. No, that's fair.
But I did.
What's
I know.
happening?
No, that's not the reason why. But I did want to say to Mark, oh God, man, you blew me away last night. When you called the guy, and you're like, dude, I think it was Dr. Mark. You're like, I just have to be honest. Your entire argument has just been you quote mining people, and you even took this one quote completely out of context and quoted the whole thing and said, yeah, you just took that. I'm sorry, but this just comes off as dishonest to me. And he's just sitting there like.
I honestly wanted to say dishonest, but, you know, I was trying to be very nice. And instead, I think I used the word disappointed with you instead of saying, hey, you're incredibly dishonest for taking one part of this quote and then leaving off the rest of it.
Sounds like when you had to take C science test the other day.
Oh, look, that guy just drove me up the wall. That really annoyed me. Oh, make no bones about it. I was pretty furious over that. But never mind, you know, I aired my grievances. I expressed my feelings about it. So, you know, I'm fine now. But I one of the things that got me about your debate, Leo, was that Taylor, for a biologist, she seemed a little. Well, I mean, I like to sort of take people at their word, you know. If she says that she has a degree in biology, and I think she's doing a master's, I think was what somebody alluded to. I'm not sure if that's the case, but that's my impression, I guess. It could be a problem with perspective, but that was the perspective that I thought she was coming from. Her Twitter feed is all anti-vax stuff.
I noticed that.
Pseudo, and you were the one that said it, Tom, you know, and Jason, sorry, you were the one that said it, and I went, oh, let's go and have a look. It can't be that bad. Oh yeah, it's that bad. It is that bad. Yeah. So it's really interesting when you find a biologist that doesn't think evolution is a thing. It's a weird, surreal experience, you know, because so much is based upon evolution as being a valid scientific theory. You know, all of our understanding of how, you know, bacteria develops and things like, you know, it's so strange. It's a weird one.
I mean, like, well, let me just say one thing. I debated that David McQueen guy on the global flood, and he called me before the debate and was giving me his life story, which I didn't ask for it, but he wanted to tell me. And he went on and on about how he was at Michigan in his master's, but he was very into creationism, and he applied for his PhD, and they were like, thanks, but no thanks.
Yeah. And he's a geologist, right?
He's a geologist. That's right.
Right.
Did you get it? So he made it seem like, it was a conspiracy out to get him.
Right,
but the reality is that when you are in academia and you're a student, and if you're putting like crazy ideas out there, your professors aren't going to come and say, look, Taylor, you got to stop doing this crazy shit because it's going to be bad for you. They're not going to say that. What's going to end up happening is they're just going to, like, she's not going to get she will fail maybe her prelims, or like won't pass her proposal, or there'll be things like that, you know. What's that say?
Let's start protesting the fact that they
some of the most
there's two theys that they are spraying some of the most harmful chemicals on our food.
Jason, did you
the big what did I do? Where am I at? Oh yeah, the big question is
who the fuck is they?
Yeah, thank you. Who's they? Who the fuck is they?
Everybody
knows they. They're doing this.
Just one point before you guys continue on
the industrial scientific complex. That's what it is.
This academic
scientific. Yeah.
Pat was saying something.
So before we leave what academics are responsible for, I got told something a few years ago when I was in my second master's program by my advisor. I was writing my first articles for publication in a journal. And I was thinking about submitting to a journal that was a little more kind of out there, a little more pseudo academic. And my advisor said, "You do so at your own peril." And
Yeah.
you have a pedigree in academia, and your pedigree is a reflection upon me. And at the time, I had 2 advisors and your other advisor. Do so at your own peril. That's the reality of academia.
It is.
I know people that were candidates that left with either MPhils or did not complete their PhD programs because they brought not discredit on their institution as much as just the people that they were putting their name out there. Because the first question you're asked as a PhD candidate is, who are your advisors and what institution are you at? Or the reverse, what institution at and who are your advisors? Your advisors put a lot on out there just to let you work underneath them, and you start doing wackadoodle shit, you're gone. That's just the reality. And Jason, I mean, I don't know if Beamsy's experience was the same way, but you're kind of told, hey, you don't have a PhD. Everything you're doing is under the auspices of this institution and your advisors. Tread lightly.
At some point, like it usually happens for everybody, like in your doctorate, that you go over the hump where the point where everybody's like trialing you by fire. They're like, if you can't cut it, get the fuck out of here. At some point, then they suddenly become like, I'm your biggest cheerleader. So at some point when they're like, you can do this, we feel confident that I'm okay affiliating myself with you, then they suddenly become like your biggest proponent. Then they're like, hey, so and so is great, that they're writing great recommendations for you. So you want to get past that point. And so if you're out there tweeting a bunch of crazy shit and you're saying a bunch of crazy shit,
a bunch of crazy shit's an understatement. Oh my fucking God, this whole time I've just been I was
looking at her Twitter feed too.
And it ain't just anti-vax. This is what you know about rolling down in the deep, in the swamps. That's just.
Yeah. Jason,
anyway,
did you ever get that autographed copy of his book, David McQueen?
Well, I never asked for it. He constantly wants me to send him my personal address so he can mail it to me, and I'm not sending him my personal address.
Don't do that.
I'm not doing that.
No.
Jason, I have a question.
No. But it's an autographed copy, Jason. How exclusive would that be?
Get a post office box, like just someplace you can drop it.
I have a question. I have a question there for you, Jason. Last time you spoke, did I hear you, Paula Maddox?
What'd I say? Did I say I say too much. I have to watch myself.
No, but the way you said it was kind of like you Maddox.
With Maddox, the question was so long. It's extended so long. He's like,
Oh, you mean when you asked me about like the mailbox thing or sending me the book? I went,
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, to answer the question that was directed at me before in regards to my PhD in geology, if I go out and publicly start making stances that go completely against what I've represented before or anything that I've published or anything that I've actually put forwards, I will get discredited from the University of New South Wales.
Well, there you go.
Because I am a representative of the University of New South Wales and their PhD system.
Well, like in America, if I were to publish something that was really out on the fringe, and let's say like I'm a tenured faculty, I'm not going to get like what discredited is kind of a tough word. You're going to get a little shunned by your community. So
your credibility is going to come out a bit.
That's right. You're not going to get fired.
Look at Avi Loeb, the guy who went crazy with Oumuamua is aliens. He's still a tenured, the Frank S. Baird Jr. Professor of Physics and Astronomy at Harvard University, and he's still in the position. But if you talk to most astronomers and astrophysicists in the field, they'll tell you they've lost an immense amount of respect for him and his research.
Same with Jeff Meldrum.
Don't kid yourself if you're one of those people where you put some wacky ideas out there and then you've got and you submit a paper to a high impact journal and it gets rejected. Like, even if it could be a great paper, they're like, you know what? I mean, I as much as we want to,
Can I just throw Andrew Wakefield out there? Just
yeah. I mean, they took away his license. Didn't they take away his medical license? And
absolutely, they did. His paper was a complete fraud. It was fraudulent.
Yeah, that
still lives in a
like,
huge mansion. I mean, he's
But
made
nobody-
millions of
He
dollars.
started writing books, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah,
He did it.
It's
Deepak Chopra. Deepak Chopra was an MD. He practiced for actually a while, and then he started. He never lost his license. He just never got it renewed because it was way more money to start writing his. I don't even know if I'd call them books, just paper with I don't know,
words
a bunch of
on them
See,
in random
Deepak
order.
Chopra's books are what you would get if you actually did the philosophy thing and took a bunch of monkeys and put them in front of typewriters. Like that's what you would get.
Yeah, but nobody's looking to Deepak Chopra for anything scientific. Not, you know, he sports.
Well,
really? Are you serious?
Oh yeah. It's bad.
Well, I mean, I don't think Deepak Chopra is scientific at all. I mean, as far as I know, he's a laughing stock in as far as scientific circles is concerned.
As someone who teaches ancient religion and magic, I occasionally get someone bringing into a class a book from Deepak saying, "Hey, I have this book on science that confirms magic." It's like I've had it happen. And what's funny is I've had it happen more than once with different students, so it is kind of humorous.
This is why it would be bad if I ever actually got a PhD and became a professor, which is like my dream job, because somebody would do that to me, I would laugh. I would laugh. I would actually
Did anyone
laugh.
see what Natty Boy 2 wrote into chat?
I was just about to say, can I say this quote?
Oh God,
Are
you guys are
talking
gonna
about
fall for the troll.
The
Please
DNA
don't.
is a language. Languages
You guys
are
don't know
explained by
who it
minds.
is.
And so
You guys
that-
have
that
no
is
idea
evidence
who
for
that
God.
is, do you?
No, who is it?
Wait a minute. I just want to say what.
If you full screen me, it will immediately discredit it because it shows exactly what
Can I?
he's trying
I just
to
want
actually...
to. I just want to reemphasize what Beamsy was saying. That Adam Lore guy in the chat has just been going off on all kinds of like crazy stuff. I mean,
yeah.
Beamsy's got balls. He's in there like going back and forth with him in the chat. I don't have the energy for that.
Which is funny because it's an atheist versus a pagan.
Wait, who are you? What are you guys talking about? What did Beamsy do? Did Beamsy fight somebody? Did
He's
he
been going on with Adam
his
Lore in
fist.
chat.
Yeah.
Adam Lore. Oh, dude. Okay, hold on. Take this off. Take this off, okay? Because you guys got to see my face for this one, okay? I'm gonna talk shit. Like, what the fuck is Adam Lore? This dude's sitting here, like, yeah, you don't know what you're talking about when you talk about the CMB. It's like, dude, shut the fuck up, okay? You don't even know what the fuck a partition function is, and you're gonna come at me like you understand anything about thermodynamics and astrophysics. Like, no, I'm gonna talk some shit right now, like respectfully, bro. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You have no idea what you're talking
about. The audience, like maybe that's not the.
I'm not abusing the audience, just respectfully. The guy's dog shit. He has no idea what he's
talking. Shit talking. I will concede that you are 100% shit talking.
That sounds like a debate me, brah.
If he
he won't do it. That guy would never debate me. Nope.
If he has citations,
I'd give him $500 to do it. He still would.
He's been constantly saying that like the Darwinian theory is not provable, that it's impossible for Darwinian theory and neo-Darwinian theory to be the case given the Cambrian explosion and the radical increase in population of diversity of species, that somehow refutes like modern evolutionary theory. I'm like, provide the citations or your own research that support that. You could just blab on in the chat about it, but like that goes against all of science and the huge amounts of evidence of that. So if that's the case, provide your own research and provide the extensive citation.
Darwin didn't know this, and Darwin didn't know that, and Darwin couldn't do this, and it's like Darwin lived ages ago. He didn't even know about DNA. Like Darwin, we've come a long way since Darwin's time.
Links in the chat. Anytime. links in the chat. I'm right here. Links in the chat.
I will leave and make room.
Yeah, the aspects of what I've been presenting is...
He won't come in. You don't got to make room for nobody.
He's going to completely destroy you, Leo.
Yeah, what I've been pointing out is two different phyla. One was the mollusca, which can be proven by the Kimbella quartata, which is a fossil from approximately somewhere around the 638 to 680 million years ago. and that is a precursor to the mollusca. So therefore, it would have actually occurred earlier. And the one that he seems to got under his fingernails is the penis worms. I don't think he really likes the penis worms.
I will be honest with you. That always gets
what?
under people's nails.
Amy can't get enough
loves
love.
penis
I
worms.
can't.
Everybody loves.
I heard penis. What?
The penis worms. The earliest penis worms we found are from the Carboniferous era, and they've got a hypothetical phyla called the archaeo penis worms, and they estimated that it's from the
penis
worms. Get that.
Penis worms.
Do the penis worms themselves have penises?
Have penises? Yeah.
Yeah, the list looks like a penis.
It's
only on
penis
Skeptic
separate.
and Ranting will you hear about penis worms.
Oh my
That's
God.
it.
Yeah, we talk about the speed of light in whale dicks per second.
Yes.
How many whale dicks? What was it, like 67 million?
Oh no,
I
it's
remember, like,
degenerating
we're
into
bringing
penis
the
talk.
important subject.
66
Oh
or
my
67 million
Penis
whale
worms?
penises.
Are they circumcised or
I'm waiting for
uncircumcised?
Amy to have a
penis
penis
worms?
worm joke. There's got to be a
my
penis worm
Lord.
joke. Amy.
I haven't heard the word penis said this much since like a really good weekend.
I thought you were going to say since the Ken Hovind debate.
Oh
Adam.
my!
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you that was interesting too. But
Hey, man.
we're actually
Wait, we're talking about penis worms. It's a sandworm over here, man. Sandworm.
Can I just say one thing about the debate, like this debate? I loved the look on Maddox's face when you asked him to explain the process God used. I thought that was gold.
Yeah.
It was
No, he doesn't like that question.
He really did not. I mean,
Magic.
So if I said God did this by putting this molecule here and that, you're just going to ask how he did that. So
yeah. I just love the look on his face. Like, I can't explain that, and I shouldn't have to. It's God. Like, that explains anything. Like, it doesn't explain anything.
Trump card.
I mean, it's so tiresome because they never provide any explanations. It's all just, oh, well, you can't explain this, but you can't explain that. So
But
therefore, it must have been God.
You got it
magic,
wrong.
or some kind of archaic interdimensional technology. You could say it's a Marvel superpower. You could insert just about anything in there for the same explanatory.
Yeah, well, I mean, the great analogy that I heard was that if you're trying to tell me that my TV's broken, that doesn't mean your TV works. You got to show me your TV works. You can't just say, "Oh, my TV's broken, therefore, we can all come over to my house and watch, whatever."
And guys, we are about to head into outro, so unless there's any questions or comments to each other that you want to say, then we're heading in.
Yeah, I just wanted to say to dog shit Adam in the chat that, like, dude, I'm pretty sure you can get a hold of Amy's email and we can set it up. She's literally got a thing called Debate Me Brides. It's right there in the description. There you go. Hit it up.
Leo's a veteran.
Let her know when and where and what specifically about the Big Bang you're wanting to talk about, because I still don't know what the fuck what your point even is.
I'm down to talk
Leo
about
doesn't know
rocks.
what that means.
But yeah, let's go dog shit Adam.
And I'm down to host that debate. So
Dude, I'm a
let's go.
PKer on RuneScape. I can talk shit and I can get under people's skin really, really easy. It's not hard.
No, come on, Leo.
Oh no, you do not know this community, dude. Oh God, no.
I'm being a little sarcastic, Leo.
Do not. Well, y'all don't play RuneScape, but if you ever do, and you ever learn how to do PvP, don't ever join any of the Discords. Don't ever join any of the Discords. Oh, especially if you're bad.
Listen, I have lost my armor many a time in the wild.
What, PKers? I might have been one of them. I don't know.
Yeah, I think Adam should come in here if he's really.
I wish he would and quit trolling.
Well, I just want to say, if you're that adamant of the answers, I think that I'll sit there and I'll let you have a fair go and I'll let you explain your position. If your position is as strong as you say, there's nothing you have to fear by us little atheists. It's this. And don't get me wrong, if you choose not to, that's your choice. I don't think anyone.
I'm happy to bounce to make room because I got animals to feed.
Yeah. Well, and I can.
Well, he's
sort
worried
of
about
say,
the timing. Like,
I
if
don't
you have
worry.
enough time, because Amy's
Amy's gonna wrap up, guys. Oh no, I can't come in.
Amy never wraps it up.
Bye, Pat.
Good night, Pat. I will say,
Not Pat.
I always try and get it into 3, but there's no
Yeah,
way
you do.
it's gonna. Oh my, gonna get into 3 hours is definitely going to 4. So
It's already 3.5.
Exactly, and if you do 5 minutes, we're already past that. So I will allow if anyone wants to come on. I will say now. I'm gonna give my asterisk. I know I always feel bad when people get called out because I know I troll and not troll. I'm in chat with a lot of the Dawa and the apologist channels. Though when I come on, they don't seem happy with my questions either. But I'm sending love. I know Adam is an atheist. And
Adam.
So in my head, he's still part of our team. I'm still sending you love out there. Join if you want. If not, we are going to be wrapping up soon. So if anyone does have disagreements, Adam or anyone else,
he was an atheist.
That's what I have been told. He says he's an atheist and being no true Scotsman otherwise. I'm sorry, Jason.
At the beginning of this, before you even open up the room, I said, Adam, join the stream. And he was like, "Oh, they won't let me join the stream. They won't let me talk about these issues."
He's now backstage, and
all right. I'm gonna mute. I'm muting right now. I'm muting.
We are adding time onto the clock.
I hope he's intellectually geared up.
I will say, so we are at 3:26. We are going until the 4 o'clock, and then we do have to do outros at that point for everybody.
We're gonna go for 4 hours.
It was well. I'll tell you, even if we were just to start outros right
hours.
now,
No, you're gonna go for another
Amy takes
4
ginseng.
hours.
She can.
No, you were gonna go to 4 o'clock.
I am adding 34 minutes to the clock.
Okay.
We'll round it out at an even 4, and then by the wrap up and yeah. But yeah, it's been fun, and like I don't want to call out any channels. I love all channels, but some streams when they go too long and they're not on topic and I think they should end. But when you're having good dialogue and good back and forth, it actually behooves the entire community to keep on having discussion. So with that being said, Adam Lore.
Hey, Amy, how's it going? How you doing?
I'm sending
welcome to the party, Adam.
We are skeptic and ranting on does science give evidence for God?
Skeptical towards the Bible, mostly. Mostly skeptical towards God beliefs, not really skeptical towards anything else. But
well, I will say that we consider, and I think for James both, religion the #1 superstition. It's why we talk about a lot. We do actually want to talk about archaeology. What is it? Astrology, homeopathy, reincarnation. These types of subjects, I think, are also superstitious beliefs we should knock down. That being said, I don't want to roll over. I'm giving it right back to you. What are your thoughts about the debate, the topic, anything we talk about?
Adam, can you turn down your mic setting? You're really, really hot.
There you go. Better.
There you go. That's it. Thank you so much.
But it's all yours. The ball's yours before we go back into open discussion if you want. Or was that it? And if not, we will go into open discussion.
all right, so sorry about the mic. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Yep.
Leo, what's a cosmic microwave background radiation temperature prediction from a Big Bang theorist before 1964 lower than 5 Kelvin? And begin.
I don't understand the relevance of your question.
Specific question.
Yeah, what's the reasoning for the
You
question?
called me a piece of shit and dog shit and all these things based on what I was saying about the Big Bang Theory. So provide a temperature lower than 5 Kelvin from a Big Bang theorist, because that's what we were talking about, and you're wrong about it. You linked to Wikipedia without reading it, and you're full of shit. So don't call me dog shit. Hey, don't call me dog shit, motherfucker. Don't call me dog shit. You're going to call me dog shit? Motherfucker, you're going to call me dog shit? Then provide something lower than 5K. Where is it, motherfucker? Huh? Come on, come with it. Come with it.
Just coming in
Come
here
on.
to shout,
Come on.
shout obscenities is not cool, man. Settle down right now.
A reasonable conversation. You don't have to
Yeah,
start
we
going,
have
come on.
conversations here. You don't just come in and start yelling obscenities.
Okay, but Leo called me a piece of dog shit, and you didn't have any issue with that, did you?
I did actually.
Yeah, I was
actually.
Okay, so check yourself. Watch your fucking mouth. Check yourself and watch your fucking mouth. And give me a temperature below 5 Kelvin.
Your fucking mouth.
Come on, little boy. Bring it. You're gonna challenge me? You're gonna challenge Adam Lore on the Big Bang, motherfucker, and tell me I don't know about cosmology? You fucked up. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Guys. We have to bring everything down.
Wait a minute. Didn't you say the Big Bang was supernatural in the chat? Or were you just joking? I'm just curious.
No, I do think it's supernatural.
So how do you know it's supernatural?
Well, what does he mean by supernatural? I think
You have to defy the laws of physics for it to work.
We don't know what the laws of physics were at prior to 10 to the negative 36 seconds.
And that doesn't necessarily mean it's outside natural systems, because we know that the way that the universe functioned is different than the current laws of physics. We think that's
supernaturalism. That's what supernaturalism
No, it's not.
is.
No, it's not.
You're changing the laws of physics.
I just take supernatural to mean something different than that.
Okay, that's fine. But what about the cosmic microwave background radiation temperature thing? Why are you just give me the number on it?
What the
give
number?
Me the number
what it is? It's 2.73 K.
No, give me the prediction by a Big Bang theorist before 1964, when Penzias and Wilson measured it, that you are claiming the theory predicts that was under 5 Kelvin.
What's the point?
I don't understand.
You don't even remember this. You said I'm full of shit. I'm all this dog shit. You don't even remember what I'm talking about.
Okay. So can you, Adam? Can you sort of say what the conversation from Leo's you understood?
Do you want
sort of try and steel man his position, and then we can get your side? And if Leo was somewhere, because all of these stuff you could have misunderstood what he was trying to say. So let's find out what. Because he doesn't seem to remember saying anything about this.
Sure.
So
he might have meant something else by dog shit and all these things.
Relax.
Wait a minute, you were saying a lot of stuff in the chat that were.
I didn't say anything derogatory like that at all.
Well, and all I would say is
I don't
please
know.
the
I'm not
monetization, or the TOS gods. They're the only
Yeah,
ones. You
I
actually
think we
can
need to
curse
put that on.
a little bit. It just excessive cursing gets.
So Leo, watch your mouth, dude. Watch your mouth.
Why would I need to watch?
So, from what I
watch your
remember,
fucking mouth.
Adam, just a second, guys. From what I remember of the comments, and this is just my perspective, what I remember, Leo was asking for a paper on something. I think it may have been related to the Cambrian explosion. I could be wrong, but
no, I wasn't talking about biology with Adam.
Well, someone was
I'm
asking.
dog shit at biology, dude. I don't know shit about biology. I don't talk.
Okay, I could be wrong. But what was your understanding?
Dog shit, man.
Yeah, I'm dog shit at biology. I don't know fuck all about biology, dude. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
All right.
Well,
I just want to
okay.
say I got pissed off because Leo was talking shit. Leo, you seem hella cool.
Really?
I'm gonna try to calm down, but
Yeah, no,
I'll try to summarize. I was pointing out that the cosmic microwave background radiation temperature predictions do not support the Big Bang Theory. The Big Bang theorists made predictions that were higher than 5 Kelvin up to like 50 Kelvin. The people who didn't believe in the Big Bang Theory, decades before that, already calculated and knew that the CMB would be like 2.3 or 2.7 or something. They knew that decades before the Big Bang Theory.
How did they even know about
They calculated it.
From what?
Well, their interpretation of the CMB is different from what a Big Bang theorist
interprets. But where did they even?
That's what you fucked up on, is because you thought that the CMB only meant a Big Bang radiation temperature. That's where you messed up. You didn't realize that they knew about the CMB since like the late 1800s.
I don't believe so.
Well, I don't care if you believe so.
I believe.
You linked to the Wikipedia page that talks about it. Did you read it, or did you just?
I did. I
go
don't
to
think
Google
you did,
real quick and look at
if you
keywords.
you would know that most of the work of the early predictions of some sort of thermal background radiation that they presumed because the universe started in a very hot and very dense state. You should probably learn something about high energy physics. was given by the work of George Gamow. I believe it was actually one of his PhD students that gave one of the original prediction ranges for the CMB, and it was between 5K and 28K.
Right. So it wasn't. You said something like 2. You said it was from 2 to 50.
Well, there were some that had predicted it. The prediction range.
Not Big Bang theorists. That's the point that you're missing,
I
dude.
don't really care.
No one in the Big Bang Theory.
Well,
yes, you did. All over the place. You did, and then you called me dog shit afterwards. When I was right and you're wrong.
Would you like me to tell you what it is that I claimed? I can tell you what it is that I claimed.
Can I ask a question here? I don't understand how if somebody in the 1964 or whatever, if they got a prediction wrong,
right?
How does that?
So what?
What does that even mean? You know, how does that disprove anything?
The 1960s is when Penzias and Wilson measured it with the radio telescope. That was the second major time it was measured. It had already been measured prior to that. But the point is, the predictions made by the Big Bang theorists were falsified by that data. They predicted something over 5 Kelvin.
By what data? What data are you talking about?
Penzias and Wilson's the measurement of the actual CMB temperature with radio telescopes.
Yeah, it came to about 2.7.
I was asked the same
right,
question.
and the prediction was over 5 Kelvin. The other people who said it wasn't Big Bang said something.
You know why the prediction was 28K? Because it was originally 5K and then updated to 28K. Because
they had like 40 different predictions.
Sorry. The only way that they could predict it then, because they hadn't measured it, was via the Hubble constant, the expansion rate of space-time. That was miscalculated by somebody in the 1940s. So the one graduate student of George Gamow, his name, his first and last name rhyme, and I can't remember what they are. But
Alfer and Dickey.
It's Ralph Alfer. There we go. I knew they rhymed. He was the PhD. Sorry, it was the PhD student of Gamow. I actually don't know how that's.
So what are Alfer and Dickey? What are some of the CMB temperatures predictions that they made?
I hadn't
finished.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just completely losing my fucking train of thought now because I've got.
That's all right.
It sounds like what you're saying.
That's all right. But I want to make a good point: is that Dickey and Alfer made predictions up to like 50K or something.
So the reason that the prediction that the Ralph guy corrected to was so high is because he based it off of a miscalculation of the Hubble constant.
So what's your point? They were wrong about
it. Because they were wrong. He took that derivation from a miscalculation of something else. So of course they were wrong. They miscalculated.
Have they measured it since and have they been right about it?
We've measured it with the Planck satellite. We've measured it with BICEP.
Sometimes theories and
you're muted, Mark,
are kind of wrong, and they get, they update and they revise their, data. When new data comes in, they revise.
I want to know what the point of this is.
Exactly. Well, the question I have is what part of this leads to something supernatural rather than a gap in our knowledge that we don't understand.
Yeah, but it's not a gap. That's the problem.
Well, I mean, but before
even if
Planck
there was,
is like that Planck second or the Planck era after the presumed beginning. Why, if we don't know that, it leads to something supernatural, Adam? That's what I'm really wondering here.
All right, I can address that, but Leo, are you done with the CMB thing, or are you going to admit you fucked up?
I'm willing to admit I may have misspoke or said something that was incorrect.
So you're wrong about you're wrong.
I just don't know specifically what you're talking.
God damn,
you don't know specifically what my point is, so you're not following.
No, I really don't.
No one knows what your point is.
Basically.
So what?
No, I know. I can answer that quite clearly.
Let Beamsy answer this. Yeah.
Beamsy.
Charles Edward Gamow was the first one to actually estimate the temperature of the cosmic background radiation from the temperature de l'espace. He estimated the variation between 5 to 6 Kelvin in 1896. He supported the Big Bang theory. Arthur Eddington, he supported the Big Bang. He estimated from stars and atoms from the Oxford British Association about 3.2 Kelvin. And Enrique Regnier calculated the non.
Wait, hold on, slow down. Who did 3.2? Who was 3.2?
Look at the chat. Did you say that Gamow is from 1896?
Did you say that Gamow is from 1896?
Yeah,
I thought
You're full of shit, Beamsy. On everything you've ever claimed, you've been wrong. Gamov did not make predictions in 1896,
He didn't
dude.
say Gamot.
He didn't say that. He said.
Okay, well, that's what I just don't ask him.
Somebody else.
Those are people that don't believe in the Big Bang Theory. That's way before the Big Bang Theory. You guys are proving my point.
No,
you did this last time, Beamsy. You listed all these people who are not Big Bang theorists who had the accurate predictions that are right decades before the Big Bang Theory. They interpreted the CMB as something different from what you guys think it is.
I'm confused because I don't think the CMB was predicted until Ralph Alpher predicted it in 1948.
And I thought Guillaume was a
right. You're wrong.
Nobel Prize in Physics winner. I could be wrong.
No, no, I'm sorry.
You have what's known as confirmation bias. You believe in the Big Bang Theory, and you only interpret CMB as confirmation of your presupposed belief that you.
I want to ask because I now
Go ahead.
want to know.
Go ahead. Keep interrupting me. Don't let me make a point. The whole fucking crowd can interrupt me every time I try to make a point. Change the subject. Go ahead.
In for a little while now. I've been trying to ask a question because I think this is all kind of well. I think I can get to the root of it. Okay, Adam, I want to know, what do you think the data is pointing towards? I keep on asking creationists. I want to know what and how. Explain to me the what and the how. What is the model?
Eternal universe is the model.
Oh, that's consistent with the Big Bang, with the standard model of cosmology. What? Fucking Alan Guth, the father of inflationary theory, says the universe is probably eternal.
Right.
Well, I just don't know.
But that's a multiverse theory. He believes in like bubble universes and shit.
Quite frankly, random claims, Adam, over the sort of scientific consensus on.
Mark, can you start over? I didn't hear the first part of what you said.
I just don't know why we would believe your sort of random claims over the, you're sort of saying, hey, cosmic microwave background radiation isn't indicative of a Big Bang sort of model, and that, but that's not what the scientific consensus is. So why haven't you produced a paper that shows that's incorrect?
So I don't need to produce a paper. There's already books on the history of science and articles.
Have you read them?
I can link you to papers that people have written about this. I can show you the books on the history. You know what the difference between science and the history of science is, right?
Well, they conclude that the Big Bang model is incorrect.
You're talking about consensus and popularity. These are logical fallacies. In the history of science, we can look at what actually happened. How did it progress? How did these theories come to be what they are? What were the predictions? What were the failures of the Big Bang models? And how did they make shit up later on to try to patch it up?
Yeah, that's just an assertion.
So you have paper. You have some.
Have you read a book? Have you read a book on the history of science?
Hey! My turn to talk.
Have you read a book on it? You haven't.
Now, the problem is, you're trying to make an ad populum fallacy to scientific consensus, and it's not the popularity of it that gives scientific consensus its weight. It's the effectiveness of the methodology. It's often a common misconception that appealing to a scientific consensus is just ad populum. It is not. It is the effectiveness of that methodology that shows that it is the most reliable way to find the truth.
Wrong. You're just wrong. That's convenient for you guys to say that.
That's not an argument.
The popularity and authority of epicycles does not mean that epicycles are correct. You're full of shit.
Yeah, that's not an argument.
It's the validity and
100% relevant
of the research. So if somebody can come along and show, based on what the consensus has published, that consensus is wrong. I mean,
you guys love consensus and authority. You're not skeptics. You're not a skeptic if you keep saying consensus. That's not a skeptic word.
Adam,
who said that they were a skeptic?
I'm absolutely willing to consider other options if the science can show that. And typically, that is, we use the peer review process for that to occur. Like with plate tectonics, plate tectonics was a theory that was not agreed upon until there were multiple papers and research over 30 to 40 years that validated that plate tectonics was a legitimate theory. There are many facets in science where we had a theory, and that theory was changed based on research that went on through, and a consensus was developed. So I can't believe that. Okay, go
It's
ahead.
because it became popular. You believe in plate tectonics because it became the consensus.
So wait a minute.
Why did these things become the consensus, though?
Because we're humans and we have social groups and
that's not an explanation.
So the scientific method doesn't work. Are you saying the scientific method doesn't work?
They're not doing the scientific method correctly. You guys are using popularity and fallacies and all this shit. When a model is falsified, you're not throwing it out. You're patching it up with dark matter, dark energy, inflation, Alan Guth bullshit.
What are they getting wrong?
Speculation. You're just speculating.
Almost everything in the foundations
What are they getting wrong?
The standard theory.
What specifically are they getting wrong?
But why do we keep changing the subject?
I'm not
stick to one subject.
I'm trying to ask you about what you said. You said they're getting it wrong. Okay, so what are they getting wrong?
Well, I already said about the Big Bang, the background temperature predictions were wrong.
That doesn't mean anything.
Okay, well, that's how science works. They make a prediction. They say it's going to be way more than what the other guys say. They're wrong.
Adam, if this is the case, then why don't you write a paper on this?
Why do you keep saying write a paper? There's already papers about this. Read a book about the history of science. Read papers about cause. Just go read a book. Go to Wikipedia if you guys love Wikipedia, and just read what it says and what it links to, and it'll show you the dates. It'll show you. There's papers written about the history of this.
I'm sorry, Adam,
have you read
the
them?
history of science is not used in current astrophysics. It just isn't. It's the history
That's
of
what we're
science.
talking. We're talking about the history of science.
What you use to predict things.
You just don't know what you're talking about. You guys are so indoctrinated and so narrow-minded that you don't even know what the history of science is. You don't understand the philosophy of science. You understand Richard Dawkins and Neil deGrasse Tyson, and that's it.
What's funny, because I think everybody here would tell you I'm probably the most heavily critical of both of them out of everybody sitting on this panel right now. And there are numerous people that have heard me bitch about them.
I'm just curious.
So you're sitting here talking about how we don't know what we're talking about, yet you're making these asinine claims that aren't even responses to anything relevant that any of us have said, and those are even fucking false. Like, you're just clowning your fucking self right now.
Then write a paper about it. Write a paper about it then.
Why would I need to write a paper?
That's not what the consensus says. So write a paper about it, and if it passes peer review, then we'll accept it.
All right, I'm interrupting.
Well, that's science. You just described science.
The comments for $10 says great stream, girl. Popcorn and physics. Title: Adam in the Den of Deist Deniers. And I'll tell you, funny thing about that, I am a big proponent of being against deism. I think the notion of a mind that is outside of a physical body is just a silly concept. But I'm going to keep on that train. We're going to get two more people in as we, the Den of Lions.
I think Jason has a great question, Amy.
I just want to know what Adam's academic background is. Like, I know I'm not making any appeals to authority. I'm just curious. Like, do you have any advanced degrees? Do you do any research in any of these areas? I'm just curious.
I don't do appeal to authority, so I'm going to choose not to address that.
That's not an answer.
Yeah, there we go. So
but you can do like Leo said and assume that I know nothing, and then when I actually talk to you, you're quiet and you just shut up and you want to change the subject every chance you get. You don't want to actually go to the references. You don't want to actually look at the numbers because you know I'm fucking right, and you guys are wrong.
You have a guy who supposedly predicted the CMB prior to before the consensus of scientists was even that the universe was fucking expanding. So if you're going to posit that the universe somehow wasn't expanding, where would the CMB have come from in a universe that's not expanding and didn't start in a hot and very dense state?
So, Leo, if you know about this subject, what do you think the people who believe in a static model...
That's deflecting, sir.
Do you know what they... Shut the fuck up. Do you know what they claim?
You're not answering the question. You asked a question. You just try to avoid it. This is
so 9 people ganging up on me, and you guys won't let me talk.
Yeah, because you're being
it's you asked a question, Adam.
I think the problem here is people in this room don't like dishonesty. You're just being dishonest right now.
I think what I'm going to do...
This guy's like the atheist version of Otangelo.
We're going to do a game that I used to play. I'm going to let Mike Banner have a intro, and then we're gonna round robin 3 questions at a time, and maybe I'll let it lean towards Adam since he is getting the other side. But Mike, Oh my. We are Skeptic and Ranting. I hope you are doing well. We are talking, does science give evidence for God? How are you? What are your thoughts about the debate, the topic, or anything we've been talking about tonight?
Yeah, I think you guys are doing good. I'm really glad to see you. I just had a couple quick questions. I watched a bunch of your videos. You're hilarious in the I don't know, it's a bar. You're in your older video. You're hilarious.
Oh, thank you. I hope actually to do more of that. So thank you so very much. That actually makes me feel amazing.
Oh, it was genius and hilarious. Who's your co-host? Is that James, I think?
Yes, it is. James.
Yeah, for the two hosts, just real quick, I saw a mention of, I think, ERV. What is that? Don't spend an hour. Just give me the bullet points. ERV, I think you kept mentioning.
Endogenous retroviruses?
Retrovirus, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Endogenous retroviruses.
Endogenous retroviruses.
So what would be simplified? Okay, so a really simplified version, and this is incredibly simple, and what I understand is that basically viruses have a way of causing kind of mutations. They insert themselves into the genome at some points. They leave these markers, almost like fingerprints, that we can kind of go, okay, that virus caused that there. And organisms, we can tell when they split off because of the markers they have left from these viruses. And that's very, very simplified. And I of course, I'm not a biologist. I'm not really qualified to talk exactly what it is, but that's essentially
when a virus infects either a sperm or an egg cell and inserts its own DNA into that virus gets passed down to the offspring, and it actually becomes part of their DNA code. And we have thousands of these viruses all throughout our genome, and we can actually see when we look at the chimpanzee genome which ones we share with those, which we share with common ancestors. Then we can see some that we don't share with chimpanzees that humans acquired after they diverged from the common ancestor.
But you can see a marker apparently. You can see who sneezed? Bless you. But you can see a marker or something after it's left. Is that the?
It inserts itself into the DNA, so it's going to be part of the DNA code going forward.
Okay, and I'm familiar with the law of biogenesis. Life only comes from life, and that, of course, I would say trumps any theory. But I kept hearing you mention
law of biogenesis.
So the law of biogenesis is very specific, and I think it was Louis Pasteur that sort of came up with it. It was only in response to spontaneous, what was it? Spontaneous generation. I can't remember the name of what it was.
Yeah, spontaneous generation. Yeah,
where they used to think that frogs and insects, just because they just came out of the water and came out of the mud, that they just spontaneously were created
from rotting meat.
Yeah, so the law of biogenesis was specifically to refute that. It's often quoted as, well, it shows that abiogenesis can't happen, and that's really not what it's addressing. It's sort of a conflation of the what they were observing at the time.
Yeah, I get a question. In older videos, I kept hearing you mention abiogenesis. I'm familiar with the law of biogenesis. What's abiogenesis? Like the very, very, very first biogenesis thing, or?
It's really an entire field. I did want to say one thing about the law of biogenesis, and that is that there aren't really laws in biology. You might hear that word, but that shouldn't be understood as meaning anything like what laws of physics means. Biology doesn't really have laws, at least certainly not in the sense that physics does. But abiogenesis isn't really, it's more just a specialized field in broadly biology, but it also involves parts of geology and astrophysics and chemistry and how all these fields come together in a dynamic way to potentially give rise to life on the planet.
Incorrect in that aspect. It's more of the aspect of chemistry and biology, because it's shifting from organic material to living material. That's why it's such a big. I'm sorry for using this word, but for lack of a better word, it's a massive clusterfuck.
So, but the context was she was her and James were talking about like us people that believe. I don't even know how to describe ourselves. Us people that believe in that don't believe in evolution. She was saying how. Yeah, she was saying how.
Abiogenesis.
Yeah, you kept on saying that they're probably going to bring up abiogenesis.
Yes, because abiogenesis is the process by which non-life became life. It's something that both atheist and theist agree on. They just try to use it as an attacking point because they believe that God brought non-life into life.
It's more particularly, like I said, from organic material to living material. That's where the big mess up with it comes with a lot of it, because if you say from non-life to life, it doesn't really cut at it right, because it's actually
there's a
skipping
bigger
part of the
problem with
stage.
that law. There's a bigger problem with that law, and that's that if life only comes from life, it means God is life, because we're life that came from God. And if God's life and the law is true, then only life comes from life, and there must be some life apart from God. It's a very where did God come from? But you know, that's sort of taking it to an extremes, and they sort of special pleading and say, oh, but God is eternal, so he doesn't. But you've already said there's a law that only life comes from life. So
God.
I don't think it's a hard
I feel
law,
bad,
like
Natty. If you I wanted to let Mike have one final statement. If you come back on, Natty. Yes, but he just left.
Bring him on. I want to talk to this guy. He's making all kinds of claims in the chat. I'd love to see him.
Natty
I'd
boy.
love to see him demonstrate a mind without a brain. He says he can. I would love to see it.
Well, and so Natty, if you
apparently I am being wrecked in chat, says Natty. Apparently.
Gizmo doesn't think so.
Somebody's got to drop off.
Natty seems cool.
Just one more question.
Who's dropping off?
Oh man, let's not go through. Let's not like do these questions. Let's if you've got a statement to make, make the statement. Like these, we don't have a whole lot of time left, so.
All right. Sorry, yeah, go for it.
Well, I just had one more question. It like just.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, where do we get the free weed?
Yeah.
yeah. Thank you, Bird.
All right.
There was an undercover police station across the street, and I held up the sign for a. So, Amy, do you have a significant other?
Okay.
Whoa, getting fresh.
A little personal.
Why are you shopping?
Yeah, maybe you should buy her a cup of coffee first.
The question is not if, it's how many.
If you're offering free weed, Amy, I mean,
it's more true
I'd take it up.
Amy would have to jump on that.
Well, I just wanted the answer to those three questions: the ERV question, the abiogenesis question, and the if you had a significant other or not question, because I would love to debate you.
Oh.
But I would debate. But the winner, if I win, you got to go on a date with me.
Wow. Okay.
Wow.
Coming out strong. I like that. Taking the risk. Everybody's got to take the risk.
I'm more
free
interested
weed.
on what the debate topic is.
Amy doesn't lose debate.
Taking his shot at it, man. Why not?
Shoot that shot, son.
Like I said, I feel bad. Well, these after shows, not too much to pat ourselves on the back, but I think Leo and I did have to distribute butt cream last time.
Yeah, I think so.
John Maddox needed some.
A little bit.
Yeah, I think we had to.
Leo went a little
distribute some butt.
And I feel bad because I don't go into those debates trying to win Zors and stuff like that, because I don't really think you can. But my goddess, I was telling James it's the same thing that I felt with Gavin. Come on, buddy. Please present something. I don't know what else to do.
Well, don't tell Gavin to present something.
Oh my goodness, that's true.
He's presented enough.
You don't have to ask Gavin to present something.
Gavin was in chat during that debate saying that the topic was above Amy and Leo's pay grade. I think he didn't even believe that.
The one thing I want to say is having an IQ that is higher than the room temperature of fucking northern Siberia is above Gavin's pay grade. All right.
Yeah.
So I'll just leave it at that.
Probably right there.
Okay, wait. But I want to just say one thing to Adam, is that obviously Adam's made some good, interesting statements about the validity of scientific consensus and how it's just just popularity. And so if
baseless assertions.
okay,
Yeah.
but if like I do climate science, so I don't know if like climate is something, and the climate change, climate variability, if that's something you consider as like a bunch of bullshit. But if those topics are something that you feel are not the case, you don't agree with the consensus on that topic, I would love to debate you on that subject sometime.
Debate me, bruh.
So I'm just putting that out there.
Well, on global warming, is that what you said?
What's global warming?
I refer to it as climate change. Not
Oh, you
global
refer to it
warming,
as
but-
climate change. I mean, I'm a little skeptical of like when you go way far back and they say there's all these ice ages and stuff because they found a drop stone. I think that's one of the possible things. It's a lot of things that could have been. When it comes to like modern day climate change, yeah, I think that the climate is changing.
What's
and a lot of it's man-made, and a lot of it's. I mean, there's some benefits that can be very detrimental. Ocean acidification, for example.
Sure.
Ocean acidification.
Yep. I okay, good. So it sounds like that you do agree with the consensus on that topic.
I know he's an idiot.
With the more kind of recent stuff, if you go way back, like if you go back before 500 million years, I'm very skeptical of the mainstream claims about climate and the Earth's surface and things like that.
Well, you seem like a science skeptic specifically because you're not skeptical of any supernatural claim that you're making. You seem like it is science specifically that you're skeptical of.
Well, this is the thing is like I don't see the Bible and theism as a worthy contender. Like it's kind of like the difference between how you might treat your little sister versus like wrestling with your older brother. It's like I'm not going to beat up on my little sister. Obviously, a talking snake and creating the universe in a week is beyond. I mean, it's not. It doesn't even register as something worthy of arguing about to me. It's completely ridiculous.
It seems
more
more
conspiratorial.
conspiratorial.
Skeptical of your claim that there's this supernatural explanation for the origin of the universe. Do you understand that?
I don't understand what you just said.
Do you understand that we are skeptical of your claim that there was a supernatural origin to the universe?
Oh, well, by definition, the Big Bang Theory is supernatural.
No, it's not.
Why by definition? Whose definition are you using?
He's making a claim that at the point of a singularity of that at inflation, that the laws of physics were not what they are today, and so therefore he's considering that environment, of which the laws of physics were different, as supernatural. And I would not call that supernatural.
This is simple. Basically, what he's doing is, Adam, what you're doing is you're redefining the word supernatural in order to make this case.
Okay, so give me a definition of supernatural. Give me like a dictionary one, or I can grab a dictionary.
Existing metaphysically externally to the natural world.
But we're gonna play a game, guys.
Something that's ontologically not natural.
Okay, game. I love games.
And what the game is, and
I wanna play
we
a
are
game,
going
baby.
to start. We're gonna start with Beamsy, and just move downward through it. Is you are going to be able to pick someone and ask them 3 questions, but then that person is also able to ask you 3 questions.
Does it have to be the same person for all 3 questions?
I guess not, but I just that way if one person is always getting asked questions, they'll also be able to ask a decent amount. But sure, feel free to, I guess, ask any. But it's 3, the rule of 3 wishes. We're sticking to it. Beamsy, please pick someone, and then
Wait, quick question. Can you ask the 3 questions to 3 different people, or do you have to pick one person and you get to ask them up to 3 questions?
Sure,
have 3 questions.
Leo
you
gets
just
2
get
questions
3
now.
questions.
Pick who you want.
for-
The genie wishes are yours.
Now Leo gets 2 questions.
Yeah.
Maybe I only
just
need
one.
one.
That counted as one of your questions, Leo.
But Beamsy, the floor is yours. Pick someone.
I think I'll have the past. I think I gave myself a concussion with the stupidity that Adam just said about the ice ages.
Oh man.
About drop stones. Dude,
Yes.
everything you've ever said to me has been wrong.
Wow, that's a bold
Every
claim, my
single
friend.
claim you ever made was an error. Like 40 different claims you kept making.
Well, it's Beansy's
And yet
turn,
I've
so-
proved everything that I have ever said with citations and papers and you just keep
What was the
dismissing
archaic
it.
the archaic penis worm that you said was a phylum, and then
just leave it on to someone
you're so
else.
full of shit.
You can ask me that when it gets around to your turn.
And all right, that's right. We got 3 wishes, 3 questions.
Who's next?
Was that one of them?
He's done.
He's done.
Whose turn is it?
He passed. He passed.
Wow.
He just used his turn to talk shit.
Well, and
God damn,
if it was towards you, Adam, then you get 3 questions for him.
No thanks. Not gonna do that
You
again.
got both passes.
I'm fucking so tired of Beamsy. Every single thing he has said, like you check it, it's like it's completely wrong, and then he says, "Oh, that's not what I said. That's not what I said." It's right there in front of your face.
Well, in fairness, Beamsy talked shit, Adam talked shit back. We're about an equilibrium now.
And all right, we're moving to Jason then. Jason, 3 questions. Pick a person or people.
I don't want to pick on Adam. I mean, I feel like
pick whoever you want.
I'll ask Adam some questions, but I don't want it to be like adversarial. I know Adam had mentioned in the chat about his views on Darwinian theory, neo-Darwinian theory, and that they didn't think they were correct, or that the Cambrian explosion is like that Darwinian theory is impossible given what of the Cambrian explosion. I'm just wondering if you could like elucidate on that topic.
You're Mark, right?
This is Jason.
Oh, sorry. Oh, Jason. Okay, yeah, we were talking, right?
Yeah. Okay,
sorry. Because it doesn't show any names or anything, but I knew the names from the chat. Yeah, so I'm saying Darwin. So let me try to be very specific. Darwinian evolution and neo-Darwinian evolution by itself is insufficient, and it breaks down with these errors. You need something that is different from what Darwin claimed. Darwin claimed that Darwin himself, like I'm reiterating what Darwin said. He said the Cambrian explosion disproves my theory unless they find a bunch of these intermediate fossils to fill in these gaps. And that was how long ago was that? 200 years ago or something?
Well, like 1860s.
Okay. So what I'm saying is if there really is a Cambrian explosion and it's not just a kind of artifact of the fossil record where it didn't preserve something. You know what I mean? Maybe something was there and it just wasn't preserved in the fossil record. That'd be different. But if there really was just the stasis of just single-celled stuff for, 1.5 billion years, and then in a relatively short period of time, every single one except for one or something, there might have been sponges, I think, but every single animal phylum is formed from the beginning, boom, and then never again. That totally contradicts Darwinian evolution of slow, gradual change from random mutations. Mutations aren't even Darwinian, but neo-Darwinian is mutations. So slow, random change through natural selection and mutations. That is not what the theory says. That can't be possible in a theory that says slow, gradual change like that.
And two more.
So just to kind of follow up on that, then, so what you're saying is that the reason that neo-Darwinian theory is incorrect is because we don't see enough evidence that could support the Cambrian explosion. I mean, I would grant you that there are other mechanisms that, other geochemical, geological, biological mechanisms that have some explanations for the Cambrian explosion. So it's not just Darwinian theory in that respect. But are you saying that there's a contradiction here, that this somehow proves that neo-Darwinian theory cannot be correct?
I'm saying if the Cambrian explosion is what it appears to be, then yeah, neo-Darwinian evolution by itself can't be. I mean, we already know that neo-Darwinian evolution by itself can't be correct. We know all kinds of additional stuff.
Well, I don't think we know that, but
sorry, I'm using the word "no" loosely, just in the common sense. Like, I don't mean "no" in the actual philosophical sense.
Yeah, but you're aware that there are hypotheses presented that could explain the Cambrian explosion and the reason why we see what we see. And just what you're doing is basically doing a sort of argument appeal to ignorance. We don't know why this happened, therefore the entire thing can't be correct. It would be the same as me saying, hey, we don't know medically why this thing happens, so therefore let's throw out the entire theory of the germ theory. It's exactly the same thing. A gap in our knowledge does not make the entire theory false.
I mean, we have the same.
Is this a second separate question, or do I let the other guy?
Well, actually, I'm gonna.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done. He can.
Are we all going to team up with me somewhere, and I don't get to respond?
No, you
do I
can.
get to respond?
Yeah, of course.
Yep. And you get to ask him 3 questions too.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Sorry, the guy that asked the last question. What was your name again?
That was Mark.
Okay, that's Mark. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, Mark's the Aussie.
And what was your name again? The other guy?
I'm Jason and
Jason and Mark. Okay, sorry. Yeah. It takes
I'm
me
the
a while to
Australian.
catch on to the names.
For a plague.
Okay, so it's not an argument from
my
ignorance.
name's James. I'm Leo.
All right. Well, I know that Leo. I know some of the names.
Amy Jamesman.
Okay.
My name is Amy Jamesman.
Free weed.
Thank you, Bird.
Yep.
All right. So, do we want to hear Adam Lohr's response, or
go ahead, Adam?
Okay.
Wait,
I'm not thrilled.
It's not
Which one's Adam?
an argument from ignorance. It's what Darwin himself said. Look, this is a dilemma. This is a real major problem. If we can't find transitional forms in between here, the theory is wrong. That's what he said. It's a scientific hypothesis. He said if you can't do this, it falsifies the hypothesis. You can still have evolution, but you got to have a different form of evolution. It's falsified. So it's not an argument from ignorance. It's what Darwin said with it's falsifiability. It goes back to Popper. Isn't Popper the guy that originated falsifiability?
He made it popular.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm really sorry, Adam. Darwin didn't say that. He actually said to the question of why we don't find rich fossiliferous deposits belonging to these periods prior to the Cambrian system, I can give no satisfactory answer. He didn't say it disproves his theory completely. That's not what he said. You are absolutely misquoting the man.
Final comment, no question, but then ask Jason questions. Or you can ask anyone. You pick 3.
Yeah, you can ask me a question. I don't care.
So Mark, you read the first line of that quotation. Did you read the whole thing? Did you read down like a couple paragraphs down?
No, please enlighten me.
Okay, I don't know it off the top of my head, so I'll have to look it up. But there is a part where he says, look, this is a problem, and it needs to be resolved. If it's not resolved, the theory is wrong. That's falsification, right? We agree on that.
But there's been hypotheses presented that do explain it, and he's not saying, hey, you're basically trying to argue that Darwin didn't believe in his own theory that he purported around the world. And plus, Darwin didn't even know about DNA. Darwin didn't know a lot of things. He knew that there were mechanisms for doing, sort of transfer of traits of animals. But citing Darwin as an authority on modern evolutionary theory is such a horrible mistake. It's almost criminal. We know so much more than what Darwin knew in his time. To sort of bring him up as, hey, he didn't know this, therefore the entire thing is wrong, is such an error.
Okay, a couple things. Jason and I were talking about challenging Darwinian evolution. That's why we're talking about Darwin.
Yeah.
Neo-Darwinian.
Sorry, what?
Neo-Darwinian.
Well, both.
Sure.
But the Cambrian explosion is still an open, unsolved problem. Like it hasn't been resolved. So Darwinian, Neo-Darwinian, it's still, if the Cambrian explosion is what it appears to be, Darwinian and Neo-Darwinian evolution are falsified. You need a different type of evolution. That's the scientific method. That's how science works.
That's what Mark was saying about this ignorance fallacy, because just to say that we don't know certain facets of how the Cambrian explosion came to be doesn't falsify evolution. There's no logical contradiction in not understanding or missing certain pieces with that. I mean, if you can explain why there's some type of contradiction there, then I would love to hear it. But I don't think there is.
And then Jason. One more question, and then we're going we're getting ready for Mark, and I think we got to squeeze Danny in, and we are eventually going to wrap up.
Oh boy!
I just want to say I appreciate Adam coming on and talking about this
For sure, for sure.
Well, it started out with a really bad first impression because of, I was challenged and everyone's kind of ganging up on me. I think everyone here is hella cool, and I like you guys a lot. Like, I just came in defensive, like everyone's coming at me and talking shit.
We get it.
But
just because we disagree, there's no reason we can't. Just because we disagree, we can still have a great conversation, respect one another. Talk about
like
stuff.
I love Leo and Amy. You guys were also in the debate. I didn't even realize. I realized that's the same dude from the debate that was like talking to me in the comment section. I was like, I had conflicting feelings towards Leo. But anyways, Jason, to address what you had said, I'm not trying to falsify evolution. I'm kind of saying the same thing Mark's saying. Darwin doesn't cut it. Darwin didn't know jack shit about evolution. He knew like the first one of the things.
Okay.
So I'm not here trying to disprove evolution. I'm saying the neo-Darwinian style of evolution has not cut it. It doesn't do a very good job of explaining what we're examining, and we see a lot of stuff that if it is what it appears to be, that neo-Darwinian evolution cannot be true.
And Mark, forgive me. I'll let you get your questions. Just let me get Danny in for his intro, and then we'll go back to our game and we'll keep on popcorning.
Yeah, get Danny in here.
Woohoo! What is up, Danny? We are Skeptic Ranting.
I came in here because of Mark Reed, because I saw him getting spanked in the side chat by this boy named Natty Boy. Did y'all see that? Did y'all see that?
So my question is for Danny: why he's such a troll? Like, what a troll!
Guilty as charged. I definitely troll you, Mark Reed.
Yeah, he definitely does. No, I think I've gone. Yeah, I will do your intro, Danny. Go for it. I mean,
well, that was my intro. It was really fun trolling Mark Reed. I appreciate that. Amy Newman made that possible with the stream. I appreciate it, Amy. That's what I live for, just to troll people like Mark Reed. But no, that Tayler person, I'm talking to her tomorrow. But she suggested.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah,
of course you are.
She suggested that
you got a hold of her, didn't you?
I did, right? And you know why? But she suggested that that we do it live, but I was like, I don't.
Whoa! Yeah, why would no, man? That'll be taken off of YouTube.
Not in that way. Not in that way. Jason, that was me.
Oh my god! I just figured it out. I just figured that out. I'm sorry. I'm
yeah, I was like,
you trolled two people now, Danny.
Like 20 minutes of Mark Reed's time. It was wonderful. But anyway, I didn't want to do it live with her because I just felt like I just wanted to have a casual conversation, see where she's coming from, maybe like in a non-confrontational setting. So I want to see where that goes. And if it goes well, then I'll interview her and maybe we can have a discussion, open panel on my channel with her. But if it doesn't go well, then I'm not going to do that. So we'll see.
Well, I hope it goes well.
When is this going to be tomorrow? Tomorrow?
I'm going to talk to her tomorrow in private, and then if it goes well, I'm going to do an open mic with her. I'll get permission, and then people can ask her.
We got to introduce her to Rebecca.
Yeah, I think that would be good. Like, we'll get Rebecca in. It'd be a really fun open mic if she ends up being like someone that I like. So,
who is this? Who are you going to talk to?
The person that debated Amy.
The one that was
Taylor,
we were reviewing for.
Wow, Danny. Are you going to ask her out, Danny?
And I did already, right? We have a date tomorrow.
Yeah, no doubt.
She's not going to call it a date, but
wait, Danny, aren't you married?
Yeah, but whatever.
Oh, yeah, I got it.
It's all socially constructed, whatever. No. I told I'm just messing around. My wife thinks she's hot too.
That's part of the problem.
Nice
throuple.
It's hard, man. I saw the anti everything you could. Like, I feel like she's one of those people that thinks that, like, if you get sick, if you just take a couple amethysts and like rub them on your boobs 6 times clockwise,
No,
What?
counterclockwise.
No. It's clockwise.
Counterclockwise.
What will happen is
Tried
it
it?
will
Have you tried it, Leo?
realign your chakras. It will realign
Have
your
you
chakras.
tried it,
That will
Leo?
set you in tune with the quantum vibrational frequencies, and you will become an 8th octave of the sun and transcend all disease.
It's counterclockwise.
Speaking of which,
How can you say if you've never tried it, Leo?
How do you know I
dare
haven't tried it?
There's about to
I'm
be
asking,
a
have you tried
clockwise,
it?
counterclockwise holy war.
There
But
you
Mark,
go.
I am
You feel better,
handing-
right?
I
You rub your
believe
nipples, you feel better.
the pattern was Mark, Shane, Adam, Leo Filius. No, I'm losing it. Well, I know Mark was next.
Look, I think I've hassled Adam enough. I've really jumped in over Jason. I do apologize. But okay, so I'll just ask one question, and that is, Amy, when's your next debate? When are you next up giving a medal?
Well, I'll tell you, I should contact Standing for Truth. I need to get
Sitting for lies, you mean?
Yeah.
Strangling the truth. That's what it is.
So that,
nice.
I could probably do a part 2 of a Kurt Hovind debate, and then I believe that James is setting up an anti-theist debate. I know that the other partner contacted me, and so maybe we're just waiting for theists. But
Who's going to be debating who here and where?
I am not sure who the theists are going to be, but
Where's
it's
this
going to
gonna
be a
be at?
modern day debate.
Oh, are you going to be in it?
Yes.
You guys are going to defend anti-theism?
Yes.
Okay.
My joke is I consider myself a
Christ,
medium theist in that I know that they're soft and hard. I think that's right. I think that you can't disprove all notions of God, but that there are specific gods that you can disprove. And so that's why I medium roasted with caramel.
Hey, I got to get out of here. I got to go to bed because I got to get up in the morning.
Is perfectly reasonable. It is eventually going to be daytime here. We are going to Eddie. We're going to find just the last round robin of questions. Jason, do you want to say anything as a final outro thoughts? Skeptic and Ranting. Does science give evidence for God?
Yeah, only thing I would say is I appreciate being on, like chatting about these topics. You guys did an awesome job. You were highly superior to your opponents. I like chatting with everybody here.
Apparently not in looks.
What? Oh,
no.
Look at Leo.
I gotta go too.
Oh wow! God,
later,
Danny,
Danny.
you're such a bitch.
I like chatting with everybody here except Adam. Fuck you, Adam. No, I'm kidding. I'm just joking. No, Adam is a real champ for coming on in a room and fighting off like 9 people. So that was good. And anyways, no, I love everybody on here. So I'm gonna get out of here. But great job on the debate.
Yeah, I'll go too. Thanks, everyone. The real question is though whether God gives evidence for science.
No.
I don't even.
What? Anyways, y'all take care.
Night, Danny.
That's what a philosopher would ask.
And all right, I think Shane, Leo, Bird, Adam, and Mike, you each have questions if you would like, but then we are heading to outros.
Okay, so can it be with different people?
It can be, but you got 3.
Okay. Leo, first question. Would you say that you're a foundationalist or a coherentist, or do you think it's maybe an infinite regress?
I honestly these days am leaning more towards Susan Hawk's foundationalism.
That's interesting.
I haven't committed myself to it yet, so I'm probably still just a foundationalist. But yeah, I like the idea of foundationalism.
Cool.
2 more.
Adam. So it seems to me like what's been going on is we've been saying, okay, here's what the science says now, and here's what this theory says now, and this is what the data says now. And you're like, well, yeah, okay, maybe it says that now, but like 60 years ago they were wrong, or like 100 and whatever years ago they were wrong. So I guess my question would be, why are you placing so much emphasis on past errors instead of the accuracy of the present day?
Okay, so we're talking about neo-Darwinian evolution of the Big Bang Theory. These are the things that people keep defending. So I point out, for example, people see the CMB temperatures as validation of the Big Bang Theory. You go back to the past when they made the you know what I mean? Like the measurement and the predictions of that is what you guys are counting as points for it. If you look at the history of it, those are not points in favor of the theory. Those are points against it. If please don't interrupt. Please don't interrupt. So people are over here defending neo-Darwinian evolution. People just keep saying mutation and natural selection, mutation and natural selection. How did this come about? Mutation and natural selection. Well, yeah. Then we go back to we go back to the earlier versions of just when that was kind of what the main form of evolution was just those two things before some of the more modern stuff that's added on top of that. Actually, if you've listened to me talk more than just tonight, I talk about it more cutting edge 21st century. We need at the very least an extended synthesis. We need to update these theories. They're like, most of them are 200 years old or something. So yeah, it's because people are defending the 200-year-old theories, and I'm like, look, we figured this shit was wrong like way back 100 years ago. We need the new model. We need to look at the exoplanet discoveries that were made in the past decade and update this stuff.
One more question.
Okay, I'll go with Adam again. Sorry, I know we've been picking on you, but do you have a model that does that, like, and has made any predictions that have been confirmed?
My own model, or something that I prescribe to?
Something I guess it doesn't have to be yours.
For
like something you
as an alternative to Big Bang, or just in general, or what?
Yeah, let's go with the creation of the universe, or how the universe came to be.
Right, so that's presupposing creationists. You guys are creationists. You start with the assumption that there's a starting point.
No.
What?
No, we're not creationists.
Okay, then let me. If
you believe in a Big Bang, you believe in a creation.
Can I rephrase the question then?
It shows that you just
hold on.
There's
Let me
I
get it. Let me rephrase the question. It's my question. All right, dude. So what is what is the theory that you ascribe to for the creation of the universe, if at all?
But why do you say creation? It's like when
I said, listen to me. I said,
I heard what you said, but why do you word it that way? It's like when a Christian says, who created the sun then? Who created the moon then?
Dude, you're not letting me. Okay.
You finished your question.
No, I said, yeah, and you're not understanding it. I said the creation of the universe. Okay, what is your explanation for the existence of the universe? There we go. That's a better phrasing of it.
Okay, that's much better because it doesn't assume your position.
All right, go on with it. No matter.
No, I'm going to criticize the way you did, because that's part of my point, is that you guys assume
the question. What is your explanation?
Stop interrupting me. Let me answer your question.
So remember, the question is, what is your explanation for the existence of the universe?
Law of Parmenides. Universe has to exist. A state of
nothingness. Law of what?
Please stop interrupting.
I didn't understand what you said.
The law of Parmenides, ancient Greek philosopher, one of the first guys. You can't have an existence of nothingness. There has to be something. The idea that there's nothingness in a state of existence is contradictory. So inherently, there has to be something. There always has to be something, and there always has to be something in the future, and there always is now, past and future. There has to be. It's a necessary. It's a logical necessity.
So what sort of model do you ascribe to that
eternal universe?
Powers?
And on that, everyone will still get outros, so we'll still have. But who is left? We got three questions. If you want it, Adam, Leo,
I'll go.
Yeah, I don't know who's supposed to be going next. So
I just have three quick questions for Mark.
I feel bad.
For me?
Yeah, for you. Listen, how
Yeah.
much would it cost to rub oil on that head?
Too much more than you can afford.
Okay. Second question is,
Yeah.
why are you 6'5"?
I'm not.
And third question, thank you very much for your time.
Oh, thank you. I thought you were going to ask me for any shampoo he endorses. Thank you. Nothing of real relevance. Thanks, Bert.
No, that's what I bring to the table. Okay, I'm here to say people are wrong. So that's
a
it.
consummate intellectual.
That's right.
Absolutely, absolutely. Still my favorite bird. Still.
Thanks, buddy.
And
anyone else got
anything
it?
else?
Is it my turn? Or,
yeah, go Leo.
If you want, Leo, floor's yours.
What is the law of palm sandwiches? Is that what he said?
I just had just to do two questions for Adam. The first one is if he could tell me the 6 epochs in the early evolutionary stages of the universe that are collectively referred to as the Big Bang.
No, I don't. There's recombination in the Planck era, but I don't know all the names of the eras and epochs off the top of my head. I don't know the names of the geological ages and stuff off the top of my head. I don't know the names of the presidents off the top of my head, but go ahead.
So, and just for those interested, it's inflationary epoch, electroweak epoch, quark epoch, hadron epoch, lepton epoch, boson epoch. All of which happened in the first
when did they make that up, though?
I don't know.
When did they make that up? That wasn't the original Big Bang Theory.
What that means. Well, of course not.
It was made up in like the 80s or something.
Yeah, we didn't have advanced quantum field theory.
Bullshit
We didn't
patch.
have advanced quantum field theory in the 20s and 30s. Quantum field theory wasn't developed until the 60s and the 70s by people like Frank Wilczek, De Sitter, Tuft, many others that developed that. So yeah, that's where a lot of, because that's what we use.
Is that how you pronounce it?
When we yes, Gerard de Tuft.
I'm impressed by that. Keep going.
But it's a lot of high energy physics and particle physics that's used when physicists and cosmologists are looking at the very early universe because of the high energies. So no, we didn't understand much about in fact, a lot of our knowledge about getting closer and closer and closer to the inflationary epoch, we didn't gain until the LHC first hit the scene.
That's all just made up stuff, but that's awesome that you know who Gerard Tuff is.
Gerard
I got a clip of him on my channel talking about how quantum mechanics and stuff is not taken literally, but
everything
more
he
questions,
just said is made
Leo.
up. Really?
Yeah, I
You
just
made all that up.
I just had one more question.
I can link to it.
Is all. Can you give me the name of what the technical name of the contemporary evolutionary framework is that is used in biology, medicine, ecology, and agriculture today?
Say that again. Are you talking about like the modern synthesis?
No, it's close, but no, that's not the right answer.
I'm not sure exactly what you're asking, because sometimes
I'm asking what is the technical name for the contemporary evolutionary framework.
But I don't know if there's a consensus on that, because people have some people believe in the extended synthesis, some people believe in the modern synthesis. Sometimes it's called the standard model. Sometimes the standard model refers to the modern synthesis. You know what I mean? Like you have to be more clear on what you're asking. And what's the point of just asking me quiz questions? Just see if I
integrated synthesis would be the name that we would be looking for, which is the modern synthesis with things I think like advanced genomics, epigenetics, evo-devo, and other things like that added into it. Now
that's a synonym for extended synthesis.
There is
that's a synonym for what I said.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. Yes, it is.
There is something called. There is something.
He asked me a question. I'm answering.
There is something called the extended evolutionary synthesis, the EES, and that is not what I am talking about. That is what you're referring to. That is not what I am referring to. Integrated synthesis is not the same thing as the extended evolutionary synthesis.
Leo, do you want one more? Or are you
no,
good?
I don't need one more. It would be a statement, not a question. So,
All right. Well, you can't. Well, I'll let you make a final statement if you want, if it's under a line or two, because then we're getting
Oh,
Atheist
yeah.
Junior.
The reason for asking these questions is just to oftentimes probe the level of understanding that one actually has so that I can juxtapose that with the level of understanding that they claim to have.
All
Leo,
right.
I had
Thank
no
you
idea
for
what you're
coming.
talking about. Does that help?
Yeah, I had no idea. I could look it up. Yeah.
All right, so I get 3.
Well, you do. I just have to do an intro for someone, and then I'm handing it back to you, Adam. Atheist Junior, what is up? We are Skeptic and Ranting on Does Science Give Evidence for God? I hope you're having a good day, night, or anything in between. And what are your thoughts about the debate, the subject, or anything we've been talking about?
So, you're talking about the Hovind debate, Kent versus Ken?
No.
No, it was
Which debate?
Amy and Leo versus Maddox and Tayler. I think.
But
Taylor
I
was
did
the-
see that going on.
you-
There was a Kent debate.
Was there?
Yeah.
So
He never
you guys replaced me and Maddie in that debate, correct? Did you know
Replace-
that?
Did you debate Taylor?
Oh, so with this,
We were supposed.
Wait, what?
We were supposed to debate them, but
Oh.
Maddie withdrew from the debate, and we were partners, so I was like, well, I'm going to withdraw also. And then I believe they picked. I could be wrong, but I believe they picked Amy and Leo to replace us.
Do you mean-
Yeah,
John
James
Maddox
never told me
Tayler?
about
Or was
replacing.
that-
He just
or-
asked me if I wanted to do
wait
it.
a second.
Or am I crazy?
Do you mean the Maddox and Taylor debate, or do you mean something with Kent?
No, not with Kent. It was I believe it was LPP and somebody else.
Oh,
and me and
well,
Maddie were going to debate.
If that's true, I mean, I didn't know
I mean,
anything.
Oh, really?
Yeah, James didn't say shit about replacement or anything. He just asked if I wanted to.
Said you wanted to be in a debate on
Yeah.
science.
And I thought it was the opportunity to debate Maddox, so I was like, yeah, I'll take it.
Like Maddie pulled out because of the controversy at MDD, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh,
so Matt-
that whole. Okay.
Yeah.
What
So-
controversy?
Well,
I
Maddie-
always miss everything. Hey,
Richard
like, I don't-
Spencer, I think it was that he had Richard Spencer on. I don't think that's we should be bringing these people on and letting people like myself and Danny and others, Vosh, like just absolutely humiliate them. That's what we should be doing. That's absolutely what we should be doing, and you will never convince me otherwise.
Right. Okay. So let me just recap what happened really quick, because I guess it doesn't really matter. But I'm just I was just asking if you, and I was not calling you guys the B team. So James approached me and Maddie were supposed to be debate partners, and he asked me, "Oh, do you want to debate against LPP?" And I said, "Sure." I just came from his stream, by the way. I actually entered the room. That was an experience.
Right now?
So, yeah, like 5 minutes
He's on
ago.
right now. Oh boy.
Yeah, he is. But then she DM'd me on Twitter and she said, "Hey, do you still feel comfortable doing this debate? Since I found out that James had platformed Richard Spencer." And I said, "Well, we've already agreed to do the debate, so I would say that we should probably just follow through with it, and then maybe you could post something on Twitter and just say like, hey, I found out about this after we agreed to it, and I don't really approve that, but we're still going to go through with the debate." That's what I said. But then she emailed me later and said, or messaged me. She said, "I emailed James and I withdrew from the debate." So I told Maddie, I was like, "Well, you're my debate partner, and if that's the decision that you made, then I'm not going to undermine her decision, so I will also withdraw." And I told James that. And then Amy and Leo replaced us. So that's basically what happened.
Okay.
Yeah. I forgot what I was. I think that's.
I
pretty
feel
much it.
kind of shitty. I didn't know.
I mean, I don't care.
No, but okay, from a booking standpoint,
Why would you feel shitty?
This will happen if you have people that withdraw for some reason. Then you fill a spot, and when you go and you say, hey, you don't approach the other person and say, hey, we had these people canceled, but we got to have you at second place. No, you just like, we have an opening. We need, like that. It's generally not the practice you would do to mention like, oh, somebody backed out, so we need you to fill in.
And James has to do this all the time. He's always finding people, and people are backing out or have to cancel, or shit comes up, so.
And I just heart everyone involved. I can't help it. I heart James, and I heart you.
Yeah. Well, and no, I don't pass any judgment on anybody for going on the channel. I said that I told her we should still do it, because I wanted to do the debate. We already agreed to it. And I specifically told James, he was like, you're not going to, when he first asked me, he was like, you're not going to waffle on the debate, are you? I was like, I've never tasted waffles in my life. I am not a waffler. That's what I told him. I like pancakes. And then I ended up having to leave anyway.
Somehow I doubt that.
Was Richard Spencer, is he they were calling him a Nazi, or?
Yeah, he's the neo-Nazi who did a speech and then did the Heil Hitler salute, and then he got punched in the face and all that.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that.
I mean,
he has like people like Hake on there, and he's pretty bad. Like but he looks like an idiot.
The thing is, that's the thing. Like his last debate with Hunter Avalone, Hunter just. That's what I'm talking about. That needs to be done to all of them.
I have to say, for anybody who says that it's pointless to try and change people's opinion when it comes to not creationists or politics, and people aren't going to change. Look at Hunter Avalone. That guy did a complete 180, and I say good for him, because this guy.
And he married a hot chick too.
Yeah.
And that last debate with Hake, I mean, that was.
Hake looked like a clown.
He's a smart kid. He's a smart guy. But
I would love to.
I think he just got sort of caught up, brainwashed by the alt-right pipeline. I had the same thing happen to me. I started listening to Ben Shapiro podcast, and it changes the way you think, because they want to change how you vote. They do it by changing the online spaces that you hang out in, the memes that you look at, and the cultural and social things that you are thinking about, and on just like a day-to-day level on social media and stupid shit that seems like it doesn't matter, but it's all political. And ultimately the point is to influence how you vote. And that ended up happening to me. So I totally get it, and I used to be like a fucking centrist, but I became a lot more leftist in the past 2 or 3 years, after that, because I was like, I don't want any part of this shit.
Yeah, I'm probably
especially after the Unite the Right nonsense.
Leo's a communist.
No, I'm not.
He's a social. Are you a socialist? Are you a Bernie Sanders supporter?
I was when he was running.
Yeah. So you're not a communist?
No, that was a joke.
Not yet.
Well,
I am gonna send love. $5 to Freak.
Well,
Best channel closing the gaps between believers and non-believers.
We're only closing those gaps by revealing there's no gods in them. What's up?
Yeah.
Thanks to Freak. That's awesome, man. Appreciate it. That's awesome.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so very much to Freak.
I actually haven't seen the Amy debate, but if you guys end up talking about, I did watch the Hovind debate, which was a waste of time to watch.
Yeah,
it usually is
really bad.
And so we are going round robin. I'll include you, Atheist Junior, if you like. We only have a few more people left. We're asking questions and then doing outros, and we will hit that 5-hour mark. Adam, I know you had
You
just.
guys are just crazy. Like, wow.
We can't help ourselves.
It's ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah,
5
it's
hours.
amazing. There's something pure about it. You know, your dedication to just ranting incoherently into the phone.
It's a labor of love, Mark. It really is.
It's
That's
wonderful.
why I'm here.
Thank you, sir.
And all right, Adam, the floor is yours for 3 questions.
All right. Well, I have a question for Amy, Leo, and AJ. Same question for all
Right.
3 of you. Do
Okay.
any of you, or some combination of 2 or 3, one at a time, but do any of you have an interest in having something similar to a debate, but more like, I would prefer to do more like a discussion, a structured discussion on the Big
What are you
Bang
gonna
Theory
say,
specific. Please don't interrupt. On the Big Bang
Easy,
Theory.
man.
Please don't interrupt me, motherfucker.
Easy.
Please don't
Chill.
interrupt me.
God
The
damn.
whole fucking room
This
is
isn't
like
your channel.
dogpiling
Calm
on me.
down.
Interrupt me every time I say something. Please don't interrupt. I'm making a formal request here to Amy and or Leo and or AJ. Do any of you guys want to have a sort of formal discussion on the cosmic microwave background radiation of the Big Bang Theory?
Well, I'll go first in that absolutely, and I would say I would also.
That's why I love that
to-
girl, man. She jumped right in there. Where are you other boys at? She jumped right in there. Y'all cricket sounds with a legit question. All right. And then there's dead silence after y'all cutting in, and Amy has to jump in. Man, good job,
I had my
Amy. All right, go
microphone
ahead.
muted.
Jumps all
That was
over it.
why.
What are you talking about? The question was to Amy, Leo, and AJ. Why would we jump in?
And so I will then just throw the ball over to Leo and then AJ. So Leo.
I would need to know like what specifically about the CMB you would want to debate, like what it is, where it came from. I would.
CMB temperature specifically.
What about the temperature? Like what
Same
what
shit
it
we've
is?
been talking about here.
From the
Yeah,
60s.
I don't think that I even need to debate that. That's
Okay. Next.
And all right, and so AJ, I don't know if you know Adam, but if I could sum up, and please tell me if I am strawmanning you, but you are skeptical about some notions in evolution, about some of the, or if not the concept of the Big Bang. Do you believe in global warming?
Yeah, we covered that earlier.
I'm just making sure.
Remember, you asked me if I am like a UFO conspiracy theorist
do.
because
Oh,
I
I asked
questioned
about UFO and flat
Darwin.
Earth. I wouldn't ask that again. But you and I know, and I feel bad because I could sense that you really were offended. But I wasn't trying to offend you because I just have to. You have to test the waters to see what people actually believe. And let me tell you, and I think I went over this last time too, is that the person that rails hardest, sending love to Bubble out there, you know, who rebels against evolution, just
Sunflower.
No, that's true. Well, so the sunflower, I guess he goes either way. Also, so do I. But not sending love. I guess. Oh, okay. That was 3. I guess 3 questions. Is there? I'm gonna hand the ball over for AJ to answer it, though, if you would like.
So do you mean debate in the future, or are you talking about having a discussion here right now?
Oh, I mean like a structured thing on SFT or something.
Yeah,
or your channel or Amy's channel, you know, whatever you guys want to do, but
sure, that sounds like fun.
Like you know, like a debate, but more kind of just not like I'm against that guy and this guy. You know, like it can become so antagonistic, and I think that this stream is indicative of that, where it's like an us versus them, like battle in a war or something. And I don't know. I just
and it would
want it to
be,
become
I
like
think, a little bit easier if it were like 4. I know you're not a creationist, but 4 people who would, let's say, skeptical of evolution, even though I disagree even with that notion. But versus
dress up like Matt Malley.
Yeah. But and so it's the same when you go on religious channels, and
We
so
get Sal
that's
on
why
his team.
I did try to. Yeah, hey, you know it's funny. I heart Sal. He's actually said many good things, especially when I had.
I bet he's made no
Cindy.
mention of Goodell's incompleteness theorems. Oh shit! I'm probably the only one that gets it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you are.
He also compared me to the Joker, but I consider that a compliment. And all right, I think Atheist Junior may be either reconnecting, but I think Mike, I know you are still up. If you want to ask 3 questions yourself.
Yeah, where's any Christians in the room?
Nope.
Yeah, I'm right here. My name's Jimmy, and I'm a Christian.
God damn it, Leo.
Love me some Jesus.
Praise bird.
Well, whoever answered that question, Christian, I would like to ask you what sin the panel committed tonight being atheists. They all seem nice. They did not cuss until somebody else cussed. I've heard nothing but cussing from Christians in the chat room, in this very, where people said in the chat room, their kids are listening, please don't cuss. Please tell me, that's my first question, dear Christian, what sin did these atheists
Can I interrupt you? I appreciate what you're saying.
I would like to answer his question because
but
I
I
got a really
think
good
that
one.
it was one of the atheists.
No, I'm
were
not
just
no
doing a
atheist. I'm a
voice.
Christian. My name's Jimmy.
I
But I
clearly
just wanted to answer now. Because
I
the
clearly
thing
understood
is,
that,
since
but I
God
would like
exists, there is
he
no
would
evil
know
in the
the
world,
answer
so
as
nobody
well.
sins.
He would probably know the Bible just as well as a Christian would, so I would accept an answer from a poser. And I accept because he's gonna give the same answer. He's not gonna have an answer.
No, I got an answer.
True.
I just gave you an answer.
I feel
Okay,
like
so
I'm
anyway,
watching the Blair Witch Project with this guy's webcam.
Anyway, yeah, sorry about that.
Interesting background, isn't it? You've got to
But yeah, there is nobody's committed any sin. Like
I would like to ask James something if that's
And
true.
we'll let just Mike do his 2, and then AJ will go next.
Okay.
Well, yeah, my second question to that Christian, no, he doesn't have to be a poser. It can be a real Christian, or it can be nobody. This could be turned into a rhetorical question. Have you read your Bible? Have you read your Bible?
Sure have.
There's clearly. Let me tell you something. Didn't Moses write Exodus?
No.
Excuse me.
No.
And Genesis.
No.
Did God Almighty write Genesis? Did God Almighty write
God
Genesis?
doesn't write books, my good man.
God damn it.
And I would say if that do you have one last question, Mike?
Yes, dear Christian, you should understand.
There's no Christians on this panel, man.
Yeah, you're not going to hear it, man. If you keep interrupting, you're not going to hear it. I'm trying, 4.5 hours. I want to talk for 10 seconds. What? Give me a break. Cut them off, Amy. What the hell? Anyway, Moses wrote Genesis. Dear Christian. Moses wrote Genesis, and I'll tell you what. He goes up on the mountain, and he goes into the cloud for 6 days, and then he goes into the fire for an additional. The 7th day, he calls him up for an additional 33 days. He was up there 40 days. But those 6 days when he was in the cloud, what do you think he did? He wrote down in the beginning, yellow ink, whatever. There's your 6 days of creation and evolution all mixed into one.
Wrong.
Are you sure that when they said he was in the clouds, they weren't just talking about it? He was really super high.
How does Moses write a book before he was born? That's really my first question.
That's my point. He's writing the book. He's writing the book in 6 days on the mountain, and on the first, and in the evening and the morning were the first day. And
I was
that's
born
him on the mountain writing it down. He's not talking about 6 literal days.
Hallelujah.
So
even chapter 2 says that before all this, there's billions of years there, and I'm not talking Genesis 1.
Are you talking about the gap theory?
No, not
millions.
Genesis 2, not the gap theory, where it sounds like you good Christians can't make any good sense of it. You don't know what he's talking about. It sounds like the creation repeated. No, it's before mankind. All this went down for a very long time.
Going down.
But
So I'm questioning.
are you saying
Going
between
down.
Genesis 1 and Genesis verse 2, the verse 1 and verse 2 in Genesis, there's a long period of time, billions of
No,
years?
I'm not saying that at
So
all. I'm
we're-
not saying that at all. You're not listening. I don't know. I'm not saying
I
that,
think
Amy. I'm
he's
not saying that.
criticizing Christians. He's basically saying rhetorical questions towards Christians, and
Yeah, if a good Christian
get
comes in here, my last statement is a good. What
I
sin
thought
did
Moses did write Exodus, though. I thought that it's been, or at least
No.
that's what the Christians
He did.
say.
No,
he did? He did. Well, we believe he did. Excuse me. We believe he did. My point is, he was in the mountain for 40 days.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, and so he wrote Genesis.
I don't know about
during the course of 6 days. Not Genesis happened in 6 days.
I think it's claimed he wrote Exodus, but I don't think it's claimed he wrote Genesis.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're called the books of Moses, aren't they?
Yeah, it's the
The first like five or
yeah,
something.
Correct. Certainly, we believe he wrote the 5 books, but like you would see at the very end of the movie, the 10 Commandments. But no, us God believers believe the finger of God wrote the 10 Commandments on 2 tablets on both sides. So
it's not a
but no,
movie,
not-
man.
he didn't write with the finger. The finger of God did not write Genesis. Moses did, but not over the course of. He did
Where's
over
Pat?
6 days.
Damn it, where's Pat at?
Sending love to Pat. He was on. He had to go to bed. I actually want to thank you so very much, Mike, by the way. And everyone's going to get outros. I think, AJ, we're handing the ball to you. You get 3 questions to whoever you want.
I get 3 questions.
That's right.
Okay.
3 wishes.
Fire away.
Well, I wanted to ask James, like, what is it about the Big Bang that you, I guess, disagree with, or the CMB?
No, that's Adam.
Oh, that's Adam.
Adam, sorry, I apologize. I'm getting.
I'm fine with the Big Bang.
Yes, I know. Okay, Adam. What's your beef with it?
All right, cool. AJ, I don't know if you remember who I am. I had a discussion with Kent Hovind that remember you're going to debate Kent?
Adam Lore. Oh, okay.
Yeah. You actually made a video be like, hey, I need to school Adam Lore on the cosmic microwave. Like you made a video kind of addressing this. Just in passing.
Yeah.
But I like you, AJ. You're hella cool. Like it's not an antagonistic thing. But
we had an offline chat that was really funny.
Yeah, that was really funny.
It was really fun.
Oh my god, that was really really funny. Anyways, I want to say real quick. I thought that I asked 1 question, not 3, but I guess since I asked 3 people, it counted as 3. But I'll address this. So people count the cosmic microwave background radiation temperature predictions of Big Bang theorists in like the 30s and 40s or whatever as proof of or confirmation of the theory, when really the temperatures that they predicted, 1, were all wrong. They were totally wrong. They were way off. They were way higher than what was predicted before that. And the more accurate temperature predictions were made decades before the Big Bang theory even existed. And it like when they measured the CMB, it was falsification of the Big Bang theory.
Now, I'm going to have to disagree with you there because in my understanding, the prediction was that the temperature was going to be 5 Kelvin, and the actual temperature turned out to be 2.725 Kelvin. And that's not way off, in my opinion. That's quite close, especially predicting something from such a long time ago. And when you have testable predictions in science that come out to be true, it's you're trying to get as close and as accurate as you can. So to me, that's a successful prediction. That means it's good science.
All right, so there wasn't one prediction though. There was like a whole bunch of them. 5 Kelvin, 10, 20, 40, 50. there was all these different predictions, and the 5 Kelvin thing was in the papers that said 5 Kelvin. They explicitly said the other guys that decades earlier said it's only going to be 2.7. We're predicting it's going to be significantly higher than that because of the Big Bang. So if you understand that part of it and look at the temperature predictions prior to that, decades earlier, that were perfect, they were exactly right. They calculated it decades earlier. It falsified the theory. Their theory was it was over 5 Kelvin. And it's the temperature is one thing. It might not seem like that much, but when you get into what the energy, how much energy that is, and it's like you have to do it to the 4th power and stuff. I was talking to you about this on Twitter, but I don't know if you saw it, but it's like it goes to the 4th power. So it's not just a difference. It's a difference to the 4th power is how wrong they were. And if you go all the way up to 50 Kelvin, the amount of energy that was predicted is off by something like 100,000 times. It's really, really wrong. So if we're counting an accurate CMB temperature prediction as a point, we should give the points to the people who predicted the exact perfect temperature decades before the Big Bang Theory.
And so, Atheist Junior, you can comment, but then you got 2 more questions.
Okay, I'll just respond to that real quick. Yeah, well, in science, you have a lot of scientists in a field, and you're going to have lots of predictions because by the nature of it, you have a lot of different people with different methodologies and different opinions. However, if you just focus on one person, George Gamow, he did start by predicting 50 Kelvin, but then later he predicted 7 Kelvin, then 6 Kelvin, and the temperature he was predicting kept going down because his data was getting more and more accurate. So he was zeroing in on a closer and closer prediction. And it's the same thing when it comes to learning, or trying to figure out what's the age of the universe. It used to be 20 billion years ago in the 90s, and today it's something like 13.7 billion or something like that. But it's always gone down because they are zeroing in because they have better data, better telescopes, and better instruments, and more advanced computers, and more technology advances, and more people are entering STEM fields, and more people are entering these astronomy fields. So if it was just wildly going all over the place, if you focus on the same person making the prediction and it was going all over the place, I would agree with you. But I feel like he zeroed in, and I feel like we've zeroed in when it comes to the age of the universe too.
So if you look at what Gamow actually said, the most common thing he predicted, Gamow is actually one of the guys that typically predicted a much higher CMB radiation, usually 50, sometimes 40. He went higher and higher. He went way up there. The other guys, Alfred and Dickey, and those guys tended to start out a little bit lower, and they kept getting higher and higher. But even if you look at one person, Dickey changed even in 1 year, he published 3 different papers that changed his predictions 3 different times. Like if you look at just the papers that were published, one dude changed his mind 20 times. Gamow changed it every year. Every time you do an interview with Gamow, he changed his prediction.
Sorry to interrupt just quickly. I've got to go. It was a pleasure, everybody. Great to talk to you.
Thank
you. Morning.
Well done, brother. Well
thanks,
done.
Bye, Mark.
Well done.
Nice to talk to you, man.
Great job in the debate.
Well done.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate it. But have a great day or night. Love you.
And all right, AJ, one last question.
Okay. I guess I'll ask Leo. Are you a socialist?
Yes.
Not a communist. Okay. Do you? I guess.
Well,
this is a sub question. Do you believe in worker co-ops?
Yes.
Can you? Okay. Okay. Well, I'm done.
Woohoo! And all right, we're actually going to head into outros, and then we'll also have the after show open for those who would like to continue the conversation on Discord. I do want to thank the entire panel. Boost. And all right.
I do not need an outro.
Don't need an outro?
No.
Well, I will say before you leave, just sending love to Leo Vs. Thank you once again. I thought it was a great debate. I had a lot of fun, and I just want to send everyone your way at youtube.com/LeoVs.
Don't subscribe.
Bye,
Absolute
Leo.
dog shit fucking channel. Dog shit fucking channel, bro. Like the most trashed videos I've seen in like 7 years. No, strike that. 10 years.
12 years.
That's how bad they are.
And all right.
Leo.
Oh my gosh, Wesley,
Thanks,
at
Leo.
the very last end.
Oh,
you
we don't
to
have
join.
to do that.
Yeah, just don't. Just don't. Please don't
Wesley, I
fucking torture
love
yourselves.
you.
Or him.
We're going. You can come join us at the conversation in Discord.
Ooh, Discord. That sounds sexy.
I feel bad, Wesley, because we've been looking for people that have been looking to challenge us all night, but we're on hour 5, and I get the feeling that
That would just be a whole new can of worms. It
But
wouldn't be anything on topic.
Vision is shut. Oh my lordess! I'm
Don't
fighting
do
it. I'm fighting it, James.
Don't
All
do
right.
it. Don't do it, Amy.
We're going into outros. Forgive me, Wesley. We'll have more, and we'll bring you on, and that'll allow proper conversation because we have been having fun. We have touched science, give evidence for God. Atheist Junior, the last one to join us. You are the first one that is going to start us off. What is up, Atheist Junior? We have been Skeptic and Ranting on Does Science Give Evidence for God? I hope you had fun. It was a pleasure having you on. And of course, what are your final thoughts? Where can people find you, and what are your final thoughts?
Well, I apologize that I've been having webcam issues. I'm not sure why. For some reason, when I try to turn my webcam on, it kicks me out of the room. I don't know. But if you want to find me, my YouTube channel is just youtube.com/atheistjunior, and same thing for Twitter and Patreon. And I've been working on a video. I didn't see the debate with Amy, so I can't comment on that. But I've been working on a video. I put out a new video today that was streamed, but I've been working on an edited video that is sort of reflecting on the last year of my channel, because it's been a crazy year. If you just look at the last 12 months. Because May of last year is when I debated Kent Hovind, and that was when I started taking YouTube more seriously, and the videos I was making. And I kind of hate to come on here every time and just say, oh, I got so many more subscribers now. Like, I don't know, it feels kind of shitty, but I'm really happy that I'm able to put out content that people find interesting, and I'm
like yourself.
yeah. My favorite thing is posting a new video and seeing the comments from people. That's really, it's really enjoyable. And so I have some clips from the first time I came on Amy's stream, and when I didn't even have a webcam, and I was using the microphone on my headphones, and just my audio quality was shit. And just sort of going over like the different milestones that I've been hitting. So I'm looking at my channel analytics real quick because I just wanted to give an example. So I think let me see, in the past 28 days, I've gotten 500 new subscribers. So
nice.
It's crazy because it used to be that I would have the same, and I'm going to wrap this up soon because I know there's a lot of people, and I would always have the same commenters commenting. It was very close knit community when I had like 200 subs and 300 subs. And now I don't recognize any of the names of the commenters. It's always different people, which it's good and bad, and I'm always trying to improve my production value. Like I was doing streams that are in 1080p, and now my streams are 1440p, so they're a little bit sharper. And I'll just say, here's to another year. And Amy and James helped me get started on YouTube, and I'm very grateful for that. So thank you guys. I appreciate it.
Woohoo! We are just happy that not only
happy to have a tiny part in that.
Exactly, because this community just cross-pollinates well. Except for, I think, one thing that I can think of, we don't have religious holy wars. We don't. Yeah. So,
but you earned it. You put out good videos. You do the work. So you definitely earned it.
Thanks. Yeah. You wouldn't the holy wars thing. You wouldn't know it listening to how the people in LPP stream were talking about the atheist community is ridiculous. Bizarre world over there.
They're just trying to project.
You should go back. You can go back and watch the replay of when I was in there. You might get a kick out of it.
Woo-hoo, absolutely. So that would be a lot.
Were you on the panel?
Yeah, I went into the stream and everything. Not for very long, but I was in there. Yeah.
Go to youtube.com/littlepp.
Yeah.
And all right, AJ, thank you so very much. Oh, but I do have to ask, does science give evidence for God?
No.
No. And I did want to say one more thing. I made a community point. I made a community post about this. But I know Amy did a debate with Ken Hovind. And I was watching that debate. And then I made the mistake of scrolling down to the comment section. And it was full of transphobic, nasty, hateful comments about Amy. Just vile. Disgusting.
Are you surprised?
No, I'm not surprised, but it was like 2/3 of the comments, and it's just, it's just bullshit. It really made me mad to see that. So,
I mean, that one was pretty funny though.
Yeah, that one did make me. I will admit that the one comment did make me laugh.
AJ, was that on Kent's channel or where?
Yeah, it was on Kent's channel.
Okay, I noticed that there were so many more transphobic comments on that channel versus who was there during the debate.
Yeah, especially with how nice Amy was. Yeah, I don't. The video was originally on Brett's channel, but Kent re-uploaded it to his channel, and they just went after Amy in the comments. And she was really nice.
Brett had the chat set to subscriber only, and I'm not going to give him a sub. That was kind of infuriating.
Well, could you comment on the video after it was posted on Brett's channel?
I didn't even look. I try to spend as little time on that channel as possible.
Yeah, I agree. But I just wanted to call attention
to that. He just had the Mary Toko anti-vax video that he was saying got taken down by YouTube today.
I saw that. But yeah, I have a new video out, so you guys can check that out if you want to. And yeah, I'm done. So.
Thanks, AJ.
Thank you so very much, Atheist Junior. And if you haven't already, it's the hot place to be. Go sub.
All the cool people subs to Atheist Junior.
And all right, thank you, sending love, AJ.
Yep, me too.
Mike, thank you for joining us. We have been Skeptic and Ranting tonight on Does Science Give Good Evidence for God? Hope you had a fun time. What you got going on, and what are your final thoughts?
A lot on the wall, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, sorry about that. It's so yeah, I think there's science, whatever the Dr. Stephen Meyer I read. Signature in the Cell. It's probably the only book I've read in my life other than The Hobbit. When it first came out, I put myself in the bathtub and read it straight through for 3 days. That's probably the only. That's so if that gives you an idea on where I stand. Yeah, I believe in God, but I also think that there's people that don't believe in God, and I think the people that don't believe in God and your current Christianity, everything like that, are in the same boat. They're gonna get a door slammed in their face by the Savior saying, "We never knew you. I never knew you." But that is not the lake of fire. You're just going to have to be on earth with me and everybody else learning all about him. So anyway, the only debate that I would like to do with you, Amy, debate for a date, and I am, well, whatever. I'll debate you for a date. The only thing I'd like to debate you over would be the young Earth. I believe you guys are wrong on the length of the age of the Earth, the age of the Earth.
How old do you think the Earth is?
Well, yeah, that's one of my questions.
Who knows? I'm totally into the Bible, but I do not think it's 6,000. It's probably 10,000, maybe at the most 100,000 years old, 25,000 personal footprints. Who knows? But not millions and millions.
No, it's not millions, it's billions, but yeah.
It's thousands of millions.
Yeah.
Billions.
But thank you so very much, Mike. It was lovely having you on.
You guys are the coolest people in the world. You guys are the coolest people in the world. It's like I was brought up. Oh, they worship Darwin by serving bacon. That lady said in chat. That was so funny. And their religion is it's like
bacon?
no.
Someone said
they have
bacon?
no morals. They don't. And it's like no. I'm talking to my atheist friend. I'm like, why don't you steal? They're like, well, because it's not mine. I'm like, they've got more morals than
we can figure it out. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway. So yeah. Well, but we'll debate you on the young Earth.
All right. I like it. Because I'm definitely in one camp, but sending love to all my creationists, theists, brothers and sisters.
That would
Thank
be
you so very much, Mike, for coming
ridiculous
on.
debate.
Wow.
And all right, we're going right down the list. Woo-hoo. What is up, Adam? We have
All right.
been Skeptic and Ranting on Does Science Give Evidence for God? I hope you had a good time, even when it was spicy. What you got going on? And of course, what are your final thoughts?
Well, Amy, thank you for having me. I'm sorry that it did get a little heated there, but I do generally like everyone in the room. It just was heated. And actually, yeah, I wanted to say real quick, AJ, congratulations on your channel blowing up. And Mike, I am currently listening to Signature in the Cell. It's really good. Stephen Meyer is my dude. As far as evidence for, what is the question? Can you restate the question exactly?
Scientific evidence for God.
The scientific evidence.
Give evidence for God.
I really think that evidence is just sort of, everyone has the same evidence, and it's what model we use to interpret the evidence, and so I think, yeah, I mean, basically there is, if you believe in a God, you can find evidence that has a theological explanation for it, like the way Kent Hovind might look at fossils and interpret it in a flood context. There's evidence, and you can interpret it according to that model. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's right. You know what I mean? That's how I think of evidence. I don't know. Maybe that's not what you guys mean by the question. But anyways, Amy, if you'd like to have a Big Bang discussion, and AJ, let's get some contact information or get something set up, because that'd be really fun. And I've been wanting to talk to you about that. And
AJ's already out.
Okay, well,
but he's on our Discord. Do you have Discord?
Yeah. Do you have to? Do you need like a special invite, or is it just the general voice?
Amy can send it to you.
Just the link.
Put it in the private
channel description, and then we'll set up. We want to set up more Debate Me Bras. So if you would like to go up against AJ or Leo, then I would love to have you on here. If you would like to debate me, I would love to be on Modern Day Debate, Standing for Truth, Brett, wherever you would like. Your channel. You can find out something. I should change like number. I'm just the more debates, the merrier. And all right, thank
awesome.
you.
Amy, real quick, was on the Discord. It's the general voice chat. Is that where the thing is?
Yes.
Okay.
So,
awesome.
It's going to be, as soon as we're done, it will be under voice channels. I think Beamsy is already there. And that's where the community will be heading after the stream.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Beautiful.
Sending love, Adam. And all right, we're going right down the list. I know Mark goes. So, Laha. What is up, Shane? We have been Skeptic and
That's
Ranting.
me.
Dun,
Get
dun,
that out
dun,
of the
dun,
way.
dun. That's right. We have been Skeptic and Ranting on Does Science Give Evidence for God? I hope you had a fun time. Where can people find you, and what are your final thoughts?
Well, thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it. So for the debate question, does science give it evidence for God? It doesn't give convincing evidence for God. It doesn't give sufficient evidence for God. You can say, people can say, they could point to something and say, oh, this is evidence for God, but it's underdetermined evidence, which means it can be explained by a lot of different things. In order for it to be sufficient and convincing evidence, you would need to say, like, this is explained by one conclusion only and no others. Another thing I wanted to address was like 3 hours ago, maybe 4 hours ago, people were talking about right. People were talking about science of the gaps versus God of the gaps. The difference between that is science of the gaps, it's an inductive argument. We're not really saying this will definitely be natural. Like if there's a gap in our knowledge, we're not saying, oh, we don't know what it is, but it's going to be natural. We're saying everything that we've had evidence for is natural. Therefore, it's reasonable to assume or infer inductively that the answer to whatever this question is will be natural. We're not saying that will be, but it's probably going to be so, unless it's demonstrated to be otherwise. Whereas the God of the gaps is more of an abductive argument, where you're saying, this is the best explanation I can come up with. Like, I don't know what we can't explain this. Well, therefore, God is the reason why. And there's no evidence for the supernatural. There's no like, the way I like to put it is, every time supernatural claims can be falsified, they are, and they've never been confirmed. So, okay, I'm just rambling now. Anyway,
No, I agree.
Well, maybe that's a good place to stop, because I'm kind of long-winded. Anyway, yeah, you could find me at I have tinyurl.shanebilowitz. That'll get you to my YouTube channel. I don't have 100 subscribers.
Shane,
look at that!
There it is.
Awesome. Thanks. And also,
Thank you,
I just joined the booking team for Skeptic Haven, the YouTube channel, which used to be PSF, which is the Promethean Secular Frontier. So check it out. We have a lot of cool shows from Skeptic Lens, and yeah.
Thanks, Shane.
Oh, there we go.
Thank you. Go.
Thanks again. Oh, and congratulations on graduating.
Oh, thank you so very much. It's only now starting to really hit me in the face. Also, that's what he or she said.
Hello.
But thank you so very much. Woo-hoo.
Thank you.
Go check out all of that wonderful non-believer content. And all right, we are moving down. I believe it's our new headliner for tonight, Beefsy. A Bird. I'm sorry.
Bird.
Da-da-da. I'll get to you, Beamsy, in a second. Bird, we have been Skeptic and Ranting on Does Science Give Evidence for God? I hope you had a fun time. What you got going on, and what are your final thoughts?
Well, first of all, that's none of your damn business, and the answer is no. That's it. Thank you.
Woo, thank you so very much, Bird. And I hope your new diet post-flood goes well.
It's not bad. Thank you for asking.
Woo-hoo! All right, Beamsy. Before we try to land this plane, we are sending love. We are skeptic and ranting on does science give evidence for God? What you got going on? And of course, what are your final thoughts?
As for my final thoughts, Adam is a good example of the cognitive dissonance that people who deny science represent. He outright has been saying that everything that I have said is wrong, and I've given further examples of everything that I've shown is true. A good example is the stupidity of his question, saying that show a big bangus that actually makes representation of the cosmic background radiation. You're getting it the wrong way around. The cosmic background radiation was actually used in Georges Lemais's theory. So he used that information to actually come up with this theory of the hypothesis of the primeval atom. So you cannot get that. You're getting it backwards. The issue arose with the way that they were actually analyzing the way atomic structures work. And this is why people who don't have a scientific background shouldn't actually express themselves scientifically.
Thank you so very much, Beamsy. It's lovely having you on, as always.
Good. Das Vidania.
And all right.
Talking shit.
Oh, I was going to say, it sounds like a debate me, brah.
What a way to end on a nice little kumbaya moment there.
Kumbaya, my lord. Except I don't believe in God, but I believe in Gizmo, and he looks quite happy.
He's very content. Yeah.
But James, we have been skeptic and ranting up past midnight, and we have been talking, does science give evidence for God? I could tell this debate, at least some of their claims, raised a little blood pressure.
Just a little bit, yeah. It was a lot of fun to go through, but don't think you've seen the last of this debate. No. We are going to milk as much as we possibly can out of it. So
we like milking on this channel.
Oh my!
Absolutely, we'll milk as much as we can out of it. So you'll see it again. And
Save
again.
that for Discord.
Yeah. Anyway, guys, we will be back maybe tomorrow. We got to figure out our schedule, see what we're going to do, but go get some sleep.
Woo-hoo. Thank you so much, James, Gizmo, and Ryder.
Yeah.
And all right.
Penelope up there.
That's right, Penelope's. Not only that, but we have puppers down there.
Oh, Cooper made it in.
Oh, look at the little baby.
Let's see if I can actually get.
Is that a German Shepherd?
It is. It's a big old German Shepherd.
He's so
he is.
sweet.
The funny thing is, he's so big, but he thinks he's so small.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, he's a lapdog.
That's how Ryder is.
So is my 75-pound doodle. He thinks he can just jump on your lap whenever.
Like,
yeah.
But they're so cute.
When Gizmo sits on you, then Ryder thinks he can sit on you too.
They're like, oh, come on.
Yeah, hey, the cat can sit on you. Why can't I sit on you?
Speaking of which, I hope you all had a good time on this episode of Skeptic and Ranting. Why?
If not, there's the complaint department.
Stupid. I know. But once again, the complaint department. But yes, where tonight we had a modern day debate inspired after party on the topic of does science give evidence for God? From the debate, Amy and Leo vs Maddox and Tayler for a scientifically good time. Oh my. I do want to thank everyone out there. We will be eventually also coming back for the 1K party and
That's coming up.
showing off the emojis and channel memberships and all of that fun stuff. So, as well as lots of more shows and content.
Lots of more shows.
All thanks to you guys and gals out there. And I do want to thank my co-host, James W., along with our guest, Bing, Bing. Oh, I'm just
Peter's not here.
Beamsy, Pat, Jason, Leophilius, Bird, Shane.
That's me.
Mark, Adam, Mike, Danny, and Atheist Jr., as well as the people in chat, our awesome mods who make this stream so great, and lovely viewers like you who make this channel even possible. If you enjoy this show, please like, follow, or subscribe, because then you gain access to that bell icon, which when set to all will send you reminders to see our premieres or join our live streams. Sending love interwebs, or hey, leave a comment once the video is done. After the show, the community will be heading over to the Skeptic and Ranting Discord server, the link of which is in the description below. Lastly, if you'd like to help us make even more content, oh my, we offer some perks for our supporters by checking out our Patreon at patreon.com/Amy Newman. I am Amy Newman, and we will see you all on the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Mwah!